India, New Zealand, Pakistan, South Africa, Sri Lanka, and the West Indies are automatic qualifiers, and they will be joined by 5 other regional teams. Those qualifiers are actually being completed during the course of this year.
Okay.
I think almost to the point of being completed as well. So not a long time, not a
No.
long time, because 4 months is not a long time for
At all,
preparation
at all.
for such a big tournament.
And we notice how time is really flying very fast these days, Roxelle. Before you wink, it would be that time. The time would be upon you.
Definitely. So Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana, in my estimation, from what I've seen, these two teams have improved as the tournament went through the 4 previous rounds. As the competition has gone on, they have improved. And I say that because their preparation was affected by weather and or the availability of limited practice facilities at home. Coming into the tournament, due to bad weather and unavailability of some facilities, they did not have the preparation as the likes of, say, Windies Islands and or Barbados, who benefited from some solid preparation and competition that ended just a few weeks prior to the July 28th start here. Again, the weather, for one, in Guyana for sure, in Trinidad as well. And then speaking to the Trinidadian coach, Mr. Furlong, David Furlong, he indicated that the Under-17 tournament in Trinidad, the West Indies Under-17 tournament, did not allow them the opportunity to use certain facilities that they would have loved to use in preparation. So as they have gone on during this tournament, they have improved.
So probably time is right now, Roxelle, for us to look at the development of some indoor facilities in some of these islands, because we know around this time it's the rainy season. In the southern part of the Caribbean, Trindad, Guyana, etc., we have the ITCZ interacting, and we know that the amount of rainfall that brings with it. And so probably the time is right now for us to look at probably in Guyana, Trinidad, probably up one of the Windward Islands, up the road, a development of an indoor facility, so that in the event of teams not being able to get that outfield play, they can still have some place to go. And there's a facility in Trinidad and Tobago. I don't know how much that is utilized, but I know nothing beats actually having playing time out in the middle.
Right, exactly.
You know,
That's
nothing
the point.
beats that. You know?
I think that's a valid point, because they did have indoor work. They did have work at indoor facilities, but the match practice was very, very, very badly hampered. The Windies Islands team, for example, they came off of the Windies Islands tournament just about 2-3 weeks prior to this tournament, so they really were in zinc, so to speak.
Right.
Just need to fine-tune certain things within their camp of a week and a half. The same thing for the Barbados unit. They came off of their under-19, their local 50 overs competition, where their players are involved in that, and it incorporated well in terms of their preparation. And we could have seen, and we can see,
the difference.
and we have seen the difference.
Definitely.
We have seen the difference
Definitely.
as it relates to the teams as they have gone through this tournament. What are the reasons for the showing offered to us by Jamaica and the Leewards then?
Well, I was really disappointed in the showing of the Jamaican team so far. I know over the years they have come to this competition and they've brought a level of a level of professionalism and competitive spirit to the competition. And this year it seems not to be there. The Leeward Islands originally are people tended to look at them as the whipping boys. And they have come on stream now where they have been, over the last couple of years, they have begun developing. But this year, they really have not really, stepped up to the plate as we would expect them to. So I don't know what is the situation there. I don't know. They probably look at, the coaches, managers, etc. would have to look at that performance and probably go back to the drawing board where those teams are concerned.
Well, to a lesser extent, Jamaica, this is something that is pretty new to them in terms of them not being challenging, if you want to put it that way. But the Leewards cricket has been at this level for a bit, Andrew.
Well, probably, I know that, yes, I agree with you. And they would probably have to look at, I don't know if it's the school program, the youth program, see what is being done, probably do some analysis and determine where do we need to go from here? You know, if it's a situation where you're not getting the players coming through as you ought to, then you might have to go back to the grassroots and look at the development of your grassroots cricket and have more players coming through.
Okay, so we've been afforded the information that Trinidad and Tobago, they have won the toss and they've asked Guyana to bat, so that's what we have here. Well, for the benefit of the viewers from the respective territories who may not have an idea of the makeup of the opposing teams, let's go through those units very quickly. Trinidad and Tobago currently fourth in the standings, and the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board selects their representative teams, Bramble, from, well, all representative teams, on the 15, on the 17, and on the 19, from their national interzone competitions. All right? The initial training squad of had 8 players from the South Zone, 6 players from Southeast Zone, 4 players from the Central Zone, 3 from the East Zone, and 2 each from the North and Northeastern Zone. There was 1 player from Tobago. In their armory, they have Samir Ali, who was the leading wicket taker in that recently concluded national interzone competition that ran from April to June. They had 1 month preparation with a squad of 18 and had the benefit of David Legay of the West Indies Cricket Board, who had 4 sessions of psychological preparation with the unit, added to their obvious technical and tactical work that they would have done. The final squad here in St. Vincent reads Leon Bassano from North, Leonardo Francis from East, Antonio Gomez from South, Ronaldo Forrester from East, Damian Joachim from South, Samir Ali Central, Mbiki Joseph South, Leonardo Julian, their captain, East, Joshua James from Tobago, Nicholas Ali from Southeast, Aaron Nanan from South, Avinash Mahabir Singh from South. We have Jaden Seals from Central, and Rivaldo Ramlogan from East. So a combination of players from across the area.
Yeah.
And it's good, again, something similar for our local listeners. When we had our zonal competition, where we seen individuals who were probably not in the school system,
but
were still in the age group. Right,
Yeah.
it's still in the age group. Quickly, before we get the start here, the Guyana team, they are made up of West Indies under 19 selectees in Ashmid Ned, captain, Kevlon Anderson, Kevin Umro, Sachin Singh, Alex Algo, Adrian Hines, Kumar Torrington, Junior Sinclair. The newcomers to the unit here, Daniel Mutu, Garfield Benjamin, Alpheus Buki, Joel Spooner, Leon Swami, and Sion Glasgow. The Guyanese squad is accompanied by Julian Moore, his coach, and Andy Ramnarayan, his assistant coach manager. And for going back to the Trinidad team, the coach is David Forlong, and Kerwin John is the manager. We're gonna go into this game for you very quickly. The starting 11s, the plain 11s, I should say, the plain 11s. The plain 11s this morning for Trinidad is Mbike Joseph, Aaron Nanan, Avinash Mahabia, Jaden Seals, Leon Bassano, Leonardo Francis, Leonardo Julian, Nicholas Ali, Rivaldo Ramlogan, Samir Ali, and Joshua James. For Guyana, it's Junior Sinclair, Kevlon Anderson, Ashmid Ned, Kevin Umro, Kumar Torrington, Leon Swami, Sachin Singh, Garfield Benjamin, Alpheus Buki, Sion Glasgow, and Adrian Hines. Trinidad, they have the ball, and it's opening. The pace ball is coming just about the off stump and looking like he's coming back into the batsman there, who is Sachin Singh, the left-handed batsman. He's right behind it, comes off of an inside part of the bat and goes to the man at short mid-wicket. I make number 9. He's opening the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago, Jaden Seals. Jaden Seals, he is coming from the backway end. And we have as umpires this morning Jacqueline Williams and I'll get you the other name in a bit, as Seals comes up, and this one's pitching just outside the off stump and moving further away, taken by Captain Leonardo Julian behind the stumps, and Guyana still yet to score. Andrew, 2018, the result between these two teams, Trinidad won by 4 wickets here at the Yanesville Field. Guyana 116 all out in 37.5 overs. Kevlin Anderson, he got 42, and Rivaldo Ramlogan got 3 for 27. Trinidad 118 for 6 in 27.4 overs. This is a short rise in delivery on the chest area. You can see that is, I make it sing, looking at the spot, was a little uncomfortable there and wondering where did that come from.
I think he was struck somewhere on the body, Roxel. You see him flexing the forearm, and the bowler there Searles going right up to him and, really letting him, giving it to him in terms of the chatter, the usual chatter that goes on in these games.
Yes, Seals getting a good bit of bounce and lift already from the wicket. And we've seen this on the 2 surfaces here at Arnesville during the 2 surfaces used during the tournament. As we have Seals coming from the Becco end. He is bowling to Singh. This one is pitched on about the off stump and moving slightly away. And good comfortable behind it there is Singh. He's had a good tournament, albeit short in terms of the batting in so far. And he drives that one back from the back foot out to the man who came around from a conventional cover position.
But Roxel, I think they probably need to look at the whole review of the tournament and the off days, because on most of the off days it was very bright and sunny.
Yes.
And on the playing days, the rain came. So probably we have to look at probably rescheduling games if that is the case. If they can play on the off days when it is dry. So probably that's something the organizers would have to look at.
Yes. So it's 1 over completed without a run on the board. Guyana acts back by Trinidad and Tobago. They have not scored. 0 without loss after 1 over, and that was a pretty good over to open the proceedings this morning here at the Yanesville playing field from Seals. Let's see, there's another tall, lanky figure coming from the commentator's booth end. Andrew, about your height, I make it. A little taller, a little just around your height. Very, very, very tall individual. He does his steps, gets his run-up sorted, number 25 on his back, and that's Joshua James. He's going to be coming from the commentator's booth end. Another fast bowler on the attack here for Trinidad and Tobago. Andrew.
Yes, and the wicket already, Roxel, giving a good bounce and carry. So we look forward to these young pace bowlers and see what they can put into the wicket and see what they can get out of it. We saw Seals from the southern end already getting some lift off the wicket. Let's see what Joshua James from this northern end would do. So
James has 2 slips. He has a third man, a point, a cover, a mid-off, a short mid-on, a short mid-wicket, and the fine leg. He comes in now and bowls to the batsman there, and that's the first run on the board for Guyana this morning via a wide delivered by Joshua James. And so Guyana off the mark, 1 without loss in over number 2. We're going to get the number for the striker for Guyana as soon as he gets in a position where we can get that. And it could be Junior Sinclair, 64, but we'll clarify that. It's Joshua James coming from the commentator's booth end. He comes up now to bowl to the guy, go for over pitch delivery, and I think he could have done a little bit more with that. But still probably trying to get the pace and the bounce of the wicket on that end, and so was driven out to the fielder coming in from cover. No run scored. Joshua James with the attack for Trinidad and Tobago. They are in red and black. Obviously, the colors that signify the Soca Warriors, if we want to put it that way, the Red Force, as Joshua James comes in now to bowl to Sinclair. We make it Sinclair. We will clarify that as soon as we can see the number. He comes comfortably forward to this one, pitched on the off stump, and plays it out to the man coming in from cover.
Yes, the Guyana team would be looking to consolidate and build a good innings here today. This is the final round of competition. This is the final chance that the selectors would have to see some of these players. So I guess the batters would want to stay there as long as possible, Roxelle, and create an impression and give themselves a chance of being selected in the trial squad for the World Cup.
And that's a beauty. That's the best delivery from Joseph, Joshua James so far this morning, pitching just shorter of the previous 3 deliveries that he has delivered, and outside of the off stump, and looked as if it just held its own, kept the line, didn't move, and beaten outside the off stump. There was Sinclair, Junior Sinclair, who is partnering his other brother, so to speak, from Guyana, Sachin Singh, and it's Joshua James, and let me make sure we get that right. Joshua James doing well here so far. James comes up now to bowl to Sinclair. This one is pitched outside the off stump and moving further away, collected by Captain Leonardo Julian behind the stumps. One hallmark of the tournament so far is the wicket keeping, Andrew Bramble. I think it's been one of the stronger areas. The bowling has been fine, and the wicket keepers that we've seen for most parts have been really, really good.
I was really impressed with the wicket keepers from the Windwards and the Leeward Islands. I did that game at Cumberland. They were really glove work for the Leeward's wicket keeper was very, very good indeed. The Barbadian wicket keeper doesn't look bad at all. He had 6 or 8 catches behind the wicket in the last game that they played. So that has been a strong area for the teams. The wicket keeping has been good.
Yes, and the Barbadian wicketkeeper, Rivaldo Clark, he has scored some runs already, got a 50, so...
He'd be a nose ahead
well,
in terms of the selection.
Let's see how that goes.
But Roxelle, I must give kudos to the groundsmen. I must give kudos to the groundsmen, particularly here at Annisvale and even at Cumberland. Those are the 2 areas where I would have, when the Parkhead game would have been rained out. The wickets are really playing pretty true, and you have good bounce and carry. And once you decide to put your head down and bat, or you decide to bend your back and bowl, there's something in it for you.
And as you say that, this one did not carry as high as the batsman would have liked.
Yeah,
probably hit a spot there and stayed really, really low. Not too low though, but he was beaten outside the off stump. And that's the end of over number 2. I make it 1 without loss. Guyana asked to bat by Trinidad and Tobago here as we continue our coverage of the Cricket West Indies Under 19 Future Stars Tournament, and that's being held here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We also have live commentary and live video footage of the game between the Windwards and Jamaica at Cumberland, and then another game being played is Barbados against Leewards at Park Hill. It's a good ball coming in. He scored. Is he? Yes. Good short delivery. Bowled there. I make it by Seals. Again, one similar to what he offered up to Sachin Singh in his previous over. Just to make it just about middle and leg coming into him, but it was short of a good length and rising. Took the upper part of the bat and ballooned out to the man coming from, I make it a backward of point. Singh is gone. Guyana 1 for 1.
And we over the years, Roxelle, we would have known of the Guyana's demise against good pace bowling, if you want to put it that way. They tend not to play the pace that well. But I'm hoping that they would be able to rebuild. They've had a loss of an early wicket. Let's hope that they'll be able to rebuild. Because I really, for the sake of West Indies cricket, Roxelle, and for the sake of the under-19s that would be going to the World Cup, hope that these players can get a chance to showcase, and that they don't force the selectors to select them based on previous knowledge, because we know sometimes previous knowledge, what would have been done before, is totally different to what could occur and happen when you're actually out in the middle having play.
Yes, so Seals, he's had a pretty good tournament from all reports. And I have a 24 or 25 that I was looking at, probably to offer to the listeners in terms of my opinions. And Seals is in it, and he's showing good quality this morning already. I probably caught at gully, I should have said, because it looks as if the fielder was at gully and not the fielder at point who took that catch. But the Seals coming now to bolt. I make it to Kevlin Anderson. Anderson is right behind this one, the right-handed batsman from Guyana. He has number 45 on his back. Guyana 1 for 1 in over number 3. And Seals is actually bowling really, really well. He has 2 slips, a gully, a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a short mid-wicket. He has a man on the fine leg boundary, and Andrew is bowling without a third man. So because he's pitching and coming into the batsman and short of a good length, he comes up now to bowl to I make it Anderson, who whips this one off the pass. It's going down to I made a fine leg boundary. Fine leg comes around, gets one. They get one. They complete 2 now, and we just saw the probably the reason why he has a fine leg and not a third man, because he's pitching coming into the right-handed batsman. In this case, Anderson, who worked that one. And I think it sped really quickly down to the fine leg boundary, Andrew.
The outfield, even though in all the rains would have fallen, the outfield is pretty quick still, Roxelle. The bowler is the bowler for Trindad and Tobago, this opening bowler, really looking to consolidate here.
Seals, he comes up now to bowl to Anderson. This one pitching on the off stump, a good delivery also, and coming forward and standing a little tallish, not getting behind it fully. It came off of the bottom part of the bat and went around to the fielder who was coming around from the cover. 45 on his back, that is Kevlin Anderson. He has with him Junior Sinclair as the non-striker, and Seals is coming in with his, I make it 4th delivery of this over number 3. He comes up now to Anderson. This one is pitched outside the off, some short and not troubling the batsman. And Guyana remain on 3 for 1. This is over number 3.
And Guyana would be looking to build and put a good score on the board. You know, these 2 batters would have to really put their heads down, concentrate, and play to help build a partnership for their team. The last game we saw here, Barbados were through Jamaica in a shot, and we hope we don't have a similar situation here today.
So it's Seals coming, this one pitching, shortish as well, and coming into the right-handed Kevlin Anderson. He's comfortable behind it, textbook style again, and he plays that one back down onto the adjacent wickets, strips that is, and there is no further addition to the score. So that's over number 3, the end of over number 3. Guyana asked to bat by Trinidad and Tobago. They are 3 for 1. The batsman gone. I make it Sachin Singh, caught by the fielder who came in from gully position off the bowling of Jaden Seals. Guyana 3 for 1 after 3 overs.
And Seals and James Roxell, 2 pretty tall bowlers, and they really using the pitch. They're bending their back and they're getting some good lift out of the wicket here this morning.
Good. So we have as umpires Colin Bryan, and we have James coming from that. And Will pitched up delivery and behind it beautifully there. I make it Sinclair, but he could not beat the fielder who's coming in from cover. And again, looking a little bit more comfortable of the 2 bats. Well, the 3 batsmen we have seen on offer, but he has not scored yet. And fielding there in the cover area was Nicholas Ali. Nicholas Ali we have in the cover. But we have Joshua James coming from the commentator's booth end. He's going to pass umpire Colin Byron. He does so now. Bo Sinclair, he's beaten outside the off stump. This one was a little further out away from the off stump. He could have left it alone. You can see in his replay of the shot, he decided that, listen, the best idea I should have done there, my best option there was to leave that one alone, but beaten outside the off stump by 1. In that
corridor of uncertainty.
Exactly.
The corridor of uncertainty.
Of uncertainty, but a little too far outside the off stump and beat the edge. It's James again. from the commentator's booth end. He comes up now to bowl to Sinclair. This one is a shorter, a better delivery, coming back in. And this one, genuinely well bowled, I make it, by James. And James seeming to be hitting a better spot when they're shortish of a length and rising. The Guyanese batsmen have been in a bit of trouble this morning, Andrew.
Yes, and they would have to, as I said, look at what is happening, what is offered, and put themselves in. It's going to be difficult because of the new ball and the firm surface, the ball will be coming on and doing things a little overcast a bit, so it be moving around a bit. So they would have to apply themselves. Better ball, better offer their Roxel, leaving that one alone outside the off stump.
Yes, similar length, just a little further outside the off stump, and did get its bounce again through to the keeper, and he decided to leave that one again a little further outside of the off stump, and he judged that one well. Because he knows there are 4 catchers, 2 slips, and the gully, including the keeper as well, waiting for a snickle. And here we have James comes up now to Sinclair, pitched up, he drives, misses outside the off stump, and no further addition to the score. 3 for 3. David Furlong, a well-known individual around the West Indies cricket. I had the pleasure of working with him in India. With the Sir Garfield Sober select team that went to India. I make it in 2004, and the pleasure of working with Guyana, who was the manager of the team. And Furlong has been around West Indies and Trinidad cricket for a while.
Okay.
So Joshua James, from us here, the commentator's booth end, passing umpire Brian to bowl to Sinclair. Sinclair again drawn to play at this one that's pitched outside the off stump, short of a good length, just back of a length, and he was beaten once again. No edge taken. End of over number 4. I make it 3 for 1 after 4 overs.
And the Trinidadian team turning around very quickly. They're realizing that they seem to be pushing to get in as many overs as possible because we see the clouds building up in the distance, and we're hoping that for the sake of the cricket, they would keep away, they would stay away, the range would stay away, and they would be able to get a full day's play in today. Good.
So from the backward end, we see just some clouds between. That's the Beckway channel?
Yeah.
Call that? Yes, there's just some clouds building up just behind Beckway as we have Seals coming. This a good delivery and well played as well. On top of his toes and punching that one between gully and point. The point fielder does well and they complete 2. I think this was a very good bit of cricket here. The offer from Seals was good, short of a length coming back into the batsman, and no ball being called by umpire Jacqueline Williams. But on his toes, punching that one and probably guiding that one better for better explanation of what was done was I make it Anderson, and he got it between point and gully and got 2. He has a free hit on offer now, Andrew Bramble. The score moves on to 5 for 1 as Seals comes up now with a free hit delivery. He is going to be offering this up to Anderson, Kevlon Anderson. Short, Anderson pulls, just bubbles off the top of the bat and goes to where the man from mid-off comes up, took the catch, but was not legal. Right?
And they got a single in the process.
Yes. So 1 added to the score. Again, not bad bowling here by Seals at all. That one rushed on to the batsman, and he did not have time to get in position to pull it square of the wicket as he would have liked. And it came off of the top part of the bat and ballooned down to the fielder coming in from the mid-off position. Some pace being
generated here
by Seals.
Seals, yeah.
So 5, I make it 6 for 1. 6 for 1, and we have a strengthening of the slip cordon. There are now 3 slips, a gully, a point, a cover, mid-off, a short mid-on. As Seals comes up now to Anderson. He delivers one. That's a full pitch delivery on the off stump. A good thinking here by Seals. Obviously, with the increase of the attacking fielders behind the wicket, I know Anderson may have been thinking that he's going to be served up a short delivery, but a pitched up delivery, and we see the bowler here thinking quite well here for Trindad.
Well handled by the batsman in the end, right in the block hole, and he dug it out nicely to the man at point, and He handled that very well indeed in the end.
So it's 7-1, 7-1. It's with Jaden Seals. He's coming from the backway end. He's about to pass umpire Williams. He does so now and bows a short rising delivery on about the middle stump and just tucking that one down to a fine leg where the fielder comes in. I make him James, does the fielding, gets it in to Leonardo Julian, his captain. One more to, did they get 2 or 1? Well,
One.
that one was to Sinclair. Correct? That one was to Sinclair. So Sinclair getting that single. The score moves on to 8-8 for 1 Trinidad and Tobago inserting Guyana. We have Seals. Comes up now to Anderson. Anderson coming well behind that one. Again, pitching just outside the off stump, back of a length and coming in to Anderson. He's comfortable behind it. And I should have known that there's a difference there because Anderson looks quite comfortable when he's behind these deliveries. Sinclair, not many deliveries faced by Seals so far, Andrew.
Yeah. So we have, you see the clouds building up in the distance, Roxelle, and a little bit overcast. So this is good, ideal conditions for the pace bowlers to go along and really get the ball to move through the air.
Jaden Sears, this one pitched up on about the off stump, comfortably behind that one, driving it to the man going around to where an extra cover would have been. The man coming from cover does the feeling. I make him a Nicholas Ali. He does it so well, and diving on the ground there a bit to make sure that one did not go through him. And no further addition to the score. 8-1. This is over number 5. 8-1. We may have a shower or two during the course of the day, and teams are going to have to try and use the time wisely as we have Jaden Seals. I think he has about 4 or 5 wickets in the tournament so far, subject to correction. He is going to come up now to bowl to Kevlin Anderson, 45 on his back. He does so. Short, outside the off stump, and too short. That one is cut for the point, and it's going into the boundary. No, that's 4. That was too short, and well taken care of by Anderson, Andrew.
Stood up there and asked to be hit, and he got up on his toes and cut it well past point, down to the boundary for 4.
So 4 more added to the total. They move from 8 to 12. I make it 12-1 after over number 5, 12-1. It looks as if the batters are getting into the fray. I know you will love to see a century on this 5th day, Andrew.
Certainly, definitely so. I would like to see one of these batsmen or both of them coming off big, making some runs. We know our problems where batting is concerned in terms of West Indian cricket right now. Not so, it never used to be so before, but that's where we are. And if we can get these youngsters, getting in a mindset where they can go to the wicket and bat and stay there for long periods, then it augurs well for the future.
With other ideas would be James. He comes up now to I make it Sinclair, who is comfortably behind this one. He's pretty tall for opening batsman was Sinclair. Yes, pretty tall. We've had a few of those. Philo Wallace, in terms of West Indies cricket, a few tall batsmen, and you know what those are, what those do when they're short and wide. There's no way you catch a ball when they are well hit.
Yeah.
And we just saw Anderson serving, dealing with one shot outside the awesome. But it's James. He comes up now to I make it Sinclair. This one not well covered there by Sinclair, coming into him a bit and coming off of the inside portion of the bat. Yeah, the inner portion of the bat into his pad. I make it and bubble down in front of him, and it is going to be James, Joshua James, 25 on his back, coming. He's bowling from the commentator's booth end. He has 2 slips, a gully, a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a short mid-wicket, and a fine leg. He comes in now to Anderson, coming in, moving well behind that one. Is Sinclair, I make it. And he comes forward and plays that one out to Ali, Nicholas Ali, who does the fielding from the cover area.
And Roxelle, this bowling attack reminds me so much of the Barbadian attack. Ford and the other... guy
Ford
from
and Simmons.
Simmons, yeah.
Yes.
You know, where the bowler from the southern end was getting a lot of lift and hostility, and the bowler from the northern end, you know, sort of tie up things and keep it tight. And they're doing a similar job here this morning.
Short outside the off stump and a bad. I make it an ill-advised offer by Sinclair there, and you can see Anderson now coming down to tell him, listen, that was a little too close to you in terms of the length, and may have been in some trouble, and therefore fielders behind the wicket waiting for a catch. It wasn't short enough. It had some width. I don't think, in my estimation, was short enough for that shot. But no edge taker, no loss of a wicket. As we have James coming this one, pitch on about the middle stump and coming forward and driving it down to number 99, Aaron Nanan. He comes around, does the fielding. He was doing some warming ups as well of his shoulder prior to fielding that delivery. So Nanan, who I have as a leg spinner, may be looking to take the ball very, very soon. But before he does that is Joshua James. He is in the action. He is going to come now to pass umpire and make it Brian. He does so now, and Bosa Sinclair full pitch delivery on about the awesome coming off of the inner portion of the battle as well, and going down between, making a French cut down to the final leg, coming around to do the fielding. Meanwhile, two completed by Anderson and the Sinclair. The Guyana total moves on to 14. Yes, 14 for 1 after 6 overs, Andrew.
And the Guyanese, after the loss of an early wicket, these batters trying to rebuild and trying to consolidate and put a good score on the board. It'd be nice for them and for their own staking their claim to a selection, a place on the West Indies trial squad. So they just need to continue batting and bat as long as possible. The Trinidad bowlers, however, would have different ideas, you know. They're bowling pretty well. They're putting the ball in the right areas, and they're asking questions of the Guyanese batsmen, so they would have to answer.
All right, so all 3 games are in progress at Park Hill. The Leeward Islands are 14 without loss after 2 overs, as we have Seals.
Oh, he's gone.
Out caught,
No,
is it?
is it?
No?
No?
Deviation after it passed, yes. Deviation after it passed the batter, yes. Definitely.
That definitely
from our
looked
vantage point, you could
as if
see
it
the
took an edge.
deviation, and we thought it came off the bat, but no appeal, nothing from the batsman, nothing. And that was some late swing, Andrew.
Yeah,
Late
definitely
swing
so.
there by Seals, and he would like to get that on about pitching and on about the time that it is getting to the batsman. Let's see, he turns now in the distance from the back end, coming now, passes umpire Williams to bowl to Anderson. This one is pitching on about the leg stump and going further away, and a wide called by umpire Jacqueline Williams, and 1 added to the total. I make it 15 for 1. Guyana trying to weather the storm. Not bad bowling in the first couple overs by these pace bowlers. But so far, I make it Sinclair and Anderson has done a pretty good job since the loss of Singh, Andrew.
And the bowler from the southern end there, that's Seals, with the overcast behind him, Roxell, he's getting the ball to do a bit off the pitch, you know, and through the air.
Right, so it's Seals again. This one pitching on about the middle stump and coming again into the batsman, and coming forward slightly there was Anderson, and he plays it as far as the man who is coming in from a forward or square position. He does the fielding. Looks again like the number 29, Nicholas Ali, and there is no addition to the score. Seals, Jaden Seals, he has number 9 on his back. He's going to approach the batsman now. On strike is Anderson. Seals comes up now to Anderson outside the awesome and coming back in. Beaten between baton and pad. Baton body in this case, because the light, he did get some height in terms of that delivery there. And coming back in to Anderson. He was beaten, and that's not a good delivery. I make it by Seals, Andrew.
We can see that he was cut in half there, Roxell. The ball went right through, bat and body. He had no answer to that one. A good delivery there by Seals, and he's really continuing to hold his own and really bowling well here. it'd be nice if he can get some wickets behind his name also to complement that.
So it's Seals. Comes up now to Anderson. This one is pitched. I make it about the middle stump and going further away. There's an appeal, and the appeal is not upheld by umpire Jacqueline Williams. She walks away and she signals to her partner. I believe that signal is 1 left in the over. That must have taken the bat
Yes, because there was no signal of any leg by
There's no
anything.
leg
So
by
that ball would have
to that
played.
effect. So that probably would have negated
The
the appeal
yeah.
from the Trinidadians. The Guyanese team moves up to 16 for 1. And for the benefit of our viewers, in Park Hill or at Park Hill, the Leeward Islands, they are batting after 3 overs, 16 without loss against Barbados. Seals comes up now. This one is pitching again, coming into, I make it Sinclair. He's behind it, coming off of the inner portion of the bat and bubbles out to the fielder, Ali, who came around from a forward of square. He did the fielding, no addition to the score. 16 for 1. 16 for 1 in over number 6. Over number 7 or 6? 7. Over number 7. Over number 7. This is the 4th over for Jaden Seals. He comes up to Sinclair, offers one that's pitched on about and just about the off stump, but coming back in. You can see that one took the outer portion of the bat and went to the fielder, number 21 in, I make it Leon Bassano. And he did the fielding there at Gully. End of over number 7, 16 for 1. A good battle so far this morning, Andrew.
Yes, definitely. The Trinidadians haven't picked up an early wicket, trying to make further inroads, but the Guyanese batters are saying no, we'd have none of that, and they have really working to settle in and build an innings, put some runs on the board for their team so that they can have something to defend later on in the afternoon.
Well, probably similar tactics from the Trinidadian team. I'm not sure if they did win the toss last year, but Guyana did bat first in the 2018 edition in this encounter and only got up to, I make it 116, subject to correction. I believe that was what we offered to our listeners, viewers and listeners this morning. And the Guyana batting here, they are 16 for 1. They are now into over number 8. And still continuing from the commentator's booth end is Joshua James. Joshua James, he comes in now to bowl to Anderson. So now a ball is pitched outside the off stump and coming back in, playing around his pads. There was Anderson, but eventually got it behind square, gets a single. Not fielded well by Ali. And there is a single on offer completed by the Guyanese team. They move on to 17 for 1, 17 for 1, number 17 for 1. I make Sinclair is on 11. Sinclair is on 11. Well, Anderson is on 11. Sinclair is on 3. And we have James comes up now to bowl to Sinclair. Sinclair looks at that one and leaves it outside the off stump. Not a bad offer there as well. He's actually getting the pitch, the pace of the pitch and working quite well. Now looking at that line, was not as short as the previous deliveries. He gets an opportunity to leave that one outside the off stump. Joshua James doing the work here for Trinidad and Tobago. He comes up now. And he is going to bowl to Sinclair. This one is pitching outside the off stump, and Sinclair drives and misses. Driving and missing. And with a slight movement, you definitely have to probably play a little later than being offered in order to make these drives count, Andrew. So 2 slips, a gully, a point, a cover. Mid-off, mid-on, both short mid-wicket as well, and a fine line. Joshua James, he's coming in now to bowl to Junior Sinclair. Does so now. Pitched up delivery on the off stump, coming off the bottom portion of the bat again. Not timing it well, and could have done a little bit more with that because I think he was in position very early, but only got it as far as, again, the fielder coming in from the short mid-on position. Aaron Nanan, and there is no addition.
A little bit tentative there in the shot, Roxanne. And I think sometimes with the pressure of knowing that you're playing for selection, you're looking to secure a place on a West Indies team. Sometimes you don't want to go out there and play the freedom that you would normally do, and sometimes that puts you in a bind because you try to preserve your wicket and try to score, and the bad balls come, you don't put them away, and then you get a good ball and you're out.
Yes, and this one was a wide-ish delivery, and he tried and make it a calypso cut, drive shot there, and they played all over it and under the bat from our Western, from my vantage point right here, and one more to the Guyanese. Total, it's 18 for one, and the Trinidad in their bowling innings into over number 8. Joshua James comes up now to bowl to Sinclair. This one is outside the off stump this time. Another wide called by umpire. I make it Byron. And 19 for one. 19 for one. Trinidad and Tobago against Guyana. Guyana can possibly edge into second position if there are no results in the other two games. And they win this game, Andrew, as it relates to the point standings.
What are the point standings, if I can give us
Yeah, we'll offer
update
that
on
in a
that,
bit
right?
as we have James. Comes up now to Sinclair. This one is pitching. I'm a good little carry there as well from a pitched up length, a length closer to the batsman. And he leaves this one again. After his 4-stroke 2 balls ago, he had some words from his partner, Kevlon Anderson, and since then he's played pretty well in terms of picking up the length and leaving these deliveries outside the off stump. James would have other ideas. Joshua James comes up now. He is bowling to Sinclair. Does so now, offers a delivery that's pitched up on about the off stump, and coming in once again, not timing it well, is Sinclair, and could not be the fielder. That's Nicholas. I make that Aaron Nanan coming in from short mid on, and there's no addition to the score. 19 for one, Andrew. Your thoughts after 8 overs?
Rebuilding process for the Guyanese, and having lost an early wicket, and I think they're just consolidating there. But the Trinidadian bowlers are bowling pretty well, and I think they want to just settle themselves in, and they're looking like they want to build big innings, both of them. It would be good for them and good for for West Indies cricket. The Trinidadian bowlers, however, are on top in terms of bowling. They're very tight, and the Guyanese batsmen are able to get the ball away as they would want to.
So into his 5th over, it's Jaden Seals from the Becco end. He is going to bowl to Anderson. Dustin now, short, pitched up delivery, I make it, on about the off stump coming into him and played through the wicket position well there by Anderson. Anderson gets 2 as the 2 fielders converge on that one, gets the return into wicketkeeper Julian. 2 more to Anderson. I make him 13. Giving him 2 more than he actually has now from the official score. So it's 13 Anderson. He's looked quite accomplished so far this morning. He's been able to take on control of those deliveries and has scored quite frequently. But it's Seals comes up to him again, and this one pitching a shortish of a length, and he was on top of that one again, not timing well, and now rehearsing what he should have done in terms of his approach to that ball. No addition to the score. The fielder coming in from Gully does the fielding. Number 21 in his back, Leon Bassano, and there is no addition to the score. 21 for 1. Guyana being asked to bat here by Red Force. Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 unit. It's with Seals. He comes up now to Anderson. Anderson gets one outside the off stump. Not a good offer again there. He would have been advised to leave that one alone or to just get behind it and push it as he is rehearsing to do right now. But he was trying to cut a delivery that was shortish, yes, but a little too close to him, Andrew.
Yes, definitely so. Probably caught in 2 minds there, and he would need to settle himself again and continue to bat on for his country.
So it's Sears comes up now to Anderson. This one is again just on a good length coming into the batsman from about the off stump position, getting behind it again in one of those textbooks. And you normally use a textbook from Australia. I'm more fancy the West Indian type textbook, but and with a West Indian forward defensive stroke there was Kevlin Anderson, and getting behind that one and a delivery from Jaden Seals, and there was no addition to the score. Seals comes in now, and this one is pitched up outside the off stump and driving down to the man at a mid off and going around there, fielding. There's no addition to the score. I keep saying Seals because you know the Bajans have seals
Seals,
with that
yeah.
R, but it's actually
And the Axel things are so tight here that the Trinidadians have 10 of their fielders in the 30-yard circle.
yes.
10 of their fielders, you know.
Not bowling badly at all.
No, not at all, not at
They've
all.
offered up a few bad deliveries that were taken advantage of. As we have Sears comes up now short. Another, I make it a delivery that could have been scored off or could have been dealt with better. But again, coming off of the top portion of the bat and went behind square where the fielder coming around there was Nicholas Ali. He does the fielding. One more to Anderson. I make it 14. And the score moves on to 22 for 1. 22 for 1 after 9 overs, Andrew.
It's slow building, slow going here by the Guyanese. The Trinidadians are probing, they're asking questions, and they're looking for the breakthrough. But the Guyanese batsmen so far have been stubborn and resolute, and they're holding their own and trying to rebuild, and build an innings slowly, all that it would be.
So no play as yet, according to what we're seeing between Windwards and Jamaica at Cumberland, delayed start. At Park Hill, we have the Leeward Islands. They are 18 without loss after 4 overs. And we are here with you at the Annisvale playing field where Guyana asked to bat. They are 22 for 1. 22 for 1 into over number 10. We have an adjustment being made to the field. Umpire calling by
Brian. He's from Jamaica.
Okay, Colin Bryan.
And Jacqueline Williams is also from Jamaica.
Good. He is making sure all is ready. As James comes up now, he is bowling to Anderson. He gets a pitched up delivery on about the off stump again, comes forward and with the angle plays it into the mid-on position. Fielded there by the number 99. That is Aaron Nanan, and there is no run, no addition to the score. 22 for 1. West Indies play India today in that third one, T20?
T20, yes.
Yes. So it's James. James comes up, a shortish delivery, good length as well, coming back into Anderson. Anderson is behind it comfortably as well and goes out onto the onside. There is no addition to the score. You were asking about the point standings. At this present time, Barbados are on 15.8 points. The Windward Islands, 14.8. Guyana, 10.2. Trinidad and Tobago, 8.7. As we have James comes up now. A good delivery. Good delivery there by James outside the off stump. Once again, beating the outside edge of Anderson. Anderson played at it, didn't get any touch. And you can see Leonardo Julian encouraging his opening bowler. Julian, the captain here, with the gloves behind the stumps, and was appreciative of that offer there by I make it James. So James again, not bowling, I think bowling well within himself. Comes up now. He offers up to Anderson. This one is pitched up on the off stump. Again, not timing the delivery well. There is Anderson. He got in line pretty early, but on coming down on it, not timing it well, could only manage to get it up to the fielder. I make him Aaron Nanan coming in from the mid-on position. Let's see what's going to happen in this delivery. Delivery number 5, is it? Delivery number 5. It's James, comes up now to Anderson. He gets a delivery on about the middle stump, pitched up and whipping it down to the fine leg position with the angle. Gets one. Score moves on to 23 Anderson moves on to 15. 15, Anderson. 3, Sinclair. Sinclair still on 3. 23 for 1 as Trinidad attempt to get another breakthrough here this morning. And the Guyana, with other thoughts, obviously trying to build an innings and probably push on a little later on in their batting innings. Joshua James would like to get another wicket, well, get a wicket to his name. Seals has the wicket taken so far, but it's James. He comes up now to Sinclair, pitched outside the awesome and driven between the point and the cover fielder for 2. Not timing it as well as he would have loved to. That was Sinclair, but he still gets 2 and takes his team score onto 25. 25 for 1 after 10 overs. Danju, slow going, but still with wickets intact, anything can happen later on.
Yes, a steady rebuilding process. See these bowlers off. See the ball get a little bit older, a little bit softer, and then you can probably take it from there and see how you can, progress and build. The Trinidadians, however, I know they have spinners in their attack, and they would be looking to probably consolidate and make some inroads into the Guyanese batting lineup. The Guyanese batters so far seem to have a mindset that they want to stay there and they would like to rebuild and put a good score on the board for them to defend this evening.
All right, so the signal coming from umpire Jacqueline Williams, the start of the second power play. Yep, so it seems as if we're going to have Seals continuing. He has figures of 5 overs. Let me just get that clear. 5 overs. No maidens, 1 for 16. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 16. And he's going to come into bowl. I make it to Anderson. Again from the backward end, comes up now, gets one that's pitched outside the off and coming back into Anderson. Correctly forward, comfortably forward. Textbook style again is Anderson. And
Australian or West Indian?
A combination of both. He's looking quite good. I make it Anderson this morning. Anderson was a West Indies on the 19 selectee. So he's probably looking to get a good innings here to say, listen, I'm still here. I need to be considered for that those practice games later on this week. And this one again, pitched again, a similar area, just a little closer to the batsman though, in terms of length from Seals, and coming behind it and getting it down to the man who came in from a short mid-wicket position was Anderson. No addition to the score. 25 for 1. 25 for 1. And we see someone probably going around to the Canash area with their yacht. Andrew, beautiful, beautiful sight always here at the Ironsville playing field. As we have Seals, comes up now to Anderson. This one is a good delivery. Pitch in, just back of a length and coming in to Anderson and bowling well with himself in this over so far is Jaden Seals, doing really, really good work for Trinidad. But equally to the task is Anderson, Kevlin Anderson from Guyana, really batting well. And we have a good contest here, Andrew, so far between these two.
Definitely, Sir Roxel. We see in the distance Beckway, not so clear as it would on a bright day, on the bright sunny day, but nevertheless a beautiful picture here, a yacht in the background, and the tranquil waters of the Caribbean Sea right behind us here, Roxel.
So I missed that delivery there.
Short of a length outside the off, some big cut, but straight to the man at point, back of the point.
Avinash Mahabir Singh. So it's still no addition to the score. 25 for 1. Trinidad keeping tight rein on things this morning. And Guyana not allowed to get away as we have Seals. He comes up now to Anderson. Pitched up further this time, a little further up on the off stump and coming forward and driving it to the man who's tumbling away there at mid-on. Doesn't get it past him. He does the fielding and there is no addition to the score. Number 7, Samir Ali, did the fielding there for Trinidad and Tobago.
And with the Trinidad bowlers bowling so tight, Roxelle, it affords them the chance to really bring in the field and close out things in terms of giving runs to the Guyanese.
This one is a shorter, pitching and coming into the batsman again. He had to get on his toes and were probably in two minds whether he should pull or just drop it in front of him. Eventually, he decided to drop it in front of him. End of a very good over, I make it there by Jaden Seals. And it's 25 for 1. Guyana against Trinidad and Tobago here at the Annisvale playing field.
I was making the point that because of the way in which these opening bowlers for Trinidad have been bowling very tight on a good line, on a good length, and they are generating some pace off the wicket, it afforded the captain to bring his field in. They have 10 of their players inside the 30-yard circle, and the Guyanese are unable to get the ball past them. They are feeling very well indeed. So the pressure is building, Roxelle. And when you're playing some of his shots and you're not able to get any runs, you're feeling the ball on the bat, but you're not able to get anything for it. Sometimes it plays in your mind, and the pressure is built, and you make a foul shot.
Yes, yes, that's so true. But so far, we haven't seen many of those foul strokes. We has a change of bowling from the commentator's booth end. Number 63, I make it Rivaldo Ramlogan. He comes in now, medium pace for Trinidad. He offered up one just about the middle stump to Sinclair, who worked it behind square for a single, and the score moves up to 26. Rivaldo Ramlogan is on the attack, and I did see some of our followers, viewers asking this morning if he is playing. Ramlogan. He is actually, yes, taking the ball at this time. So Ramlogan it is from the commentator's booth, and he is going to come up now to Anderson. Offers one that's pitched on about the leg stump, midland leg, and just pushing it into the vacant area there between mid-wicket and mid-on, and gets a single is Anderson. So another single to the total for Guyana. Coming around from the short mid-on position was Nanan. He did the fielding. Guyana moves on to 27 for 1. So far, not as much pace and bounce as the two opening bowlers, and he has not been on the off stump so far. Andrew.
Not at all, and the Guyanese batsmen seem to relish this, as already they have had 2 off the over, and as opposed to the tight spell that was bowled so far early on by the other bowler from this end, which was James.
And coming behind that one, there was Sinclair. He was there very early and before the ball actually got to him. So you could see the difference in terms of the pace offered by James, who was bowling this end, and now Ramlogan. But it's Ramlogan. He comes up now to Sinclair. This one is pitched outside the off, some better delivery and slightly moving away and coming behind it and pushing it to the fielder coming from point is I make it Sinclair. Mahabir Singh did the fielding. No further addition to the score. What do we have for Ramgalan in terms of a field? He has, I make it a slip, a gully, a point, a cover, an extra cover, a mid-on, a mid-off, a short mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Comes now is Ramlogan. This one is pitching outside the off stump and moving slightly back in to Sinclair, who just sees that one go by, and there is no addition to the score. 27 for 1.
Roxelle, we know that the selectees from last year who are eligible would be selected automatically in the squad. But how do
you have that opinion?
Yeah, that happens. But how do you tell a player, for example, say probably Sinclair, who's batting there now, right? He gets, say, probably a 20 or 30, and that is the only score of note that he gets, and he doesn't get selected. Or another bowler from one of the teams who doesn't get a chance to bowl. With 2 rained out games, 2.5 games rained out, he doesn't get a chance to bowl. He's a leg spinner, for example, and he might not even get a chance because the other bowlers before him might have wrapped up the team. How do you?
Well, this is
You know?
why I asked the question earlier, because what if Andrew Bramble was selected last year,
Right.
and in your 5 innings you scored 2 runs? How does that equate to you being selected
Well, I
again?
think they have that policy. Once you would have been selected, they select you again. I don't know. I mean,
Okay, well, let's see. And as I said, I have some names I would offer to our viewers as what I've seen so far. I'm not the selector and or the one of the selectors, and I'm not saying that these are the names that are gonna be selected. But from our vantage point in terms of the quality that was offered so far, we have a few opinions.
I'm gonna ask you some. I want to ask you some and see if you have. I have a few also.
Okay, so there's another change in
You'd
bowling.
ask.
We have another medium pacer coming, this time from the backward end. It's Leon Bassano. Bassano comes up now to the number 45, Kevlon Anderson. He leaves this one outside the off stump. And a ball pitched just about the off stump and moving away, just outside off stump and moving away. And Anderson circumspectly looking to see what is being offered here by Bassano. Bassano coming from the backward end. He offers one that's outside the off stump. This is going to be called, no, it's not. It was wider off the off stump, pitching and going further away, and was not called wide by umpire Williams. And Anderson again just left that one to go by. 27 for 1. Over number 13. I make Anderson 16 and Sinclair 6. It's Bassano. This one a little further up, closer to the batsman, on the off stump, coming and driving it down on the bounce. After 2-3 bounces before it gets to the number 9, that is Seals. He does the fielding and mid off, and there is no addition to the score. 27 for 1. 27 for 1. We have Bassano. Comes up now to Anderson. This one is pitching outside the off stump. A good length again. And not in, again in that corridor of uncertainty. A length where you have to decide whether I'm going to play or not, whether I'm going to drive or not, whether I'm going to leave it or not. Eventually he decides to leave, and there is no addition to the score. Julian behind the stump, constantly encouraging his bowler. Bassano comes up now to number 45. This is pitched up. Could have done a little better with this again, in my estimation, but probably not coming onto the bat as good as he would like it. That is Anderson, Kevlon Anderson, drives it to where the man from a short extra cover came around and did the fielding. Still with 10 men in the circle, Andrew, as Bassano comes up now to Anderson. He gets a delivery that's pitched on a better delivery. I make it this time. Pitched on about the off stump and shaping into him, and coming forward and keeping that one out is Anderson. No addition to the score. 27 for 1, Andrew Bramble, as we go into this 5th round game, final round of matches in the 2019 Cricket West Indies Future Stars Under 19 tournament here in St. Vincent.
Steady rebuilding by the Guyanese batsmen. You can see that they're really looking to stay there, Oxel, and build an innings, put some runs on the board, and that's good. That augurs well. They're not doing anything rash. The Trindad bowling is pretty tight, and they're just content to stay there and wait for the bad ball, play each ball in its merit so far.
Ramgolan comes in now to Sinclair, short outside the off stump, and punching that one this time, getting it through the fielder who was coming around from the cover area, didn't feel cleanly, and one more to Sinclair. I make him 7, and the score goes up to 28. 28 for 1. A score signifying how difficult it has been to score this morning. There have been few bad deliveries on offer, and that was one there that could have been dealt with a little better. But it's Ram Logan. He comes up now to Anderson. Anderson gets a delivery that's pitched on the leg stump, and again, not coming onto the bat, I believe, from my estimation, as he would love, and just working that one backward of square, and the fielder there coming around doing the fielding is the number 7, Samir Ali. He came around from forward of square, did the fielding. One more to Anderson, or was that a leg by? Clarification. One more to Anderson, and he moved on to 17. 29 for 1. Ram Logan, medium pacer from Trinidad. From our end here, the commentator's booth. He comes in now to Sinclair. Sinclair gets a short rise in delivery and could only succeed in getting it to the fielder who's at Gully, and no addition to the score. So Andrew, from the Windward Islands so far, the selectors may be looking at Taj Tavernier, Malachi Xavier, Teddy Bishop, Kamani Milius, Akeem Ogist, in my estimation. And we'll give you some other names in a bit. But we have Ram Golan comes up now to Sinclair. Sinclair gets the delivery. I don't think it's coming onto the bat as the batsman would love, Andrew.
Well, a little bit slower than the opening bowlers, Roxel. So
Yes.
he's getting it. It's coming on, but not as fast. And he is also using some guile in that he's bowling some slow ones. He's holding it back a little bit every now and again. He's not as quick as the others, but he's really trying to think through his bowling here today.
And Sinclair's getting the position early and very, very early. So not being able to make use of the deliveries if they're bad. But this one shot outside the off stump and cut away. Forward of point to the boundary for 4. Just as we are saying that he's not taking advantage of the bad deliveries, this one was in his area and did not even worry about rolling his wrist. All he did, cut really well, forward of point in the air, but away from the fielder and into the boundary at point for 4.
Well, that one was short of a good line. It stood up and asked to be hit, and he did what any good batsman would do, Roxel. He put it away to the boundary for 4.
Yes, and obviously with all the fielders except the fielder in the boundary, once he gets it past the fielder, it would have been some work for the fielder to get that one. Ram Logan comes up now to Sinclair. This one is pitched up, a better delivery on about the middle and off, and coming forward comfortably there is Sinclair. He pushed it down to the fielder, number 25, Joshua James, who is at mid-off, does the fielding, no addition to the score. 33 for 1, Andrew. 33 for 1. Those names from the Windwards seems to be okay.
Yes,
for you?
I had them all in my equation. Melias, Auguste, Xavier. I had them. Do you have 4 from Barbados in your squad?
We haven't got down the Barbados.
Oh, you
yet,
have
so
not the Barbados. Oh, you're coming down the
we're
line.
coming
Okay,
there.
right, all right.
That's Windwards for now.
Alrighty.
We're gonna let them observe
And let it soak in.
Yes,
Probably.
as we try to give some ideas, because as
So
I said,
can you give us them again?
so from the Windwards, my view, I have Taj Tavernier, the wicketkeeper batsman, Malachi Xavier, Teddy Bishop, Kamani Milius, and Akeem Ogist. This one's wide. This one is pitching wide of the off stump and going even further away. I think where it pitched was outside of the line and even went further away. So one more to the total. Signal there, a wide signal by umpire Jacqueline Williams. They move on. That's Guyana to 34 for 1. 34 for 1. Guyana. It's now, I make it, the bowler is Bassano, comes up now, pitched on about the off stump, coming forward and driving it down to mid-off is Anderson. He does not score, could not beat Seals coming in from the mid-off position, and he stays on 17. 17, I make it Anderson, Sinclair 11, 34 for 1, and we are in over number 15. It's with Bassano. Comes up now, a short rise and delivery outside the off stump. Attempting to cut there is Sinclair. He does not make contact, goes through to wicketkeeper Leonardo Julian, and there is no addition. So we have 2 other games, Andrew. The Leewards have slumped from 18 without loss to 20 for 4 against Barbados. As Bassano comes up and to Anderson, who drives one, picks up outside the off stump again, driving down to the man at mid-off. Going around there was Jaden Seals. He feels no addition. 34 for 1 over number 15. Guyana building slowly, still a number of overs to bat, so is still with wickets in hand. This one is pitched on about, just about outside the off stump, but back of a length this time. Anderson comes forward, gets behind it, and pushes it to the man who comes in from a short extra cover position, Samir Ali. He does the fielding, looks at it, did a little bit of work, and tosses it to Jaden Seals. Seals now gets it to his bowling partner in Bassano. Bassano comes up now to Anderson. Anderson gets one and trying to push this one back past the bowler is Anderson. Plays it into the wicket, it bounces up to the field. Well, the bowler in his follow through. Bassano does the fielding partially initially and then completes it. He is content in just taking his time and going back to his bowling mark. Does so now. The right arm medium pacer comes up now outside the awesome cut through the cover area, forward of point, down to the boundary for 4, short and wide, dealt with accordingly by Kevlon Anderson. He moves on to 21. Guyana 38 for 1 at the end of 15 overs.
And Anderson here showing why he was a selectee on the West Indies on the 19, looking very accomplished now, getting into his stride, really putting away the bad balls when they come Roxell, and looking a very accomplished batsman indeed.
So this is what we're talking about. Building did have a testing time in the first 4 overs or so, Andrew. But since then, although it's been a little slow going, they are now taking advantage of the bat deliveries. A few more being offered up by number 4, number 3 bowlers by the Trinidad team. And we are immediately seeing a change. So we have a left arm spinner coming into attack. I make it Nicholas Ali. Nicholas Ali, left arm spin from the commentator's booth. And we're going to see what he has to offer. So in the other games, Leeward Islands against Barbados at Park Hill. Leeward Islands have slumped from 18 without loss to 26 for 4. And the game between the Windward Islands and Jamaica at Cumberland is yet to start.
Yes, and they have some issues at Cumberland in terms of the drainage Roxell, and they would have to work on that. The game between the Leewards and the Windwards, even though the rain stopped at about 9:45, game never started until after 2. And that is something they would have to look at there seriously where that is concerned. And new ground just opened, and to be experiencing those problems, they'd have to work on that quickly. But here at the Annisvale playing field, we see spin in the attack. The Trinidadians trying to look for the breakthrough. The Guyanese have quite a number of spinners in the attack also, so they should be accustomed to this kind of bowling and should be able to adapt accordingly.
Okay, left arm spin. This one is shortish and trying to cut it through the cover area was I make it Sinclair, and he was not successful in doing that, and that has precipitated a change. We now have a sweeper on the boundary. We'll give you the feel for Ali, Nicholas Ali this time. He comes now into Sinclair. This one is pitched a little further up on about the middle and leg, and coming forward and pushing it down to the man coming from a short mid-arm position was Sinclair. Ali, this is Nicholas. Gets one that's short outside the off stump and punched past the fielder who was at a short extra cover position. Coming off of the boundary, number 21 in Bassano. He does the fielding. One more to the total. 39 for 1. 21, I make it for Anderson. 21 Anderson and 12 Sinclair. Left arm around the wicket is now Nicholas Ali. He does now pitches just about the arse up and spinning into Anderson, who is content in pushing this one down to the fielder on the long boundary. Doing the fielding down there, number 63 in Raman Lugan. He does the fielding. One more to the total. We have Nicholas Ali coming around the wicket. He bowls, pitching this one just outside the off stump, a little further to the batsman, trying to cut there was Sinclair. Didn't make good contact. He cut it He cut it into the wicket and bounced up to and make it Julian, who does the fielding. And the end of the over, the first water break, or is it?
Yeah.
First water break, and it is 40 for 1 after 16 overs. 40 for 1 after 16 overs. We're going to go to master control at this time as the players take a refreshment break. 16 overs gone. I make it 40 for 1. Anderson 22, Sinclair 12, and we're going to have a short break. So we are back at the Arnesville playing field. Some clouds coming over, Andrew, but it's Guyana, not doing badly at all. They have progressed to 40 for 1 after 16 overs. They have been asked to bat first by Trinidad and Tobago here in this fifth round match of the Cricket West Indies Future Stars Under 19 competition. Fifth round match here at the Arnesville playing field. We also have Barbados taking on the Leewards at Park Hill, and the Windwards playing, well, they should be playing against Jamaica once play gets on the way at the Cumberland playing field. 40 for 1. Not bad going by Guyana, and Trinidad has bowled pretty well so far this morning as well, Andrew.
Yeah, the bowling for Trindad has been very tight indeed, and the Guyana batsman has weathered the storm, and they have consolidated to some extent, yes. and they'll now be looking to push on and put some runs on the board, Roxelle.
So Ali, that is, I make it Samir Ali. Just got one that was pitching on about the middle stump and spinning away. Is a leg spin bowler from Anderson. Well, I made that Sinclair. Well, that was Anderson, correct? And he punched it past the cover fielder down to the sweeper, and he got a single. 41 for 1. This one is pitching again, shortish, and but a little closer to the batsman. Good length as well, and he could only manage to get it to the cover fielder. That is, I make it Sinclair. Ali looked quite attacking so far in his 3-4 deliveries. Comes up now. This one is pitched outside the off. Some driven back past the bowler. Could the fielder get around from the long off position? He does, and does some very good fielding as well. Got around, restricted the fielder, the batsman, sorry, to 1, and had a really, really good, powerful, strong throw into Ali, and that was some good cricket all around. I make it there, Andrew. It's Samir Ali. He is bowling from the backward end. Comes up now to bowl to Kevlin Anderson. This one pitching about the leg, some short, and pulled around there to the fielder on the square leg boundary. Gets a single, Anderson. As usual with leg spinners, always give you one or two deliveries in the over that can be scored off.
Shortage. So, yes. And the Guyanese seem to be much more comfortable now against his spinners. They're scoring pretty much more freely now as opposed to the opening pace bowlers. But let's see what happens here now as they would try to push on, as I said, and build a score that they can defend later on.
Yeah, so they have moved on to 17 for 1, and after 17 overs, they're now going to offer up over number 18. Sorry, what did I say? 17. 43 for 1 in over number 17. Thank you for the correction there. As we have the number 29, Nicholas Ali. So Ali is on the attack. Left arm spin from our end, from the commentator's booth end, and leg spin from the backward end. Both Alis. This time it's Nicholas. We get some getting himself together there is Sinclair as Nicholas Ali comes up now around the wicket. Pitch outside the off, some shortish, and pulling this one, tugging this one down to the long boundary is Anderson. He gets a single, feeling well down on the boundary. In front of us here is Ram Lugan, and there is one more to the score. What does Nicholas have? He has a slip, he has a backward point, a short extra cover made off. Man of the sweeper boundary. He has a wideish short mid wicket. He has a long on and a square leg on the boundary. Comes up now is Nicholas. He bowls this one outside the off, some shortish, and punching it, going back and punching it back past the fielder who is at short point. Gets a single, and that is, I make it Sinclair. Sinclair gets another one to his total. He moves to 14. I make Sinclair 14, and Anderson is on 25. Anderson comes in to take strike. 45 for 1 in over number 18. Nicholas Ali, left arm spin, coming around the wicket now to bowl to Anderson. Short, and coming in, spinning in to I make it Anderson. He had to come down on that one and place it only back to the bowler. Nicholas Ali. From the commentator's booth end, comes up now, pitches this one, over pitched to Anderson, Kevlin Anderson, who drives down to long on, and one more to the score. That's the end of the over. I make it 46. The scoreboard is a little slow. They're taking down the numbers, but into putting it up, they're a little slow. So Lane and company over that side listening to us, we are following you. So it's 46 for 1 after 18 overs. Guyana, Andrew, steady going.
Steady going and rebuilding, looking to consolidate, and I think they're looking to get a pretty big score here to the Roxelle, and I think people like Sinclair and Anderson will be looking. Well, Anderson already being a selectee, Sinclair probably looking to force himself into the selector's mind.
Yes, so it's Samir. Samir Ali, remember, he was a top wicket taker in the interzonal competition, under 19 competition in Trinidad this year. So he's going to want to spin a web around the Guyanese batsmen. But Guyana is also known for some good spinners, but it's Samir Ali. He comes up now from the Beko end. This one is pitching, well pitched up, and coming forward and driving it back to the bowler is Anderson. Anderson's on 26. Sinclair's on 14. The score is 46 for 1, and we are over number 19. Samir Ali comes up now. This one's a good delivery. Really good delivery, and you can see applauding that delivery is Leonardo Francis. He is at slip. Good delivery, pitched on about middle and off, and had to keep that one out. Anderson, he gets one now. That's pitched up and driving it. Could only get it to the bowler who, in his follow through, knocks it down and feels in his follow through. It's still 46 for 1. 46 for 1. We have now the mid-on going back to the long boundary. Samir Ali comes up now to Anderson, pitches outside the off stump, and this one comes back in to Kevlin Anderson, spins back into Kevlin Anderson, and he was looking at that one circumspectly, getting it out to the fielder at the short mid-wicket position. Coming now, driving is Anderson. Gets it down to the fielder who comes off the long off boundary, gets a single, and it's 47. 47 for 1 after 19 overs. Mixing it up here now is Samir Ali, Andrew.
Yes, Roxelle, trying to keep the batsmen thinking and giving them a variety here, and keeping them on their toes.
Continuing the attack would be Nicholas Ali, left arm spinner. He's been operating around the wicket to the right-hand batsman here from Guyana. He comes in now to bowl to Anderson. Anderson gets a good delivery. Pitch on about the off stump. Again, applauded there by Francis. We have a change by Julian. Julian is now asking his mid-off to go on to the long off boundary, and he's brought in the mid-on, brought in the fielder from long on to mid-on. And the shortest delivery outside the off stump, not dealt with, not taken advantage there by Anderson. And diving away in his follow-through was Nicholas Ali. He comes up now, short again, but a little closer to the batsman in Anderson. He punched that one to the fielder, number 99, Nanan, coming around from extra cover, who does the fielding. No addition to the score. Nicholas Ali to Anderson, shortish again, on about the middle stump, and cannot score once more. There is Anderson rushing the batsman.
Pressure building, Roxelle,
yes.
pressure building. Something
Yes.
has got to give here.
It's Nicholas Ali. This one repulls through the mid-wicket area. This is going to go into the cow corner widest mid-wicket boundary, 4-4. He has bowled a couple of shorter deliveries, but this one was a little shorter and in the area just about middle and leg, and gave the batsman the opportunity to go back and pull it around into the mid-wicket, close to the cow corner area that we call it these days. And that's 4 more to Guyana. Nicholas Ali, this time it's outside the off stump and spinning back into Anderson. He comes forward, plays it back to the bowler, who fields on his follow through. 51 for 1 after 19 overs. Anderson looking really good here. He's on 31, and I make Sinclair 14.
And the Roxelle, the Guyanese creeping along at the run rate of 2.68 runs per over here at the Annisville playing field.
Good. So Samir, this one is over pitched outside the off stump and dealt with. tugged through the mid-on position. We had the fielder at mid-on, but it was way past him before he could turn. And 4 more to the Guyanese total. Really taking advantage of the loose deliveries here. And we always got a loose delivery or 2 from leg spinners.
Yeah.
And one offered up very early here by Samir Ali in this over. He comes up now to Sinclair. This one is shortish outside the off stump. Too close to him for that shot. Sinclair probably buoyed by his previous scoring shot, and in that attacking mode wanted to take advantage, Andrew.
And you can see him hitting himself with the bat on the pad, realizing that he played a naughty stroke there. And he has since settled down now, and he's playing forward in defense, pushing it back up the wicket to the bowler there.
55 for 1, 55 for 1. Samir Ali trying to work some magic here. Comes in now, and this one is pitched up, driven through to the cover fielder. I make him number 17, Mbiki Joseph. He does the fielding, and there is no addition to the score. 55 for 1. Samir Ali comes in now from the Becco end. He is bowling to Sinclair. This one is pitched outside the off, some shortish. He hits it in the air down to where a mid-off would have been. Coming off the long off boundary is the number 9 in Seals. He does the fielding. 1 more to Sinclair. And we can see some chances probably on offer very soon. It's Samir Ali comes up now to Anderson. This one is a good delivery. Beaten outside the off stump. Really well bowled. Now this is where he should be bowling on or just a little closer to the off stump. The length was good, and you can see beaten as it pitched and spun away from Anderson, Andrew.
Very good ball there indeed. And it's the last ball of the over. If you can get that kind of control in the earlier balls, from say probably ball 2 up, then you'll be able to have a few more deliveries at the batsman. He found his line and length there and the flight and everything in the last ball of the over. So you'd have to wait to try and continue the next over to see if you can replicate that.
Right, I think that was the best over bowled by Samir so far. He got the batsman into making a couple 4 strokes. One went to the boundary, yes, for 4, but it was in the air. And there was another one that if they had a conventional mid-off,
would have been an easy catch.
It might have been an easy catch. But a shortish delivery spinning in to I make it a Sinclair. He pulled that one to mid-on, and Anderson was looking for a single, but it was not on. Number 29, short, 2 shots, and pulled into the corner area over the man at short mid-wicket. 4 more to I make it Sinclair, and it is now 60 for 1. The 2 short, that one. That's probably the shortest one offered up by Nicholas, and it was easily dealt with there by Sinclair. He moves up to 23. Sinclair moves to 23. This partnership is progressing really well for Guyana and Bramble.
Yes, definitely so indeed. And they have settled themselves now, and they seem to have a liking to the spin bowling, Roxel. You can see that they are playing their shots a little more freely now. They're getting the boundaries are coming. Granted that there have been some loose bowling by some of the Trinidad spinners here, and they're capitalizing on it and making the best of that.
So a little bit more familiar in terms of what is being offered, the spinners, and in some occasions, as you've said, there were some loose deliveries, and in more cases than not, they have been dealt with quite well. This one was wide outside the off stump, short and wide, and Anderson could not get it past the fielder who came in from, I make it a shortish backward of point position. He comes in now is Nicholas Ali. Comes in and bowls. This is a better delivery. Pitch on about the middle stump and spinning in to Anderson. He punched it to where the man from short mid on came around. He could not complete the fielding. Getting a single, yes, was Anderson. The fielder who actually came from I make it, he was mid off, came around and did the fielding. This was a good delivery. At the end of the over, a good delivery there from Nicholas Ali. This one was pitched on about the off stump and spinning into him a little faster through the air, and there was no run. 62 for 1 after 20 overs. Guyana, 22 overs, 62 for 1. We have Anderson on 32 and Sinclair on 24. Andrew, for Barbados, or from Barbados, I have Naeem Young, I have Matthew Ford, I have Ramon and Shea Simmons, I have Anthony Morris, and I have Rivaldo Clark.
Good.
Those are my options as it relates to what I've seen.
I was impressed with Ford, Sinclair, and do we keep it Sinclair?
Yes. Well, no, Clark.
No,
Clark.
Clark. And the
Yes.
pace bowler from the southern end was Sinclair.
Simmons. Two Simmons, yes.
Okay.
Two Simmons. One that opened with Ford and the first.
Right, the one that
bowler.
opened with Ford. The one that opened with Ford, I was very impressed with him. Yes, the first change was the Simmons also. But the Simmons who opened from the southern end with Ford, I think he has a lot of promise. Ford himself
Shea
also.
Simmons, yes.
Yeah, Ford himself also has a lot of promise, so I don't know. And with the opening bowlers we have seen for Trinidad and Tobago here, we know that the Windies have some good bowlers. We have seen Guyana, we have seen the Leewards. It will be a toss-up there for the selectors in terms of who they select. We have to probably look at the pace bowlers, Roxell, who can bat. And who would have, I don't think many of them would have gotten a chance to show their prowess, probably except for the Windward Islands. They would have
Batted through some
batted
innings,
through some,
yeah.
yeah.
Anyway. So, yes, those 6 that I've seen. Naeem Young will get back in. Not a bad cricketer. I don't think he got a 41 and he also bowls a pretty good length. And he was also part of the setup last year.
Yeah.
So there, and I think Antonio Morris has a bit to offer. He has not had any big totals in the tournament, but he looks, if he gets in, to be someone who could get some runs for you in the top order, or probably middle order with the bat.
And these are the kind of players we have to look at and don't make them escape as Archer did.
Oh, okay. Yes. Well, you just said it.
Just thought I had to get in that one.
Well, trust me, get it in and getting it in loudly is important. And this is Samir Ali, short on the leg stump and pulled through the mid-wicket area for 4. That's a good shot there. Good shot there by I make it Anderson. So he gets another 4. And pouncing on the bad deliveries here now are the Guyanese openers. Number 3 and number 2 and number 3 batters. They have progressed to 68 for 1. 68 for 1 after 23 overs. I have Kevlon Anderson on 37 and Junior Sinclair on 25.
And Sinclair, Anderson there, Roxell, sorry about that. Anderson getting into his stride now, looking, flowing. He's really playing some good shots now. And Sinclair is holding his own with him there. And they seem to be seeing the ball nicely now. They seem to be very much more comfortable with the spin that is being offered here by the slow bowling spin that is being offered by Trindad and Tobago. He's pulling forward of square rather than backward of square.
Yes.
And you could see that he's seeing the ball quite early, and picking up it early and being able to play shots.
This time he punches, trying to get that one to the mid-off position, going around to a wide mid-off position and doing really well is that lanky figure of Jaden Seals. He does the fielding, but one more to Sinclair. He gets his score onto 26, and this is a good delivery. Comeback delivery there by Nicholas Ali, just outside the off stump, but a good length, asking the batsman to make a shot. He attempted to cut it backward of point, but got it only to point. Nicholas Ali comes up now. This one is pitching just about outside the off, someone coming, spinning into him, and was content in playing that one to the man coming in from a short extra cover. It is now Nicholas Ali once again. Comes up to bowl to Anderson. He struck outside the off stump, and this time not a good offer in terms of his pull shot. Pull sweep if you want to put it that way. Yes, it was not a shot. So didn't have the time to pull that one, to sweep that one. Again, trying to sweep him outside the off. So probably losing his train of thought,
His,
Andrew.
no, his non-checker should probably just go down and have a word with him because those two last shots looks like he's losing his focus. And sometimes when you get into the mode of scoring runs and the runs are flowing Roxelle, you tend to, throw things away. You give away your hand by playing a shot that is not there at this point in time. And even though they would have recovered to 69 for 1 from an early loss, they still have to press on and look at batting right through.
Okay, we can get from the score. I believe they may have had a 50 partnership. Let's see when they would have lost the first wicket. They lost a wicket on the first wicket fell at what score? We get that from the scorer. But in our estimation, Andrew, those two deliveries that he tried to sweep, I don't think they were short enough. They were not as short as those that he has dispatched. And so he has to go back to making the right decisions in terms of what strokes he's going to choose.
Definitely so. And, try not to improvise.
Exactly. So it's Samir Ali from the backward end. He comes up now to bowl to Sinclair. This one is short. And on about the leg stump, middle and leg, I make it middle stump, and not dealing with it quite well there was Sinclair, and he only managed to hit it into the wicket, and feeling in his follow-through was Samir Ali. He comes up now to bowl to Sinclair. This one is pitched outside the off stump, driven through the cover area, and he gets a single Sinclair. He moves up to 27. I make it 70 for 1, and we are over number 25. 70 for 1, and looking really good at this pair so far. We're still waiting to see what the partnership is. We'll get that at the end of the over. Samir Ali comes up now, over pitched outside the off stump, and driving there was Anderson coming from the inner portion of the bat as it spun away from him was Anderson, and getting it back to the bowler. Samir Ali, number 7 on his back, from the beautiful backward end, comes up now. Bowls. This one pitches outside the off stump, staying away from him, and punching it to the point fielder, number 5, Avinash Mahabir Singh, does the fielding. No addition to the score. Samir Ali comes up now to Anderson. This one is pitching on the off stump and spinning slightly away from him. Gets it past the fielder at point, down to the sweeper. He gets a single. We see some clouds around, and there's some rain with us. The ground staff is now putting on their raincoats, so to speak, and they're making their way around to the heavy blue covers as Samir Ali comes up now. He's going to bowl to Sinclair. This is a good delivery. Pitching on about the off stump. Looks as if he wanted to bowl the googly there, and doing really good work to keep that one out was Junior Sinclair, and he does not score. The score remains 71 for 1 after 25 overs, and I have Anderson on 38, 9.5 century. Sinclair is on 27, and we have a break in play. The umpires have called for the covers. The first. So they've gone way past a 50 partnership because the first wicket fell at 3. So they have a partnership of, I make it 68 from my maths, 68 and 3. So what's the score? The score is now what? The score is 71. So if the first wicket fell at 3, the partnership is 68. If the partnership, if the first wicket fell at 3 and the score is 71, the partnership should be 68. All right. So we have the covers being applied now. The first piece, the white portion that covers the strip that we are actually playing on, and then for the entire square, we have the big blue portion will be applied. And we did say that we're going to have some on and on showers today, some stoppages for rain. This is the first since we've started, Andrew. And Guyana, I think, pretty well placed to get the score. I make it about 170 if they continue to pile on and bat well, Andrew Gamble.
Yes, they have really consolidated well after losing that early wicket. The early wicket there of Singh and Sinclair and Anderson have since then initially weathered the storm from the Trinidad and Tobago opening pace attack. They really bowled well, and they did put their heads down, and now they have begun to extend a little bit, playing their shots and looking to build a score that they can defend. Sinclair in particular, Anderson in particular, looks the part. Roxell, he looks quite an accomplished batsman. He's playing on both sides of the wicket well, and he's picking up the pitch of the ball early, and he has some good shots in his repertoire. And I hope that they can really push on, and we can have a good game here this afternoon. I know the Trinidadians have a good lineup also, and I'm really here to see some good cricket, and I would like to see that these youngsters apply themselves, because we want to have a very good team and a very competitive team into the Youth World Cup from January or thereabouts.
Yes, January, February in South Africa. That's going to be something to update our viewers of what's happening in the other games. At Park Hill. Park Hill, in Leeward Islands, 47 for 6. 47 for 6 against Barbados. I believe that the Barbadian team continue to do as well as they're doing right here. And they're looking at 4 more points. And possibly with some with the perception that some of those wickets may have gone to fast bowlers. I'll give you a rundown of what has happened in a bit. But here at Arnisvale, here at the Arnisvale playing field, where we have Barbados, we have Guyana taking on Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and inserted Guyana. Guyana were in a little bit of trouble at 3 for 1. They have since progressed 71 for 1 after 25 overs. On 38, we have Kevlon Anderson. And on 27, we have Junior Sinclair. We're just going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll give the viewers an update of what is happening in the other games.
Yes, can you hear me? Are you hearing me now? We're at the Annisvale playing field where we're trying to bring you coverage of this, the Cricket West Indies Future Stars under 19 tournament. Hear me? She hearing? Okay.
Okay, so we are back at the Annisvale playing field. We are actually looking at the groundsmen, those helping with the covers, taking away the big elongated blue part of it, and then we would see the smaller white portion that covers the strip on which we are playing on being removed. Where we are here at the Annisvale playing field. The Trinidad and Tobago team, they won the toss and they chose to bowl. They are playing against Guyana. Guyana are 71 for 1 after 25 overs, 71 for 1. The wicket to fall was that of Sachin Singh. He was caught. Leon Bassano bowled Jaden Seals without scoring. And the not out batsmen are Junior Sinclair. He is on 27, including 3 fours. And Kevlon Anderson, 38. He also is not out, and he also has so far scored 3 boundaries. Extras are 6, 5 wides, and a no ball, 71 for 1 after 25 overs. Bowling figures so far for Team Trinidad. We have, let me just bring back up this graphic. Jaden Seals, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 16. Joshua James, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9. Rivaldo Ramlogan, 2 overs for 8 runs. Leon Bassano, Leon Bassano, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 5 runs. Nicholas Ali, 5 overs for 16 runs. and Samir Ali, 5 overs for 17 runs. Andrew, there are two questions for you from our viewers. The first one is, let me make sure I get the viewers' question correct. Let me just get it back up here. It says, uh, what are the criteria to be selected on a regional or West Indies team? Let's take the under 19s here, for example.
Good performance in the tournament, basically. I mean, being outstanding, performing well for your team, doing your role that you're supposed. If you're selected as a batsman, scoring runs and showing that you have the aptitude and the know how to fit in and hold a position and play according to what is expected of you. Basically that. If you're a bowler, pick up wickets, bowl well within bowl proper line and length, and be able to attack when necessary, show some aggression if you're a pace bowler, show some guile if you're a spin bowler.
Okay, so performances in the competition. And
I think that goes with attitude to Roxel, because if you are to be
you have to
selected,
be coachable.
yeah, yes, to put yeah.
Okay, right. Secondly, well, for those who don't know where we are in the Caribbean, in the West Indies, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We are called the Gem of the Antilles. This is where we are hosting the West Indies, Cricket West Indies Under 19 tournament this year, second year consecutively, so to speak. And this is where you are getting live coverage from.
Yes, in the Eastern Caribbean chain, the chain of islands formed in the Eastern Caribbean, that archipelago coming from Cuba right down to Trinidad and Tobago. We are in there just north of Grenada, south of St. Lucia, and to the east of Barbados. To the west of Barbados, sorry.
Right. And then another question was, why are we bringing live stream of this game and not the Barbados versus Leeward's game? Well, a schedule was set from the onset. So
Yeah.
there were games set in order for coverage to be brought, the logistics of moving around equipment and that kind of stuff. I know there was a switch on the fourth round because of some technical issues, but there was a schedule that was set since previously to the start of the competition, and so obviously you would not know
Who would be in the front runners, who would
and
be the
that
front
kind of
runners.
stuff. So the games were preset as it relates to coverage being brought.
And in round one, which was rained out, Barbados game from Parker should have been streamed. That was rained out. In the second round of game, the Barbados game versus Guyana was streamed. In the third round of games, the Barbados versus Guyana Jamaica game was streamed. The game between Barbados and the Windward Islands at Parkhead was not scheduled to be streamed, but an accommodation was made there, saying that was a top of the table clash. And in this last round game, they didn't get a stream in there. So they would have had 4 out of their 5 games being streamed.
Okay, so but we'll bring you updates as that game goes on. And let me just try and update the viewers as it relates to that. The Leeward Islands, I make it 67 for 7, Andrew.
Wow.
At this time, 67 for 7. The Leewards, they won the toss and chose to bat, 67 for 7. We had Christian Yearwood. He was caught. Rivaldo Clark, again Andrew Bramble, probably scarf number 9 or 10.
Or 10
so
thereabouts.
far in the games that were completed or had some play, so to speak. Christian Yearwood caught Rivaldo Clark, bowled Matthew Ford for 2. Elroy Francis caught Rivaldo Clark, bowled Ramon Simmons. He got 15. Yuri Smith caught Matthew Ford, bowled Ramon Simmons without scoring. We had Paul Miller caught Shea Simmons, bowled Matthew Ford without scoring. Anderson Amudan, he is not out on 23. I make it Zawandi White. He was caught Rivaldo Clark, bowled Matthew Ford for 4. We have Carlton Bowens Tuckett, caught Desani Griffith, bowled Ramon Simmons for 4. Bujnarain Sharma caught Matthew Ford, bowled Indal Prasad for 8. And Antonio Fernandez, he is not out on 1. So 67 for 7, the Leeward Islands in 24 overs. Matthew Ford, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 13. That takes his tally to 11 wickets. Andrew, Shea Simmons, one of the bowlers you have been impressed with, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 25. Raman Simmons, the left arm pace bowler that I really, really like, 7 overs, 2 maidens, or 7 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 10. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 10. Naeem Young, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 12. And Indal Prasad, 2 overs, no maiden, 1 for 5. So Barbados doing really, really good work there, and looking to probably end on a high as they get closer to championship honors. Andrew.
Yes, Roxelle. The Barbadian team, the Barbadian outfit looks the part, and they would have been. I really would have liked to see, a game between themselves and Windward Islands, who is also playing very good cricket. Unfortunately, nature had its course in that game, and we didn't have any of that. But I would look forward to seeing some of these names that you have mentioned there in a West Indies selection, in a select squad. I think there'll be a practice game here on Sunday. It is Sunday. I think they have a practice game. They'd announce a child squad, and they would have training here and probably culminate with a game on Sunday or so, or thereabouts. So we look forward to seeing that and listen to the names of the persons who would be selected in that squad to see if any that we would have had on our list would be there.
So the Leeward Islands again against Barbados at the Park Hill playing field, 69 for 7 after 26 overs. There is no play so far in the Windward Islands versus Jamaica game. And here at Arnesville, where we are, Guyana on the 19, 71 for 1. Let's just mention those names again, that in our perception, that may be in with a chance of being called. Again, these are not the names selected. These are our views as it relates to what we've seen
from the tournament
so far. From the Windwards, Taj Tavernier, Malachi Xavier, Teddy Bishop, Kamani Milius, Akeem Ogist. From Barbados, Naeem Young, Matthew Ford, Raman Simmons, Shea Simmons, Antonio Morris, and Rivaldo Clark. From Jamaica, I have Michael Thompson.
Yeah, definitely.
I have Kirk McKenzie, and I have Mbiki Joseph. From Guyana, I have Leon Swami. I have Ashmid Ned. I have Sachin Singh. I have Junior Sinclair. I have Kevin Omro, and I have Kevlon Anderson.
Okay.
Trinidad and Tobago, so far I have Leonardo Julian and Jaden Seals. Or Seals.
Yeah, Julian and Jaden.
The opening bowler this morning.
Opening bowler this morning, right, okay.
Yes. And from the Leewards, I have Jaden Carmichael, Antonio Fernandez, and Yuri Smith. Again, this is my perception. Obviously, they could be incorrect, or the official selectors
but that's just
can have
your
a different
opinion.
view.
The selectors may totally squash what you have there, short what you have. You might see some names that you didn't even bargain and have in your equation. You're not the selector. You're just giving an opinion as a commentator.
Correct.
And I think persons do that all the time.
Correct.
We look around and we are looking at the games, and we can therefore offer an opinion also. I think that's what it's about.
And there's other West Indies cricket in Guyana, West Indies against India in T23. India won the toss and elected to field. The West Indies after 8.4 overs. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this, Mr. Bramble? 39 for 3.
39
for 3 after 8.4 overs. Gone are E. Lewis, Evan Lewis. LBW for 10. Sunil Narayan, he was caught for 2, and Meyer playing at home, LBW for 1. We have Kieran Pollard at the crease. He's not out on 22, and he has with him as a partner in the batting innings of the West Indies right now, Nicholas Puran on 6. So
when you say, are you ready for this? I was expecting to hear something a little bit worse.
Okay, all right. It's gone up to 45 for 3. It's gone up to 45 for 3 after 9 overs. So probably a 6 struck somewhere there or something like that.
It's going at 5 runs and over.
All right. So we are about to get a restart. The umpires are making their way back out. We do not have not received an idea of if there have been any reductions in the overs. We will probably have to make contact with the official scorers. When our scorer gets back, we may have a better idea of that. Um, but the West Indies have progressed to 46 for 3. And we here at the Honest Bay playing field are getting ready to bring you live coverage of continuation. Trinidad and Tobago against Guyana. And Guyana inserted, they're not doing badly at all at the halfway stage, 71 for 1. We just had an interruption for rain. If there have been any reductions in the overs, we'll let you know when that information comes to hand. So Andrew, we also have some football on Sunday. Vinci Heat against the Red Force, Soca Warriors.
Trinidad and
Vinci
Tobago.
Heat, St. Vincent and the Grenadines against Trinidad and Tobago as
All
St.
in
Vincent.
preparation for the Nations League.
Yes, warm up for the Group B. I make it Group B Nation League clashes. We have Nicaragua, Suriname, and Dominica. Yeah, and Trinidad have obliged us by giving us a warm-up game. That game is scheduled for the Chile playing field. That's in the northern section of our island in the Georgetown area. So from cricket, we go to football and a number of other activities, obviously, around our Caribbean region during the summer period for our youngsters and for our avid sportsmen and women.
Yes, Roxelle, indeed.
So we're getting ready to give you live coverage once again. We are here where to resume the attack would be Nicholas Ali, left arm spinner. And he has with him to contend with batting are Junior Sinclair and Kevlin Anderson. Junior Sinclair and Kevlin Anderson. On strike is Kevlin Anderson. He pulls away as Nicholas Ali was about to get into his delivery stride. He comes up now. Nicholas Ali comes up to bowl to Anderson. Anderson comes forward and drives a full pitch delivery out to where the fielder comes around from short extra cover. He does the fielding, and there is no run. Nicholas Ali, once again, around the wicket. This time pitches a good flighted delivery, pitching and coming into Anderson. He is equal to the task, equal to it, and keeps it out, plays it back down the strip, and fielded in his follow-through is Ali. Nicholas Ali comes again, and he flies this one outside the awesome, cutting away. This delivery is Anderson, but he gets it to the fielder coming in from point. He does the fielding, and no addition to the score. 71 for 1. 71 for 1. We have Nicholas Ali once again flighting another delivery outside the off stump, a little further away. And this time we have Anderson having nothing to do with it. He leaves it, and there is no addition. Nicholas Ali, this one is a little closer to him. He cuts once more, and finding the field at point, I make it number 5 in Avinash Mahabir Singh, and he completes the fielding. Ali to Anderson. This time he punches, trying to get it to the extra cover position. Does not succeed in doing so. A maiden over to resume play after the shower. 71 for 1 after 27 or 26 overs. 26 overs. So we are going to continue here, and it looks as if there's a change of bowling. We now have an off-spin bowler, off-break bowler, off-spin bowler in Avinash Mahabir Singh, Andrew. He is going to take up the attack for Trinidad from the Beckway. And Mahabir Singh picked up a few wickets early in the tournament in the game and a half or so that they have completed, and different, um, a different a bit of attack here for Team Trinidad. So we have Mahabir Singh. He is going to pass umpire Jacqueline Williams. Does so now. Pitches outside the off stump and coming into him sharply. Slightly tossed, not as high as you can, and a little closer to the batsman. And Sinclair coming forward and then going back and punching that one to the short mid-wicket position. It's Mahabir Singh. This one is tossed up, well bowled there, pitching and coming into make it spinning into Sinclair. He comes forward, accomplished in an accomplished fashion, and pushing it out to the short extra cover. Well, the wideish I make it mid-on. This one is short and pulled through the mid-wicket area. Coming off of the mid-wicket boundary is the number 21 in Bassano. He fields, and a single to the score. 72. 72 for 1. Over number 27, we have Mahabir Singh. Here, let's see what he offers here now. He comes now, making sure his fielders are in their correct position. Comes up now, he's going to be bowling to Anderson. Does so now, flighted outside the off stump and coming into Anderson. And Anderson comes down on that one and pushes it to the number 17, who is Joseph, Mbiki Joseph. He does the fielding, coming in from a wideish short mid-off position. Again, plays this one back down to the bowler. Mahabir Singh, with the exception of the short delivery, has been on and on thereabout in this over. He comes up now to bowl to Anderson. Flighted on the off stump and is coming into him. A good delivery and playing a little bit around his pads there was Anderson, but he was able to keep that one out. End of over number 27, 72 for 1. Anderson is on 38, Sinclair on 28. And Guyana would look to start back again here, Andrew, after the short break in concentration. So
Yes. Yes, Roxelle, that short break there, it can do things to your concentration levels. They would have to refocus, regroup, and continue the good work they would have started in that building that partnership and continue to pushing on for Guyana.
Yes, so we are continuing to bring you coverage of this, the West Indies on the 19th tournament, being held there in St. Vincent. Round 5 we're into round 5, and we are giving you coverage from the Yanesville playing field, where Guyana, they are on 72 for 1. At Park Hill, the Leeward Islands are 79 for 7 against Barbados, and play is delayed. It hasn't been started between the Windwards and Jamaica at Cumberland. With the ball in hand is Nicholas Ali, the left arm spinner. He continues to operate from around the wicket. He has a point, make it a cover, an extra cover. He has 4 men on the boundary, a long on, a long off, a mid-wicket on the boundary, and a square leg on the boundary. This delivery, trying to drive over the bowler's head, is I make it Sinclair. Doesn't make good contact. It bubbles it floats just over Ali's head down to where the man from mid-on, long on, there's the feeling. One more to Guyana's total. This one is short, outside the off with some width. Coming around from the cover area, doing the fielding is the fielder there. I make it, let's see if we could find his number. I make it Leon Bassano, and there is no addition to the score. Ali, this is Nicholas. This time a shortish again, going back on his back foot and punching it down to long on is Anderson. He adds 1 to his total. He moves to 39, and the score is 74. So we're down to 48 overs aside, 48 overs per innings now after that break. So we've lost 4 overs. It's with Nicholas Ali. Ali comes in, pitched up outside the off stump, going into an expansive drive there was Sinclair, and he did not make contact. It goes through to the keeper, Julian, and it stays 74 for 1. 74 for 1. Ali in this case, left arm spinner, Nicholas Ali from the commentator's booth, and he comes in now, pitches on about the off. So just a shortish as well, and coming into Sinclair, who was content in just turning that one into a forward square position. He gets a single, the score 75. 75 for 1. Nicholas Ali comes in now to Anderson outside the off stump. Good delivery, good length delivery, pitching and spinning into Anderson. He comes forward, bat and pad a little closer together, and he keeps that one out. That's the end of the over. I make it 28 overs gone, 28 overs gone, 20 overs to go, 75 for you. Okay, so we are continuing here at Arnesville, and for the football lovers, St. Vincent Grenadines on the 15 team, male team, they went down to Antigua, 3-2 in their second encounter today. But it's cricket, lovely cricket at the Arnesville playing field, overcast day, and we're going to have some interruptions. We've had some interruptions, and there's always a possibility of rain during the course of the day, as we have the tail end of a tropical wave.
And we noticed some clouds building up in the east there, Roxelle. So we should expect to get another interruption if the wind doesn't blow these away. But it doesn't seem to be blowing away. They seem to be hanging over and building up.
Yes. So once again, we are plagued. Again, it's a time of the year when the start of the hurricane season, and we have seen a number of big clusters of clouds and heavy thunderstorms coming across from the African
waves
area.
And tropical waves.
Yes. But I make it Mahabir Singh. He comes up now to Sinclair, who turns this one back of the square, doesn't get a single. Coming around there is Nanan. He does the fielding, and he would set again himself to take strike from Mahabir Singh. Mahabir Singh comes up now to Sinclair. This one is a good delivery. Pitching on about the off stump and coming in well flighted as well. A bit of quicker through the air as well. So he had to be equal to it, as we have some guile being applied here. It's now Mahabir Singh. This one is shorter on about the leg stump and trying to tug that one through the mid-wicket area. Does not beat the fielder coming around from a short square leg position is Sinclair. No addition to the score. We have Mahabir Singh comes up now. He's about to pass umpire Williams. He does that now, and he offers up to Sinclair, who gets a good delivery, pitching, turning and bouncing, swimming, spinning into him, and also with some bounce there. And took, in my estimation, high up on the pad, Andrew?
On the tie pad.
On the tie pad area. Remember, the batsmen from our vantage point at this end, their backs are to us. So it is now a good delivery again, like pitching just about the leg stump and spinning in into Sinclair, who again brings into the man from forward square into play. That is Nanan. He feels that there is no run. Mahabir Singh comes up now. This one is shortish, and he's bowled! Shortish, but skilling on as it spun into Sinclair. Sinclair has had a bit of trouble in this over, Andrew. 2 or 3 deliveries where he did not look as comfortable. And this one, as he attempted, I think it rushed onto him as it spun onto him and dislodged the leg stump. And gone now, bowled. I make it Junior Sinclair. He's bowled, and the Guyana has lost their second wicket, 75 for 2.
Well, Sinclair never seemed settled in this over. Coming back from the break, he never seemed settled, and I mean he's trying to push it on, and I think he played all over one day that was A well bowled delivery by Mahadio Singh, and he lost he's off stump actually. He lost, and so Guyana have lost their second wicket at 75. A good recovery, nevertheless, between Sinclair and Anderson. Anderson is still there batting, and the new batsman is in, number 72, Roxell.
Okay, number 72, I make it Sion Glasgow. Sion Glasgow, number 72. He had a pretty good innings in the game here. I think if for want of if I'm corrected, I think he and Swami put on a little bit of runs in one of the innings before. So he joins Anderson. Anderson is 11 away from a half century. He would like to get a half century and even get a little bit more than that to keep his name in the runnings again, Andrew Bramble. And this one is Anderson pulling through the cow corner area. Is it going to go? Good bit of feeling done by 63 there. That's Rivaldo Ramlogan. He prevents it from going to the boundary, and they complete 2. It's 77 for 2. We are in over number 30. Over number 30, 29 gone. Yes, 77 for 2. And it's now, I'm making Nicholas Ali pitching this one outside Yorkshire and coming forward, really looking in good nick here is Anderson, and he drives that one to the man who came from short point area. It's Anderson now driving, trying to get this one past the man at the short middle on position, bounces off of his leg and allows the batsman to complete a single. It's 42 now, I make it Anderson. Anderson is 42, and with him just about to take his first delivery would be Sion Glasgow.
And should Anderson get a half century, Roxas, it would be a well-played half century. He really came in at a difficult time, and he really settled him and Sinclair, pulling Guyana back to some measure of respectability, if you want to call it that. And it would be nice if he can go on to get a half century or even more.
Yes, and so changing the angle of the attack is going to be, make it Nicholas Ali. He is now going to come over the wicket to the left-handed Sion Glasgow. So here we go. It's Nicholas Ali. Comes up now to Glasgow, pitching outside the off stump and going away. Glasgow comes forward out to a well-flighted delivery and drives it to the man at the short extra cover position. He comes in now. Again, it's Nicholas Ali. Comes up and he bowls. This one is on about the middle stump, pitching and turning away from, I make it Glasgow. It was short enough for him to go back, had the time to go back and played it into the mid-wicket area. Nicholas Ali into his, I make it probably his 6th over, 5th over. Could be, I'll get that for you, but he comes up now. Good delivery, pitching on about the off stump and spinning away a little closer to Glasgow this time. And Glasgow had to make sure he was correct in his defense. Keeps that one out. It went out to where a short extra cover position, the field had a short extra cover. And a successful, well, not a successful over, but a good over to complement the successful one before that, Andrew.
Yes, very tight bowling by the Trinidadian spinners. I think they found their niche. Now they are really, their flight and control has been impeccable, and they're really asking questions now of the Guyanese batters.
So it's Mahabir Singh who just picked up the wicket of Sinclair in his previous over. He's going to come up to bowl to Kevin Anderson. He does so now. A good delivery, pitching and spinning into him, rushing, skidding onto him, if you want to put it that way, and had to really change his mind in terms of his shot selection. There was Anderson. Let's see what he offers here now. Mahabir Singh really in a little groove now. This is a good delivery once more. On about your off stump. Well flighted as well, and he's getting it to spin in to the right-handed batsman sharply.
I have a question for you after this ball, Roxel.
Okay, Mahabir Singh comes up now to Anderson. This one is on about the leg stump, probably going down the leg side. There's an appeal, and he's out. He's given out LBW. This is probably pitched on about the middle and leg. Anderson is gone. He was trying to sweep, missed it, and he has been given out. LBW gone for 42. 42 LBW, Mahabir Singh. Mahabir Singh, 2 wickets in consecutive overs, Andrew?
Well, Roxelle, I mean, Mahadir Singh is bowling pretty tightly indeed, and I think Anderson was trying to push it on because having reduced overs now and probably looking at the conditions wrong, he probably was trying to push on and get this scoring going. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong ball to play across the line, and that one was pitched on about the middle stump, and he was struck plumb in front, and the umpire had no choice but to uphold the appeal of the Trinidadian fielders.
Well, off-break bowler, off-spin bowler. That one was pitched a little closer to the batsman, so I guess it didn't have much distance to travel, and then it's coming, spinning and coming into the right-handed batsman. So I guess he played over it and did not get to go on to get what may have been a well-deserved half-century, do Andrew?
Yes, definitely so. But nevertheless, a good recovery by himself and Sinclair early on. And I hope that these two new batsmen now can take a page out of their book and continue the work that they would have done in recovering Guyana to some measure of respectability.
Right, so we're going to have to get the number for the new batsman.
68, I think it is.
Okay, 68. Let's try 69.
68 or 88, is that?
69? I'm 69. I make it Alpheus Bookie.
Oh.
Yes, Alpheus Bookie. So he joins Glasgow as Mahabir Singh comes in now. Good delivery. I've got a good delivery. First up to Bookie. He was rushed, flighted and pitching and really spinning into him sharply. And he just turned that one out to a short mid wicket. Good delivery again. This time a little closer to the batsman once more. He comes down hard on it and gets it to the number 7 fielder. I make it Samir Ali in the extra cover position. Getting into his job really well here now is Mahabir Singh Andrew. He comes up now to bowl to Bookie. Pitches outside the awesome, coming into him. That is coming into Bookie. Comes off the outside portion of the bat and ran down to where a backward of point would have been the fielder point fields and came around and did the fielding. End of the over. 2 good overs on a trot from Mahabir Singh Andrew.
Definitely. So he's getting into his own now. And I think with they say the wicket is a tonic that the bowlers need, and he picked up 2 wickets in 2 consecutive overs, and so he's really into his business. His tail is up. He's really working to look to run through the middle order of the Guyanese team.
Okay, continuing from the commentator's booth, and it's Nicholas Ali. He comes in and pitches on about the off stump. And coming forward there is Glasgow, Sion Glasgow, and plays it to the fielder who comes in from extra cover, short extra cover. This one, he comes forward, and this is what, some trouble here. It's going to be a run-out chance, but I think the throw was a little too high. Julian had a little bit to do as it relates to bring it down to the stumps, and getting home safely in the end was Alpheus Bookie. Glasgow stepped into that one, advanced down the wicket and drove. And I don't know if Bookie
was late in moving off.
Yes.
He was ball watching more or less, and he took some time in getting off there. But he was able to dive in at the end and make his ground. A flatter throw, he would have been in some serious trouble.
And I think this is what we like to see from the batsmen when they're playing spin, and finally seeing someone advancing and using their feet to the spin bowlers. This is what Glasgow offered just now to Nicholas Ali. He goes around the wicket.
Glasgow is quite a tall batsman. He's pretty tall, so he can get there easily in terms of his reach.
Yes, so Nicholas Ali comes around the wicket now to Bookie. He pitches on the off stump and coming in to Bookie, spinning into Bookie. Bookie drives and only to the man at the short extra cover position. It's Nicholas Ali again. This one is a flatter delivery. Pitched again on about the off stump. And once more equal to the task was Bookie. And he kept that one out back down to the bowler. Nicholas Ali flighted outside the off stump. Bookie leaves it. He allows Julian to do the cleanup job behind the stumps. There is no addition. Nicholas Ali, once again, outside the off stump. This one's wide, and he attempted to cut. He's looking at the umpire, wondering when am I going to get a call, but it was not called wide. And that's the end of the over. Over number 32, I make it. 32 overs gone. And Guyana were 3 for 1. They progressed to 71 or 72 for 1, and they've lost 2 quick wickets. They are now 79 for 3.
My question for you, Roxel. Can a team declare in a limited overs game?
Sure. Yeah.
They can?
Yes, they can.
Okay.
You can declare anytime you feel like
Because
if you think you had enough.
You sure? Are you sure of that?
I'm very, very sure.
Okay, because I was asking the question somewhere, and one umpire told me a team cannot declare in a limited overs game. They must. So I'm saying, suppose we find ourselves in a situation as we are now, where the weather is playing havoc, and you're looking to win the championship, and I batted, and from my first 20 overs, I have 300 runs on the board, and I figure that it's good enough for me to declare. Do I have to bat my remaining 30, or can I call it off and declare there?
That's your choice, but I'm sure from the knowledge I have, you can. I don't think there is anything saying that you can't declare.
One umpire did tell me that you can't. It is in the rules that you can't declare.
It's
in
in
a
the
limited
rules.
overs.
Well, I
You
guess
can't declare in a limited
we,
overs.
we would take the advice of anyone listening who knows a little better. But I think from my knowledge, I believe you can. I'm subject to correction, but I'm thinking you can.
So I was asking the question, how does that work? Because, I mean, if I am in the competition and I am looking to win, for example, and I bat it first, and I realize that rain is threatening. I did like today when it's off and on, and I put on, as I said, a 300 runs on my first 20 overs. Do I have to bat the remaining 30? Can I declare then and put the other team into bat looking to force a win?
Well, that's an idea. We will get clarification, but off the top of my head, that's my perception. As we have, it's 2 slips now for, I make it the bowler from the Beckway end, Mahabir Singh, who is doing really, really well. Since he came on, he had a pretty ordinary first over, but he's been good on about the off stump, and he is actually doing really, really well here with his off spins. He comes up now. This one comes off the edge and goes out to the man at I make it coming in from the point area. Very, very, very good over. Very quick over in terms of the time he took to complete that. And it was a maiden as well, a maiden over, 79 for 3 after 29 overs. 29 overs, Andrew. So 23. 33 overs. 33 overs, okay. So Andrew, if you were in a position at this point, you would have declared. That's what you say.
No, not necessarily. No, I'm just looking at the scenario and given the situation of the competition at this stage. I mean, you're looking also for championship honors, So, what do you do?
Okay, well, I'm seeing here there's something that came up saying that you cannot declare in a limited overs game. All right. So what have
I know there was talk of that. I have asked the question before and I was told, and I even argued that's the very same point. Why, if I am playing in a local competition, or I'm playing in my competition, for example, and my team is hard pressed to win, we need to win our last game, for example, and it's a day like today, rain is coming on and off, overs being reduced, Duckworth Low is coming into play, and I figured that I have enough on the board that I can defend, Am I allowed to declare and try to win the game outright and so win the competition? Aren't you restricting me by telling me that I can't?
Well, again, we have to clarify that because I'm not sure if that relates to normal cricketing or is it, the international cricket rules. But I'm looking at something here with Law 14, declaration and forfeitage. Time of declaration, the captain of the side batting may declare an innings close when the ball is dead at any time during the innings. I'm not sure if that applies to 50 overs.
Right, that is for regular, normal 2-day, 3-day cricket.
Well, yeah, so
but
we'll
for
probably have to
limited
get
overs.
clarification for that. As we go along, we learn as well.
Yes, of
Because
course.
there are some
And
things
that's why I
that
threw it out there because
yeah.
I know there are persons who have been asking the same question. So it's going to create some discussion. It's a good discussion point.
Yes.
And it's probably something that would need to be looked at.
All right. So let's see what goes on and see where we can get and if we can get some advice from the people who officiate the games and give us
Yeah, I
some
did post.
official word.
I did. We have an umpires chat group here in Simmons, and I did post it in the group. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to get some response from that also.
Okay, fine. So it's Mahabir Singh doing really, really well since in his last 3-4 overs. He came, that one was pitched on about middle and off, coming in to that Sion Glasgow. He drove that one to short, extra cover, did not score. Mahabir Singh flighting, this one on the middle stump, turning it away. They're looking for a single, it is not there. They both advanced from their respective creases and made their way back into those creases while we had, I make it, Leonardo Julian from behind the stumps doing the fielding. It's now Mahabir Singh. He comes up now to Glasgow, pitched outside the off stump and turning away from him this time. He went back and punches it between where the bowler went with his follow through and the short extra cover position fielder. And they got a single. The man coming off of the long off boundary, he did the fielding. It's 82. 82 for 3. 82 for 3. We are, some of those clouds have passed behind us, Andrew.
Yes,
So it's clearing up
Beckway
the
is getting
area.
some.
Yes,
Beckway is getting some much needed
yeah, the guys
showers,
in
Roxelle, some
the
much needed rain.
Yes, the Beckway area, the catchment areas are definitely filling up as we have Mahabir Singh. This one is a quicker delivery, quicker through the air, on the stump, and had to come down hard on that one. Went back on his back foot was Bookie and kept that one out. Mahabir Singh really bowling well here for the Trinidadian unit. He comes up now to Bookie, flighted this time on about the middle stump and not being drawn into the sweep as Anderson
before
did
him,
earlier.
yes.
He decided to just go back slightly and punch or try. He attempted to punch it back past the bowler, only got it as far as the bowler, Mahabir Singh. He fielded, and it's the end of the over.
So Guyana trying to rebuild Roxelle at 82 for 3 of 35 overs. Not by any means anything threatening at the moment. They say runs already made. Runs on the board is runs already made. And 82 from 35 overs. Guyana would be looking to push on from here.
Yes, so we're still waiting to see if we get some advice from those who can advise us. Obviously, we don't know everything. And so we are asking that question. We have our own opinions, but it's now number 99. I make it a change of bowling. Aaron Nanan, a leg spin bowler. He's going to come in now to bowl the over number 36. First delivery was short and pulled through the mid-wicket area for a single. It moves up to 83 for 3 in over number, I make it 36. Aaron Nanan, leg spin bowler, comes up now and offers one that pitches and goes away, spins away outside the off stump, cutting it behind, where it's short, the fielder from, I make it short, backward of point is, he gets a single, possibly for correction there, the third man area, short third man, gets a single, and it goes to 85. 85 for 3. Andrew. 84 for 3. We have Nanan. Nanan comes in now to Glasgow. Glasgow goes back and turns this one off the pads, down to backward of square. He gets a single, and they now go on to 85. 85 for 3. So it's make it Nanan, Aaron Nanan with the number 9 on his back. He comes up from the
99.
commentator's booth, and he's going to bowl to Bookie this time, short outside the off stump, trying to cut that one back past point, doing well from the point area. I make it Mbiki. Could be subject to correction, but doing really good work there, going around and fielding well was Mbiki. Mbiki Joseph, and there was no run. None on this time. Is short on the leg stump. He is pulled through the mid-wicket area. The man coming off of the mid-wicket boundary does good work. I make that the number 9, Jaden Seals. He does the fielding, restricting the Guyanese to 1. Moving on to 86. 86 for 3 after 36 overs. 86 for 3. That is what is offered here. Andrew, I'm seeing here you cannot, both the ODI and T20 playing conditions say law 14 shall not apply. That means law 14 of original, the longer version, you cannot declare in a limited overs game. So, I was wrong. But it's I don't know. It's caused
Something that could be discussed.
well, we've been having changes in rules, huh?
Of
a
course
lot of
we
changes in the rules. So
Of course we have, and given the way cricket is going and the amount of monies and so on that are involved, I mean, winning a competition might come down to that strategy or a tactic. Why, for example, would I be forced to bat my full 50 overs, right? And the game is eventually washed out when I could have declared at 25.
because you're comfortable and
comfortable
you have
with my
that belief
score,
in your
right?
bowlers, yeah.
And bowled the other 25 and win the game.
Well, I hope those who adjudicate in terms of the changes in laws could consider this. And yeah, it offers for discussion. As we have Mahabir Singh coming from the backward end, he is going to come up now to bowl to Alpheus Bookie, gets a delivery that's pitched out about the off stump and coming back in, spinning back in to a Bookie. Bookie has to come down hard on that one. A good delivery again by Mahabir Singh. Not really bowling many loose deliveries. He comes in now to Bookie. Bookie prepares as this one is pitched down the leg side. That's going to be called a wide. Pitching outside the leg and going further away. Could not take advantage of the width and the line offered there by Mahabir Singh was Bookie. And cleaning up behind the stumps was Leonardo Julian. We have Mahabir Singh. This one is flighted on about the middle stump. In the air, coming off of the pad, I think it, and coming around and the collecting was Julian, and this one pitched, came in and ballooned off the upper part of the pad down to where backward of square might have been, Andrew, and no run. Mahabir Singh.
And Julian is doing quite a tidy job behind his stump so far, Roxanne. I don't think we've had a bye conceded by Julian as yet. And he's really doing well to the spin bowlers. Even when they would have bowled down the leg side and signal wide, he's still able to get across. You know, in many instances, we have seen the keepers being beaten and balls going down to the boundary for byes or going down in the outfield for byes and so on. But he's really doing a tidy job indeed.
Okay, so speeding through their overs quickly now is the Trinidadian spinners, Andrew. Looking for a single there. Oh, that was not on at all, was Bookie, as he came down on that one and pushed it off down to where a short mid-on is. He was looking for a single, advance almost half, well, not as far as halfway down the wicket, but he got back in time as Mbiki got his throw back in.
But I don't know where he was going. I mean, not even Usain Bolt would have been able to complete a single there. So it seems, I don't know what went through Bookie's head. You know, sometimes a rush of blood gets to your head and, you know, you do things that you would not normally do. You do things out of character that you would not normally do.
And then Mahabir Singh has been bowling quite well, so continue the batsman. It's 89 for 3 after 38 overs, 37 overs. So we are into the over number 38, just 10 after this, if there are no other interruptions. And Trinidad actually doing quite well in terms of restricting the scoring rate here from the Guyanese. This one is pitched outside the leg stump. There's an appeal. That it could only have been given if it was off the edge, but nothing in the affirmative from umpire Byron.
And Roxel Guyana going along at the princely run rate of 2.34 runs and over.
Well, it could be spin against spin with Torrington and Swami with the pace bowlers in the Guyanese team, the major spin pace bowlers. But we have Nanan, I make it. Nanan comes in now with his leg spin, pitch spinning and coming. This one is the googly, I make it, because it came back in to the left-handed batsman, and there is no addition to the score. It's Nanan. Nanan comes up now. He's going to bowl to Glasgow. This one is flighted, over pitch, well flighted, but getting to the pitch there, I make it Glasgow. Hit it over the field at short mid-wicket, going around from the long boundary was Joe James. He did the fielding. One more to the total. 90 for 3 in over number 38. Nanan, so making sure his fielders in their right position. He comes up now and he bowls to Bookie. This one is pitching about the leg stump and spinning away from him. He gets one as he pushes it backward of square. The fielder from the square leg boundary comes in, and it is now 91. 91 for 3 over number 38. And probably would have a shortened lunch, aren't you?
I guess, given the fact that we would have had an interruption or two for the morning break. In the morning so far.
The leg spinner, he gets into his wicket and pulls it past the short mid-wicket position, coming around to where we would call a corner area was the lawn fielder. He does the fielding, and there's one more run. I think they could have done a little better in the running there, Andrew.
Well, I was going to comment on that earlier on, but I didn't say anything. There are a couple of balls that were played and to fielders deep on the boundary, and they would just take a single when they could have pressed for 2. But I guess, given the situation, they're probably satisfied with what they have on the board right now, 91 for 3. Not enough in my estimation.
Okay, the Leewards have been dismissed for 106 by Barbados. The Leewards dismissed for 106. There's still a delayed start at Cumberland, where Windwards are playing Jamaica. And we are here where the Guyanese team are 91 or 92? 91 scorer with us. 92, 93. So the scoreboard has to update the tally that they have. It's 93 for 3 in over number 39. We have I make it Mahabir Singh. He is an off spin bowler. He comes up now to Bookie. He offers one up that's well flighted, pitching just about the off stump, and again spinning in sharply into Bookie. Bookie came down on that one and got it as far as the fielder who is at backward of square. It's Mahabir Singh. Comes in now to Bookie. Again, flighted on the off stump, but this time on the middle stump, this time going further way down the leg side. They get one. They're looking for a second. Completes that now. That's 2 runs as he just turned that one as far as where a short fine leg would have been. Coming around from backward of square was the number 99, Aaron Nanan. He did the fielding. Bookie moves on to two more. Bookie gets 2 more. And he is on 9. Bookie's on 9 or Bookie's on 7. Bookie is on 9 and 7 is Glasgow. So this one is pitched about the middle stump and coming forward and just playing it back to Mahabir Singh is Bookie. He gets ready now to face up from I make it Mahabir Singh. This one is pitched outside the off stump and spinning back into Bookie. Bookie not at all comfortably behind that one, but did enough to keep it out. That's another maiden delivery. Delivery that's not scored off of 95 for 3. Over to number 39. This one is about the middle stump, pitching and coming back, spinning back into him. You could see that he was playing all around it, came off the inside edge. and went between the stumps and himself, came down to where a third man would have been, gets a single, and that was a shot in the dark, Andrew Bramble, 97 for 3.
I don't know if it's so much in the dark. It's not. Nothing is dark about down here at Israel at this point in time. It's full of light. So I don't, I don't know where that shot came from and what he was trying to achieve there.
All right, so we're having a clarification. According to the ICC Law 14, you cannot declare a limited overs game. Team needs to bat 2 innings in order to declare a match. As for, okay, so thank you very much there. I make it Tricia Samlal. Thank you so much. Kenroy Martin is indicating. Miss Kenroy, good morning or good afternoon to you from Cumberland. I see your note here. I say still no play at Cumberland. Rain is still falling, and we are scheduled to start at 1 p.m. Rain falling and scheduled to start at 1 p.m. Andrew. Well, that was a post earlier, so I believe if there was no more rain and the conditions are in good, yeah, had improved, they may be starting pretty soon. So a shortened version down there. Thank you very much, Tricia and Kenroy, for the updates. This is something that we like to have. We don't know it all. We learn sometimes as we go along. Sometimes we take it for granted that the rules are a certain way, and unless situations like these come up or questions like these come up, we don't really take them into consideration. So good question, Andrew. I've learned something all of being around cricket so long.
And sometimes, Roxelle, what it does, it forces people to look at things in a different light. Because I am asking the question in the light that in a given competition where you would have let's say for example you're in a competition where you're playing for money, or you're involved in a competition of that nature where you are looking to win a competition. You have players who you might want to expose, and you want to win the competition. You're playing in a local competition, their prize money is up for grabs and so on. You're looking to win that, right? Who is to stop me from, looking to employ all these strategies I can legally as they may be, to win that competition? And if declaring and winning a game for me to get points to win a competition is the appropriate thing to do, then why stop me in a limited overs? Why in a 3-day game and not in a limit overs? Why in a 2-day game and not in a limit overs? Why in a 2-inning game, for that matter, not in a limited overs?
So cause for concern, in this case...
Just questioning.
Yeah, well, probably cause for concern is not the terminology that may be best for the clarification. But idea is there, because, if you want to adjust it to say, well, you can declare before a certain number of overs or something to that effect.
Exactly, something of that sort, yeah.
With the evolution of cricket as we know it today, especially the shortened version, you could probably have patented a cause for a change in the rules, Andrew Bramble. Yes, so we've had a water break, a refreshment break. And 39 overs have been completed. I make it 9 more overs in this innings.
Yes.
And since we've had the reduction to 48, Guyana asked to bat, not really have been given the opportunity to get away. 97 for 3 after 39 overs. And with 9 overs to go, Andrew, they would be probably be looking at trying to get this score to about 140 odd.
I guess with their spinners, they might figure that something of that nature is what would be a good enough score for them to work with, Roxelle. You remember Trindad had a struggle against Jamaica in an earlier game, a low-scoring game.
Parkhill, I think
it was.
Yep.
So probably the Guyanese with their bowling attack would figure, well, if we can get up to 140, 150, it's something that we can work with and defend.
So the leg spinner in Samir Ali is back. His first delivery was a no ball, so this is a free hit. Flighted, came down the, advancing down the wicket, trying to hit this back past the bowler over to the old airport and did not make contact. I think he didn't keep his eye on that one. He advanced well, but all he needed to do was to keep his eye on it and did not make use of that free hit. So leg spinner again in Ali. This one, he is actually pitching on about the leg stump, comes off the pad, and no addition to the score. Samir Ali comes in now to bowl to Glasgow. Glasgow advances and pulls this one, a short delivery down to the man on the long boundary. He gets a single. Joshua James, I'm not sure why I'm saying Joseph all day for this gentleman, but Joshua James comes in, does the fielding, and the score moves on to 99. 99 for 3. Samir Ali with the attack for the Trinidadian team. He is bowling from the commentator's booth end. He has a man well, we'll give you the field after this over. He comes up now to bowl to Bookie. Out short, outside yours, someone spinning away. That is a wide. I was actually wondering when the call was going to come.
Yes, definitely. Sir.
So that's 100 now. The 100 is up for Team Guyana. It's Ali, Samir. This one is short and spinning in to the batsman onto his pads. He goes into his wicket and pulls it to the deep mid-wicket position. Coming off the boundary, Jaden Seals. He fields 101 for 3. 101 for 3. 101 for 3. Yes, 101 for 3. And so we have Samir Ali comes up now. This one is flighted on about the middle and leg and content in coming forward and driving it down to long off. Gets a single there is I make it Glasgow. He moves on to 12. Glasgow is on 9. He moves on to 9. Sinclair Bookie is on 12, and it's 102 for 3. Is Samir Ali comes up now, flighted outside you off. Somebody is out. Is he? No. There is an appeal up, going up there. Julian went up confidently. After Julian did so, following him was Ali. Ali started his appeal after Julian went up, and they did not get the affirmative, was not brought into agreeing with them. There was umpire Byron. End of over number 40. We have 8 more. 102 for 3, Andrew.
Yes, Guyana looking to bat out these overs and see how many they can get on the board and try to post a total that is that they can fight with. 150, 140, 150 would be something I guess they'd be looking at. Anything after that would be a bonus. 40 overs gone, 8 more overs to go. And the Trindad bowlers bowling very tight indeed and are right on top at this point in time.
Okay, so down in Guyana, the West Indies 146 for 6 in their 20 overs, Andrew. Not a bad score after being 30-something for 3 and 8-point-something overs.
146 for 6?
6, yeah.
That's a good comeback.
100 odd runs
that's
in
a
about
good comeback.
11 overs, sorry. 100 odd runs in about 9 overs. So what do we have here? We have, I make it, we have Mahabir Singh. Andrew, you want to run us through these 2 deliveries while we just sort out this?
So Mahadir Singh is coming from the southern end to bowl to Bookie. We have let's see now. As Mahadir Singh comes in, bowls outside the off, some Bookies down the wicket and Jais past the Bowler down to the man at coming off the long on boundary, picks up and he gets a single. And it's a single there to Buki, moving the score on to 104. 104 for 3. In this, the 41st over. Mahathir Singh again. But this should be the last ball of this over as he comes in to the batsman there. That's Glasgow. And Glasgow drives square to the man at backward point. And he gets no run. And that's the end of the over. 104 for 3. The end of the over here. The end of the 40. The 40th or the 41st? 41st over. The end of the 41st over. Guyana 104 for 3.
Right, so 7 overs to go, 104. They got 116 last year, and definitely would be probably trying to push as far up as possible. As I think we have Samir Ali. He's going to continue to bowl. He has a backward point. Well, I make it a backward point, a conventional cover fielder, a short extra cover. He has a sweeper on the boundary. He has a long off, a long on, a deep backward square leg on the boundary, and a mid wicket on the boundary to the wide. As he flies this one outside the off stump, going under it and hitting it over. I make it the short extra cover fielder is Buki. Yes, Buki gets another single and he moves his tally up to 14 and the score 105 for 3. And it looks as if the Guyanese are going to be putting their feet to the pedal, so to speak, now in these last 7 overs.
Yes, you have 7 wickets remaining, but at the same time you have to consider, Roxelle, that at this level, wickets can fall very quickly. Remember in that game between Guyana and Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, at one point you had them needing 5 runs with
4 runs in 4 balls and with 4 or 5 wickets in hand, and they lost.
And lost it, yeah.
Yes. So advancing down there was I make it Glasgow and hitting that one bounce to the fielder at long off, and he got a single. Samir Ali comes up now. This one is short and spinning away from the batsman Buki. He was shaping to pull to the mid-wicket area, and they decided not to offer a stroke because that one pitched and spun sharply. As Samir Ali comes up now, flighted outside the off stump, pitching just close to that red line that offers the umpires a guide of a wide delivery, and Ali just left that one to go through to the keeper, Julian. And not Ali, that's Buki. Ali now comes in, and this time he cuts and misses outside the off stump. And mixing it up a little bit, flighting a few, and pushing a few through the air a little quicker is Samir Ali, as he now is looking to make a change in the field. The fielder from backward square came in from the boundary. He's now been sent back out. He goes halfway, so to speak. This time, this one is pitched again outside the off stump and cannot make contact with that one. Is Buki, and there is no addition to the score. 106 for 3, 106 for 3, and we have completed 42 overs. So our listeners, and viewers, we want to thank you for working with us and getting some information to us. And this is what we're about. We learn as we go sometimes. Sometimes you take it for granted that there are certain things that are all known by those of us who offer you ball-by-ball coverage. And
absolutely not, Roxelle. It's a two-way process. It's a means of communication, and we send out the information and we have persons interacting, and that's great, and we appreciate that very much, the input of others. There are persons out there who have all of that information and that knowledge to share, and if we can interact and learn from each other, then it augurs well for the development and future of the sports.
So I make it Julian dispenses with his helmet. He is now going to do his wicket-keeping job as he has decided to bring back his pace bowlers, well, at least one, in Jaden Seals. Seals is coming from the Beckway end. He did pretty well this morning. 5 overs. Give me a correction there. I think it's 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 16, 1 for 16. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 16. So he's gonna come back.
And that was coming from the commentary end here. Right? That was he bowled
Seals?
from the commentary.
No,
he bowled from the back end.
Yes, the same back
Okay,
end.
it is okay. So it would have been Joshua James. Okay.
Yes, Joshua James
will have bowled
from
from
this
this
end. And,
Right.
but what Seals has done, he has changed his angle first of all here. Well, he would probably be precipitated to do that because of the left-handed batsman. So he's coming around the wicket initially now, and he's coming in to Sion Glasgow, left-hander Sion Glasgow, as he is looking to score as much as he can in these remaining 6 overs. I make it Seals. Comes in, pitched outside the off stump and going hard, trying to probably hit that one close to Port Elizabeth Beckway, but did not make any contact there. And yes, Beckway is one of our lovely Grenadine islands here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We are made up of 32 small islands, and St. Vincent is the biggest one. But guess what? Port Elizabeth was a far away, but the way he winded up there, Andrew, he may have just hit the channel, getting close to Port of Spain. But Port Elizabeth, it's Seals again. This time he drives over short extra cover, coming around from the cover boundary. The sweeper area is one of the fielders out there. You can't get his number. And you can see that Glasgow has made his intention clear in the last 2 overs.
He could have done much better there, Roxelle. That was 20 offend because the sweeper coming around on the boundary picked up the ball and dropped it, and they did not capitalize on that at all. And they need to get every single run that they can get from here on in.
So the attack is on. Seals is coming in from the Beckway end. The batsmen in the last couple of overs have looked pretty much more aggressive. And let's see what is going to transpire. And I make it for 5.3 overs as Seals comes in. This one's a French cut between the batsman and the stumps. Goes down to the fine leg fielder. He gets a single. That is Bookie coming off the inner portion of the bat and just evading the stumps. And doing the fielding is Joshua James. One more to the total, 108. 108 for 3. We are in over number 43. And I can see the batsmen getting ready to really push.
And I don't think the Trinidadians would so much mind the singles, Roxelle. I think the boundaries is what they would be trying to avoid, and the Guyanese would need to try and hit a couple more of those.
Pitched up outside the off stump, and I think Glasgow is not going in the right position. He's tugging it onto the onside. He will probably be advised to just go straight on, drive it through the line on the offside. He probably could get it over that mid-off fielder who is in a conventional position or back past the bowler. But he tends to be strong with the bottom hand and is tugging it as he faces up now to Seals. Seals gets one. That is pitched outside the off, some again pitched up, and again not making contact as he offers another expansive drive, doesn't score, and the score remains at 103 for 3. 108 for 3. Yes, 108 for 3. Thank you for the correction there, as we have completed 43 overs, Andrew.
5 more overs to go. 5, 6 is at 30 balls remaining in this innings. With 7 wickets in hand, I think it's a good time for the Guyanese batters to really make a push and try to see how much they can maximize from the last 5 overs remaining.
So I believe the Trinidadians are now thinking that the remaining overs could be bowled by their pace bowlers. We have Joshua James coming back now from the commentator's booth end, where he bowled earlier today. He bowled 5 overs. Let's go at 5 overs, 1 maiden, and he didn't take a wicket for how many runs there? 9. So he didn't have a bad spell. Didn't pick up a wicket, but he was very, very, very containing, and he is going to continue from the commentators' booth end. They're getting their feelers sorted as we see.
You're selecting a team, Roxelle, and you have a choice between 2 pace bowlers. I like to ask these questions. One is containing, The other, he bowls tight, no, restricts the runs. The other one goes for a few but picks up wickets.
Wickets, thank you. I need wickets. It's Trevon back on the onside, down to long on. Coming off of the boundary is number 29, Nicholas Ali. He does the fielding. I need the wickets because with wickets in hand, you know what's going to happen.
Anything can happen.
Anything
Exactly.
can happen later on.
Exactly.
So give me the wickets early, break the back of the batting, and I could put the pressure on you.
Yes,
You may go
yes,
for a few, but I prefer the wickets being taken in that instance. I think I may be correct on this. On this occasion.
Agreed totally. Just straight out there for you too.
Yes.
And we see a yacht Roxelle making its way up the channel there between Beckwith and St. Vincent. Looking
Yes, a little
lovely,
smaller than yours. I make it a little smaller than yours.
And than mine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The only yacht I ever had was a drawing. A drawing of a yacht. But it looks quite picturesque in the back there, Roxelle. Lovely
Yes,
view, beautiful view open to the sea. And the lovely Grenadine Isle of Beckwith in the background there, you know. Good sunshine.
Definitely. It's turning out to be a pretty good day here at Arnesville. 109 for 3 in the 44th over. I have Joshua James coming from the commentator's booth end. He is going to be bowling to Glasgow. Glasgow gets one that's pitched up outside the off stump. He gets it off of the outer portion of the bat and flies down to the man at third man. He comes in, gets it in, not a good throw, and not tied, not doing well there was Julian. Pitched in front of him on the return, and doing the cleanup was the man coming around from where he was at a short mid-wicket position. He is now in a short extra cover position as the right-hander comes into to play, into strike, as Julian, that's Bookie, sorry. Bookie is going to face up from James. He gets now a delivery from James that's pitched outside the off stump. He pulls this one into the mid-wicket area over a short mid-wicket position, gets two, and gets added two to the total. Makes it 112. Am I correct? 112 for 3 in over number 44. 112 for 3. Definitely trying to add as many as they possibly can here. The Guyanese, and yes, I agree with you, Tricia, that Tricia, and that it's a beautiful, beautiful view. And you're always welcome to come to St. Vincent and the Grenadines anytime. We love to have visitors. We are warm people here in the Caribbean, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines is definitely one of the places that you can enjoy a vacation, because we are warm people. We welcome you, as we are welcoming James now as he comes into bowl to Bookie. Bookie gets a delivery on the pads, trying to whip that one past the square leg position. Let's see if there's a signal. There's a signal coming. Yes, there's a leg by there. Didn't make contact. So one more to the total, 113 for 3. Andrew?
Yes, Ambassador at Large Roxelle, a nice promotion for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And just to let the visitors know that we have all kinds of, you come to St. Vincent, if you're the ecotourist, we have it for you. If you just want to see sun and sand, we have it for you. We have the fruits, we have all the fresh fruits. Come along, you know, it's a nice place to be, and you would certainly enjoy your vacation here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Right, going over the short extra cover fielder into the extra cover area, close to the boundary. There, I make it Glasgow. I keep saying Sinclair, but he's been dismissed. Glasgow gets 2 more. The total moves on to 115. 115 for 3. Am I correct there? Yes, 115 for 3 after 44 overs. And we have 4 more overs for you. Still a possibility of 140, Andrew.
Yes, once the Guyanese batsmen continue to look to push on and score from every delivery, we have 4 6s 24 balls remaining. If they can get a run a ball from here on in,
yes, definitely.
They can have a good score.
So Tricia has decided that a visit to St. Vincent is on her list. So
Right.
I hope it's very, very high on the list, probably second or third, as one of the things you may want to accumulate is a little funds to come down this side. But guess what? We are welcoming you. Come
Yes,
on
definitely
anytime
so.
anytime
Definitely
you
so.
desire.
We have beautiful waterfalls. We have an active volcano that you can visit. You know, we have some beautiful beaches, black sand on the mainland, white sand in the Grenadines. We have the Tobago Keys. We have Mairo, one of the best, voted one of the best top 10 beaches in the world, a beach called Salt Whistle Bay in Mairo. So you can,
Keys National
Tobago
Park.
Keys National Park, we have it. You name it, we have it.
All right. So who do we have now? I make it. There's a change of bowling or no? Is it? This is okay. Fine. I'm the seals. Seals coming up from the backway end. The front part of his hair looked a little different there just now, but
He combed it out during the break.
okay, all right. So it was a little misleading, but it is still Seals, Jaden Seals, number 9 on his back. He is coming into Bookie. Bookie definitely would attempt to try and score some more runs. He comes up now is Seals to Bookie, pitched on about the off stump and hitting this one back past the bowler, just bouncing over his outstretched arms there and gets a single. It moves up to 116. 116 for 3 over number 45. 140 would definitely be a challenge in total, but they definitely, first of all, have to get up to it. It's Seals going back to his bowling mark. He's going to come around the wicket now to the more aggressive Glasgow. Let's see what Glasgow is going to do on this delivery. Umpire Jacqueline Williams, and this one is wide. Outside the off stump. And the intention was not bad because he knows Bookie might be advancing and may want to be driving through the line, but that one was way too wide. And adding another run to the Guyanese total, 117. 117 for 3. Thinking about it now is Seals. He turns in the distance, away from us here, just in front of the media center, comes up now to Bookie, and that's, I make it, Glasgow hits it in the air, down to the man coming around from the long off boundary. He settled under it, a little probably too casual in my estimation, and he dropped what would have been a simple catch, Andrew.
A dolly of a catch there. Catching taking it on the bottom of the bat, not really getting it in the middle of the bat, and it went high into the air, and he ran around, settled under it, seemed to have had it there, and it just struck him in the hands and fell to the ground.
Probably catching it a little too low in terms of positioning.
Probably.
But we have Seals. He comes up now to Bookie, gets a delivery outside the off stump. Well, listen, this was premeditated because it was a well-pitched up delivery. I think he probably would have gotten 2 driving that through the covers or past the extra cover position. He was trying to scoop it.
To play the Dill scoop.
He was trying to scoop it, and this was probably premeditated because I don't think it was there for that
No,
shot
absolutely
at all.
not at all.
But they got one. They got one. It moves up to 119. 119 for 3. Some innovation in the stroke play here as Seals comes up now to Glasgow. Glasgow gets one. He drives through the covers area. He gets one. They're rushing. Would they get a second? They're looking for it now. It's going to be close, but the throw was not too good. The 2 easy runs completed in the end. 121 for 3. 121 for 3. And definitely pushing to see where they're going to end here, the Guyanese unit. Guyana could still finish second, Andrew. They could still finish second, given one of the 2 leading teams lose today. But they'll have to get a score on the board first. Seals comes up now to Glasgow. He drives over mid-on into the boundary for 6. Over the boundary. Fielder at long off, for 6. This one he did make proper contact. This one he went in the correct direction in my estimation. His follow-through was good enough. And the first 6 of the innings.
Yes, Roxelle coming very late in the innings indeed, and that just goes to show you the measure of the Trinidadian bowling attack. They have been really tight, but I think Guyana now realizing that they have just about 4 or so overs remaining, 3 or so overs remaining. They have decided to put foot to gas, and they are trying to press on and really see how much they can get from these remaining overs.
Yes, we did say earlier that this is where he should have been going. Through the line on the offside instead of trying to tug it onto the onside. And he got value for his shot there in that delivery or from that delivery. The Barbadian team, Andrew Bramble, 41 for 3. 41 for 3 in pursuit of 107. And I make it 41 for 3 after 4 overs. So they're really, really trying to push there. As we have a change in bowling, we have Ram Logan. Ram Logan, he has taken over from Joshua James here at the commentator's booth end. 3 overs to go. It's 127 for 3 after a very slow period in the middle. Putting pedal speeding up here, putting that foot to the pedal here is a guy in his team. Ram Logan, Rivaldo Ram Logan. He comes in now to bowl to Bookie, gets a pitch up delivery, a full pitch delivery on the middle stump. Come in the block hole, almost Yorker length. He was driving, but only got it to the, or got it just in front of him. And some really, really, really enterprising running here. They got to the bowler in his follow through attempted to kick that one on the stumps. It went past the stumps down to the fielder at third man, and in so doing, they completed a second. They were looking for a third, but eventually decided against it. I make it 129. 129 for 3. 129 for 3. As it is now Ram Logan is trying to position Nicholas Ali in the best position that he should be in. He does so now. The batsman in Bookie is getting himself together. I make Bookie 25. Or 22. It's Ram Logan comes into Bookie. Bookie gets a delivery pitch on the off stump, tries to hit it past the bowler, only succeeded in dropping it in front of him on the adjacent strip. He gets a single, 130. 130. So 140 definitely on the cards, Andrew. And this could offer for a challenging reply by Trinidad this afternoon. 130 for 3. In over number 46. We have 2 overs remaining after this. Ram Logan coming from the commentator's booth, and this time to bowl to Glasgow. Gets a delivery, pitched on the middle stump. He hits it in the air, and his drop is caught. Okay, I thought it dropped in front of him, but eventually coming up with a catch is the number 7, Samir Ali. He went back and then forward. Probably thinking the ball was going to travel to him a little quicker, and eventually had to come forward and dived it forward, got it into his hands in front of him. He has dismissed Sion Glasgow. Sion Glasgow went for 24. I make it Samir Ali, number 7, who took the catch. So 24, Sion Glasgow, and he offers up an opportunity for his captain, Ashmid Ned, to come in to face the last few overs, Andrew. $130 for 4. 130 for 4. 130 for 4. The Trinidadians in a little huddle there as they try to pull themselves back together and see how tightly they can bowl and how well they can field for the last 2 overs or so. We have about 2.2 overs remaining, subject to correction. And we have the captain of the Guyanese team, Ashmid Ned, coming to take strike.
14 balls remaining, Roxelle. The score is 130. If you get a runner ball from here, you could end up with what, 144? A few more extras, you could end up with 150, which is a workable total for the Guyanese. I think they would fancy themselves with 150 rather than what the position they found themselves in this morning when they were struggling.
Yes, again to reply to Tricia, yes, the tournament has bonus points for wickets taken by the pace bowlers, 0.1 point for every wicket taken by the pace bowlers. Yes. So
which I questioned again, Roxelle, because suppose in a situation, and Tricia, you could join in the discussion too. Suppose you're in a situation where you have very good spinners and they're able to consistently bowl out teams for a very low score. Aren't you going to reward them also? Why 0.1 points for every wicket taken by a pace bowler and not by a spinner too? You might have very good spinners in your team also.
This one is pulled back with a square. He gets one. He's looking for a second. It is not on. Good piece of fielding done by the fielder coming around from the mid-wicket boundary, restricting them to one. And that's the, is it the end of the over? That I make it the end of the over. That's the end of the over. Over number 46 completed 131 for 4. And the Guyana looking to get up to about 140. Tricia, to answer you as well here as it relates to the reason why Trindad may not have bowled out their fast bowlers before. There is a limitation in terms of the number of overs the fast bowlers can bowl on a trot. I think it's 6, according to the regulations here. I think they both bowled about 5 earlier, and there's a time span that they must be off before they can come back. In this case, probably a little too long.
Was that the case again in the Barbados game? Because in the Barbados game, I think they bowled right through.
No, there was one who bowled 8 overs, and we did question that.
Right,
but the rules, when I went back and checked the rules, it did stipulate that there are some limitations there. So something to look at. As we have Seals, comes in, a good Yorkerland delivery, first up to Ned, and Ned dug that one out and got it down to mid-on position. He gets a single, 132 for 4. 132 for 4. We're in the penultimate over of the Guyanese innings. Bookie looks around, standing on his back, looks around to see what where the fielders are. He is probably getting ready to do another scoop, Andrew. Let's see if he offers up this. It's now with Seals. He comes up now to Bookie. Gets one pitched outside the off. Some drives into the point area. The fielder coming around does not feel well. And coming off the boundary is Nicholas Ali. He does the fielding. And there's one more to the total. 133. 133 for 4. 133 for 4. And there's a Tricia is agreeing with you, Andrew, in terms of the strength of the spinners and why they're not allotted any bonus point. This one is hit high, hard, in the air. This time, the fielder coming around from long on does not make a mistake. He takes the catch. Gone is Ned. So I'm sure that Seals is very happy that he got this wicket because he should have gotten a wicket earlier in the previous over. Coming around, taking the catch. I will get the name for you. I make it the number 11, who is Leonardo Francis. Leonardo Francis taking the catch. Ashman Ned is gone. And Guyana moves further down in terms of wickets lost. 133 for 5 with about 9 or 8 deliveries, 9 or 10 deliveries remaining, Andrew?
Yes, Roxelle, about that. 9 deliveries remaining. And Guyana will try to make this for all their worth and see how many runs they can get from these remaining 9 balls.
So this one is hit backward of square. He gets one, and that's all he can get. The returns, Andrew, of late has not been too good to the keeper. He has had to do some work. He's been tested.
Well, I think they're trying to get it in as quickly as possible so as to negate the chance of the Guyanese getting a second run. So they're just catching it, they're fielding it and just releasing it and getting it back into the general area. The keeper having to do some tidying up,
Right. So. And he is one of the better batters in the Trinidadian team, and so he would have been looking at the surface, what it had to offer, and probably trying to mentalize what he would do in terms of its innings. His Seals comes up now to the number one batsman. I make him Leon Swami, number one in terms of the number on his back. Swami hits that one to short extra cover, gets a single. Immediately while making contact, he was off, and he gets one. The score is 134 for 5 with about 7 or 8 deliveries remaining. 134 for 5. Okay, so the scoreboard is one behind, so they should have 135. 135 for 5. Seals comes in, bowls a full toss. Wasn't that above waist-side, Andrew?
I was questioning very same thing I was questioning. I see she's looking at her square leg, her counterpart at square leg. He doesn't indicate anything, so I think they're allowed to get away with that. But that one definitely looked above waist-side.
Okay, so it was driven on the offside. They got a single, so the score 136. And scoreboard has to do some clarification down there. 136 for 5. 136 for 5 with 6 deliveries remaining. Rivaldo Ramlogan is going to complete the innings. 47 overs gone. Yes, so one more over remaining in the batting innings for Guyana, inserted to bat by Trinidad. Trinidad got an early breakthrough at the score of 3. Then there was a pretty good partnership, I think, of just over 70. But the Trinidad has never allowed it to get away. Ramgolan comes in now, bowls to Bookie. Bookie drives onto the area on the offside where the fielder from a deep extra cover came around. He fielded, and there is a single. 137 for 5. 137 for 5. I make Bookie 27, 28. Bookie is 27. Ram Logan, he comes in now to bowl to Swami, gets a delivery that's pitched on the leg stump. He pulls away down to the mid-wicket position, doesn't get to the mid-wicket fielder, bounces 2 times in front of him. Mid-wicket as in, I may need to change that to a square leg area. And he gets a single, and the score moves on to 138. 138 for 5. 4 deliveries remaining. Ram Logan with the ball in hand. He is trying to reduce the number of runs scored by Guyana in these last 4 deliveries. He comes up now to bowl to Bookie. He offers a short delivery outside the off stump. Bookie drives, tries to pull, but it comes off forward off him, so to speak, on the offside to the man coming in from cover. He fields, gets a single, 139 for 5. 139 for 5. 3 deliveries remaining in the Guyanese innings. As Ram Logan comes up now to bowl to Swami. Swami drives that one through the cover area. He gets one, a forward point, gets one. They're looking for a second. He's going back for it. This is out. Is he? Did he collect? He did not collect. It looked as if it would have been close. I don't think, from looking at it, I don't think that Julian caught it cleanly and probably did not dislodge the bails on his first attempt. We could probably look back on the replay if we had that facility. But 2 runs completed, and this is what the Guyanese needed to do a little earlier, Andrew, in terms of putting the pressure on the fielders.
Putting the pressure on the fielders in terms of the running. You know, there were quite a number of balls played in the outfield where they could have gotten too easily, and they just settled for one.
So it's Ram Logan into Swami, over point, down to the boundary. It's going into the boundary for 4. Slashes at that one outside the off stump, and it went over point. He made a gallant effort, did not pull it in, and 4 more. I make it 145 for 5 with 1 delivery to go. 145 for 5. We were seeing 140 could be a good score for them, and they've gotten past that, and possibly could add another 2 or 3 to that, if not a 4 or 6. So let's see how it ends up here. But it's Swami. He has a final delivery to deal with now from Ran Logan. He cuts. He drives through covers. I make it 1. They're looking for a second. It should be easy. Two more to Swami. Swami ending the over with 6 runs, or well, 8 runs I make it from the last 3 deliveries, and it's 147, 147 for 5, and through 48 overs. I don't think it's a bad total, a total they can work with. And Trinidad would have to really get stuck in, because if the Guyanese bowl half as well as the Trinidadians bowl, it could be a pretty close encounter this evening.
Yes, Roxel, the Guyanese really stuck it in there, and they, after losing an early wicket, they rebuilt it and rebuilt it well, and to get up to 147 for 5 off their 48 overs. Not by any stretch of the imagination a big score, but a score that they can work with given the nature of the ground here, the pitch. The pitches, once the Guyanese, we know they have a good spin bowling attack, and we know what spin does, especially at these young levels. And once they can bowl well and field well, back up their bowling, then we can be in for quite a fight here this afternoon. 147 is by no stretch of the imagination an easy total to overhaul.
So 147 for 5, 147 for 5. We'll give you the details of the innings in a bit as soon as we have an update in terms of the scorecard in front of us. 147 for 5 we make it in 48 overs. Remember we had a reduction because there was interruption for rain, and that is the final score. We're going to give you that scorecard as soon as we get it. The West Indies, remember they're playing India in Guyana. West Indies 146 for 6, 146 for 6. And India, I make them here now. India in reply to West Indies 146 for 6. India in reply at 20. No, let me just look at this. The score sheet is actually reloading. The score sheet is reloading, so as soon as that comes up, we're going to sort it out. But Andrew, I think we are in for a pretty good contest this evening. I think not as you said, obviously not a huge total, but a total that Guyana can work with.
Well, yes, definitely, Sir Roxanne, and I'm looking forward to seeing the approach of the Trinidadian batters to getting this score. I have not seen them yet in any game in terms of their batting. I've not seen Guyana also in any game. I saw just a small portion of them when they played against the Windwards before the rains came and washed out that game. So I'd really like to see, what they have to offer in terms of their bowling attack and see how Trinidad approaches getting this 148 for victory.
All right, so we're still waiting for the final details, but the West Indies in Guyana at Providence, 146 for 6, and India, they progressed to 34 for 2 after about 6 overs. 34 for 2 after 6 overs. Probably may have scored a few more runs since then. So we're sorting out the items here. Very interesting to note, Andrew Bamble. I need this. This has to be given to our listeners and viewers right now. The Leeward Islands, 106 all out. Barbados, 65 for 5 in reply.
Wow.
65 for 5. And this game of glorious uncertainties is not over until the fat lady sings. And it sounds as if there may be a few fat ladies up at Park Hill this today.
Yes, definitely so. I mean, I'm really surprised. But from the game I saw between the Leewards and the Windwards at Cumberland, they have a good left arm spinner there. I can't remember his name offhand.
Is it Carmichael?
Carmichael, I think it is. Yeah, I think that was his name, Carmichael.
Jaden Carmichael.
Jaden Carmichael, right? And the opening bowlers, while they were not out tearaway bowlers, they really kept a good line and length. So, as I said, with these under 19 cricketers, Roxel, anything is possible. You don't put anything past anybody, because sometimes a rush of blood to the head, something happens, and you can have a situation from 35 for 1 quickly becoming a situation where it's 42 for 5.
Yeah, so we were correct in terms of the 6 overs maximum on a trot for the pace bowlers, and we have been advised that the Barbadian bowler was able to bowl 8 because there was a break due to rain in the innings. Yes, so we are correct, and just that little piece there that we didn't get sorted out. Thank you again for all those who are listening and following us. I'm hoping that you're enjoying our coverage. I'm hoping that you are enjoying all we have been able to offer you throughout the tournament, albeit that we've been affected by rain. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your input. And we're going to take a short break until we get the full scorecard updated. And so we're going to go back to master control at this time. Yes, so bathe in bright sunshine. We are back at the Honorsville playing field where Guyana are coming up against Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss this morning and sending Guyana to bat. The game reduced to 48 overs. Guyana, according to the official scorers, 146, 146 for 5, 146 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago just about starting their reply now, coming from the backway end like he's done for most of the games that he bowled at this playing field is Kumar Torrington, number 79 on his back. Kumar Torrington, and the openers for Trinidad and Tobago, I make it Leonardo Francis, the non-striker, and now about taking guard is the number 21 in Leon Bassano. So it's Francis and Bassano, the opening batters for Trinidad, Andrew. So we have Torrington from the back way, and this one is short, rising outside the off stump, coming back and swinging back into him is Bassano, and he got up on his toes and rode that one well down past the fielder. I make it number 69, Alpheus Buki, who was in the gully position, and it went down to third man for a single. So Trinidad and Tobago, 2 without loss after 2 deliveries. And the pace bowlers, Kumar Torrington and the Leon Swami, have bowled pretty well for the Guyanese team, and they're looking to make early inroads. It's Torrington now. This one is a good delivery, pitching about the middle stump and moving away, swinging away from the left-handed Francis. He played that one again down to where Gully would have been, trying to effect a run out at the non-strikers end was the number 41 net, and it went for one overthrow, so a 45 in this case, Anderson. So 2 more to the total. I make sure that 4 without loss. Positive start. The running has been positive.
And already, yes, we noticed that the run is quite different to what we saw in the Guyana innings. The Trinidadians are looking to push on and keep the scoreboard ticking over, whereas the Guyanese were content to just soak up the deliveries, and a lot of dot balls were bowled as a result of that.
Yeah, so this delivery was short and rising outside the off slip again, and getting on top of it was the number 11. I make him Francis, and he was content in pushing that one out to a short point position. Torrington, Kumar Torrington, he is coming from the backway end. He has a slipper, a gully. I make it. As Torrington comes in now to the number 11, Francis, comfortably again, accomplished looking stroke there behind it, and gets it to a short cover position, gets a single, and doesn't get a single, sorry, no addition to the score, 4 without loss. Okay, so we have 2 slips, a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a back with a square. As Thornton comes up to bowl to the number 11, that's Leonardo Francis. This is well pitched up on about the middle stump. He gets behind it and keeps it out. Not a bad over from either side. Torrington has gotten some lift and bounce off of the surfaces he's bowled on here at Arnesville, and probably just getting into stride here in this first over. The batsman in Francis and Bassano has looked quite positive in their running and quite competent so far as they got behind what was offered by Torrington. Andrew.
Well, Trinidad off and running. Guyana looking to restrict, but the Trinidadians the batsmen so far seem very positive, and they're running very positively in between the wicket and looking to score as quickly as possible and to not let the Guyanese bowler get on top here in this encounter.
All right, so quickly, if we had the time, let's go through the innings. Guyanese innings, Sachin Singh, he was caught Leon Bassano, bowled Jaden Seals for without scoring. Junior Sinclair, as we take a break now, we have Swami. He's going to come in now to bowl to the number 21. That's Bassano. He leaves a ball that's pitched up outside the off stump to go through to the keeper Sinclair. He collects and there is no addition. So Sachin Singh caught Leon Bassano, bowled Jaden Seals without scoring. Junior Sinclair, he was bowled Avinash Mahabir Singh for 30. Kevlon Anderson, LBW, Avinash Mahabir Singh for 42. Swami comes in now, gets a delivery, pitching about the off stump and swinging in, coming in to the number 21 there, Bassano. He pushes it out to an area just short mid-wicket area, gets a single, and they move on to 5. Sian Glasgow was caught Samir Ali, Bo Rivaldo, Ram Logan for 24. Alpheus Buki was left not out on 24. Ashmid Ned, he was caught. Leonardo Francis bowled Jaden Seals for 2. And Leon Swanee, he was not out 10. 146 for 5, made up of 11 extras, 1 leg by, 8 wides, and 2 no balls. As Swami comes in now to bowl to Francis. This one is pitched just about the middle stump and a well-pitched up delivery. Coming down comfortably and competently behind it was Leonardo Francis, and there is no addition to the score. The bowling figures, Jaden Seals, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 35. Joshua James, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 17. Rivaldo Ram Logan, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21. As Swami comes in now, pitched about the middle leg and coming into the number 11 on his back there, Francis. He came forward and just turning that one to the man who came around from forward of square. And let's continue the bowling figures quickly. Leon Bassano, he bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden for 5 runs. Nicholas Ali, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 25 runs. Samir Ali, 7 overs, none for 24. As Swami comes in again, another good delivery on about the off stump and holding his own there as he bowled that one to the left-handed Francis. He comes forward and plays it down to the mid-off position. Avinash Mahabir Singh, 8 overs, 2 for 12, and in that he had 3 maidens. And then Aaron Nanan, 2 overs for 7 runs. 147 is the target. As Swami comes in, pitched up outside the off stump and going further away, not taken cleanly by Sinclair, but no addition to the total. Andrew, 5 without loss after 2 overs in pursuit of 147.
So far, so good. The Trinidadians are there trying to consolidate, not looking to do anything untoward, running positively between the wicket and trying to rotate the strike. 5 without loss after 2 overs. They just need to stay there, continue to bat on, and get their team over the line in this one.
Okay, from the other grounds, the game at Cumberland between the Windward Islands and Jamaica has been abandoned without a ball being bowled. And so both teams will get 2 points each. That means the Windwards would go on to 16.8 points. And at lunch at Park Hill, Barbados in reply to Leeward Islands 106, Barbados 66 for 5. They need another 50 runs and make it, or 51 runs. And the Leewards need 5 wickets in the balance. When we get an opportunity, we'll try to bring up the scorecard for that game. India, 115 for 2 in the 16th over. 1 ball remaining in the 16th over. They need 41 runs from 4 overs, Andrew Bramble. 41 runs from 4 overs.
Easy pickings, I would say, given that they have batsmen in hand, and we know the quality and caliber of the Indian batsmen.
Yes, T20 cricket, 10 runs over is nothing much. You can get 20 in an over, and it's all done and dusted almost. As Torrington is plugging away here for Team Guyana. He's coming from the backway end, and he bowled the two deliveries so far this over, and they have not been able to score. Five without loss. Trinidad and Tobago on in strike. I make it Bassano. Yes, Leon Bassano. He is facing up from Torrington. He comes up now and bowls a short-ish delivery outside the off stump and leaving it alone to go through to Sinclair. I make it Bassano. Well, it's not Sinclair with the gloves. It's seeing 62. So that must be Adrian Hines. Adrian Hines. So Hines taking the gloves today for Team Guyana. Here we go. It is now with Taunton. He comes up to bowl to Bassano. This one is a good delivery on back of the length and coming back in, moving back in to I make it Bassano. He came well behind that one and kept it out. It went out to the fielder coming in from the point position, and there is no addition to the score. So one slip, I make it a gully, a point, extra cover, mid-off, a short, mid-on, back with a square, a man on the final leg boundary, and one also on the third man boundary. As we have Torrington, he comes up now to Bassano, a good rising delivery once more, getting up on his toes and getting over that one. On top of that one is a Leon Bassano. He could not score. Once more, the fielder coming in from the point area is in the action. He feels well, returns to his keeper Hines, and there is no addition to the score. So we are going to continue to give you the updates as they come. And there's a closing ceremony this evening at 7:30 p.m. as well. And that should be brought live on the YouTube page as Taunton comes up now. Another good delivery, back of a length and coming back in. This time it's outside the off stump and coming in from the point position for the third consecutive time was Junior Sinclair. He does the fielding. The end of the over, maiden over ball there by I make it Torrington. That's the end of over number 3. 5-4-3, Andrew. 5-4-3. Beautiful, beautiful afternoon. It's turning out to be down at the southern part of our island today, Andrew. Northern areas, North Leeward, and in the case of North Windward, have had some rain.
Yeah. And that depends all on where the tropical wave is passing Roxelle. If it's more to the north, passing between the St. Lucia Passage, then you find the north of the island would get a lot more rain. If it's to the south, passing between the Grenada, St. Vincent, Grenadines Passage, then we get a lot of rain down these sides.
So Swami just added a run to the Trinidadian total with offering up a wide down the leg side, pitching wide of the leg stump and going even further away. Hines did it pretty well behind the stumps to keep that one from going behind him, and so the score moves on to 6. Swami, Leon Swami, he comes into bowl to Francis, does this now, is beaten outside the off stump. A good delivery, pitching just about the off stump and moving away with the angle, and it's a beaten outside the off stump with a good delivery. Swami getting into the action now as it relates to his work here for Team Guyana. For the just answering again here for the Guyanese team, the wicketkeeper today is Adrian Hines. Adrian Hines. So it's Swami. Swami comes in now. He's bowling to Leonardo Francis. This one is Yorker length delivery coming down hard on it was Francis. He had to dig that one out. It was a slow Yorker in my estimation. He came down on it. It didn't come through as quickly as the other deliveries did, but definitely bowling well now in this second over is Swami. He and his opening counterpart with the ball, I make it. Torrington has done pretty well. And Swami now, this one is pitched up outside the off stump, but pleasantly driven down to a wide-ish mid-off position, coming around and fielding. I make it Ned, Ashmid Ned, and there is no addition to the score. So it's 6 without loss. 6 without loss. 6 without loss. The score here for Trinidad in reply to Guyana's 146. Yes, Kevlon Omro is playing, so he may be in. He is actually, if you can see the positioning of the players from the pictures we are offering you. He is actually at a short mid-on position, but it's Leon Swami operating for the Guyanese. He has a slip, a gully, a man at point, a man at extra cover, a mid-off, short mid-on, square leg forward, a fine leg, and a third man. Swami comes up now to Francis. This one is pitching outside the off stump and rising as well. He plays it to the man at gully who gathers, knocks it down, allows the man from point who I make it Sinclair to come around, does the fielding, and that's the end of over number 4. 6 without loss. It was, I think I made it 5 without loss after the first over, and since then the Guyanese have come back well in terms of getting on a spot, bowling some pretty good lengths, and the order of the day as it relates to restrictive bowling is continuing here now, Andrew.
Yes, and once the Guyanese can continue in this vein, it would force the Trinidadians to do something. The pressure would mount, and as they say in local parlance, Roxel, pressure bust pipe. And they would be forced to try and get on because the overs will be moving on, the runs would not be coming, and so somewhere along the line something would have to give, and you could have a situation where wickets come quickly.
Okay, so this is what we have for you so far. Needing 147 to win, we have the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They are actually on, I make it 6 without loss. Torrington is turning down in the distance away from us. And the backward end, he is coming now to bowl to Bassano. He does that outside the off stump again. Similar delivery to the first of this over. Just a back of a length, a shortish delivery, and holding its own outside the off stump. Not playing there is Bassano. Leaves that one to go through to Adrian Hines. And there is no addition to the score. 6 without loss.
And those are the kind of balls, Roxel, that just in that area, that corridor of uncertainty, and you hang out the bat there or you slash at them, and before you know what's happening, you're on your way back to the pavilion.
So it's Torrington. Comes in now, a good delivery, this time pitching. I make it in between middle and off, and rising and getting on top of that one again is Leon Bassano. He was competent enough to keep that one out and keeping it from probably hitting his glove or the upper part of his bat and spooning out to someone for a catch. Coming around from backward of square, I make it Omro. He did the fielding, and there is no addition to the score.
So, Roxel, Anderson would have been a selectee on the previous West Indies under 19. Do we have anybody in the Trinidad squad who was in that position also?
I believe Leonardo Julian, their captain, may have been in that position. I could be subject to correction. But that was a quick single, not a good delivery from Torrington, short and rising. Getting on top of it once more was Leon Bassano. He got it to where shortish mid-wicket would have been, coming around from a mid-on, short mid-on position. Was that number 72 fielder, I make it, Sion Glasgow. He effected the fielding, attempted a run out as well, but no damage done as it relates to losing a wicket for Trinidad. The left-hander comes into strike, Leonardo Francis. He is going to face up to Thornton. Good delivery again, pitching about the middle stump and hustling on until Francis. He turned it backward of square, but fielded well there. Was Omro supporting his fellow bowler, his fellow Guyanese in this case. There is no addition to the score. 7 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago. This is over number 5. We see the Barbados team. Well, they have actually gone up, Andrew Bramble. It seems as if it took a while for them to update the scorecard. The Barbados, according to what I'm seeing, are 101 for 5. So we have Thornton up into that area. Looks as if it hit very high on the bat, possibly the glove, and a good delivery from Thornton to finish the over. And he's bowling a pretty good length, a pretty good line as well. That's Kumar Thornton. He's done that all season from what we have seen. Not as quick, but definitely keeping a very good line and length and varying the deliveries from the short rising deliveries to those that are pitching and back of a length and moving away from the batsman outside the off stump.
Well, the first time I'm actually seeing him in action, Torrington, and I'm pretty much impressed with what I've seen so far.
Okay, so Barbados, Andrew Bramble, Barbados are 101 for 5 in 13 overs. 101 for 5 in 13 overs. Matthew Ford is not out on 36. And 36 from 19 deliveries, 7 fours. So, on their way to championship honors, Andrew Bramble.
Yes.
So Barbados would have gone on their way to championship honors. 2 points to the Windies. They moved to 16, I make it. 14 to the 16. So they would have secured second position as well. All right. So here we go. It's Trinidad with but having their innings, their batting innings now. Swami bowling one just outside the off stump and left alone by the number 21 Leon Bassano. So I make it Barbados once they complete this victory, once something drastically doesn't happen and they complete this victory, they should go up to at least 20 points with a few bonus points. The Windies get 2, so they will go up to 16.8. And these two teams here in front of us, Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago, they are playing for 3rd and 4th in my estimation. So, final day of action in the Cricket West Indies Future Stars Under 19 tournament. We had 2 days, 2 of the round of matches washed out completely, and this is round number 5. Short outside the off stump, trying to pull at this one is, I make it, the number 21, Bassano. He only managed to get it off the top part of the bat. It was way outside the off stump. Tried to pull it to mid-wicket, I make it. Went high in the air. The keeper, who is Andre Hines, came around to where a silly mid-off might have been. Dove made a catch. I think he's probably in a little pain because he would have ended on the cut surface of the adjacent wicket, Andrew.
Yes, right.
But he did make a clean catch. Trindad has lost their first wicket, 7 for 1, 1 wicket to Swami.
Good delivery indeed. Short rising, and he went to swat at it, cut at it, and did nothing but take the top edge and went high into the air, and the wicketkeeper coming around and doing the rest. So Roxell, 7 for 1. And if we remember, Guyana would have lost an early wicket also. They were 3 for 1. And let's see what happened here. Let's see what gives here.
Okay, so I make it the captain, Leonardo Julian. So we have 2 Leonardos in, Leonardo Francis and Leonardo Julian in for Team Trinidad and Tobago. Leonardo Francis and Leonardo Julian, they are at the crease for Trinidad, trying to get another 140 runs to get 3rd spot in this year's competition again, from my estimation of the totals. Barbados have gone on to win, according to what I've seen here, 109, 109 for 5, and they will have dismissed the Leeward Islands for 106. So Swami, he is going to come in now to bowl to make it captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team, Leonardo Julian. He is also a left-hander, so Swami comes up now and bowls to Julian, gets a ball pitched on about the middle and off stump, comes forward and keeps it out. In his follow-through, doing the fielding is Swami. Um, Maybe a little deceptive in terms of what he offers up, but he does get amongst the wickets, Swami Andrew.
So probably you're playing for that pace that is not there sometimes, and you can find yourself in trouble.
And he skids on sometimes as well. This
Yeah.
one is pitched outside the off stump, and letting it go by is, I make it, Leonardo Julian. That's the end of over number 6. I make it 7 for 1 after 6 overs. Let's see, what do we have here? Looking at the scores on the scoreboard, the number, we haven't gotten down to the number 5 batsman as yet. One batsman is on 3. I would probably say that France is on 3, and Julian is yet to score. So it's a good delivery to start this over number 7 is Kumar Torrington again rushing on to Francis. Francis was able to push that one out for the square, gets a single in the process. 8 for 1, 8 for 1 Trinidad and Tobago as they look to get 147.
And you have any idea? You have any idea of what the size of the training squad is going to be for this the camp that is to be held there from tomorrow?
I think it's 24. I think it's
20
24.
24.
Yes.
I'd suggest that they probably increase that to 30, given the fact that a lot of the players didn't get an opportunity to play. 2.5 days being washed out by rain, and even today, as a game is played at Annisvale and Park Hill, the Cumberland game is washed out.
Yes. So
Probably could give a few more players a chance. You never know. Sometimes the player
based on
sometimes the player you overlook, in these situations, who would not have gotten that chance might be the ones who come through and really perform well for you, given that opportunity. And again, I mentioned the Joffrey Archer incident, the Joffrey Archer situation, overlooked by selectors, but look where he is now.
Yeah, I can remember you clearly saying on a program that the rehabilitative work that was offered to him in England would have been different than what he may have been exposed to in the Caribbean.
Yes.
So enabled him to even recover and rebuild his strength and stuff a little stronger than possibly what we may have been able to afford him here in the West Indies. Some items that we need to look at, but it's all done and dusted. He's now playing against us, and what do we do? It's 8 for 1. 8 for 1 in over number 17. And over number 7, Torrington continuing to do well with the ball, bowling a very, very good line and length and not giving anything away so far this afternoon. As he comes in now to bowl to France, Julian. Julian gets this one for the square. He beats the fielder who dives wrong in front of the umpire. Gets 1, gets 2. They're looking for a third and deciding against it. Now the score moves up to 10. 10 for 1 after 6 in the 7th over, that is. 10 for 1 in the 7th over. I make both batsmen now on 3. Both batsmen on 3. 3 and 2. Okay.
Actually, who's the wicketkeeper for the Guyana team?
The Guyana's wicketkeeper today is Adrian Hines.
Okay.
Yes. So we have Torrington. Torrington in his, I make it Torrington in his 4th over. comes up to bowl to Julian. Julian is looking as if he's in some serious concentration. Gets into position early and gets behind that one and pushes it out to the man coming around from a cover area. And there is no addition to the score. 10-1 in over number 7. The West Indies has lost the T20 series 3-0. India 150 for 3 in 19.1 overs after the West Indies would have scored 146, Andrew.
I told you it was easy pickings. The Indians have a very formidable team, good batting and good bowling. West Indies need to go back to the drawing board and see where we go from here.
All right, so it's Torrington. He's going to continue from the backward end. Comes in now to bowl to Leonardo Julian. This is pitch just outside the off stump or just around that position. A good throw coming in. A quick single, a cheeky single, a dangerous single possibly as well. The batsmen are really attempting to put the fielders under pressure. But that was a close single, very, very cheeky single.
A direct hit there and he could have found himself in some serious problems, Roxelle.
Yes. Not letting the Trinidadians get away. Not at all.
I want to continue to hold their own and bowl tightly here. The pressure, as I said before, is going to build. And Guyana could find themselves, picking up a few wickets by the Trindadians trying to push things on.
Okay, so that's the end of over number 7, 11. 11 and make it 11 for 1. And continuing to bowl here is going to be Swami. He is going to come to Leonardo Julian. Swami from the commentator's booth and now goes and offers a pitched up delivery on about the middle and off. Coming down on it is make it Julian. He gets it as far as back to the ball and his follow through. There is no addition to the score. So back out to work tomorrow, Andrew. Yes. After a couple good days of cricket, as Swami comes up now to Julian, pitched outside the off stump, and moving further away with the angle, and Julian decides to leave that one alone, and there is no addition to the score. Swami comes up now to bowl to Julian. Julian is playing at one, moving away from outside, moving away from him outside the off stump, and took the edge and fell just in front of the man who's actually at a second slip position, and he couldn't come up with it. It fell right in front of him, and now we can see that he looks as if he wants to take a step forward, but goes back to the original position. Julian flirting with trouble there, Andrew.
That one beating him out, taking an outside edge and just falling short of these demanded slips there.
So we have Swami. This time he is bowling to Leonardo Francis. He comes behind it. One pitch just about middle and off again. And he gets on his back foot and punches it or pushes it down to the man who's coming in from a cover position. There is no addition to the score. 12 for 1, 12 for 1 in over number 8. 12 for 1, so pretty tight going here so far by the bowlers from Guyana. Swami comes in now. This is a pitch on about middle stump and moving across Francis. He comes forward again in the correct fashion, the approved fashion, and keeps that one out. It pushes it out to the man coming in from short mid-on, and there is no addition. I guess, Andrew, it looks as if the same type of tactics or strategies being used there by the Guyanese as it relates to the fielders and the fielding positions. This one
Yes.
pitched just about the leg stump and coming in. I was able to go back and turn that one down to fine leg position. Gets a single, 13 for 1 after 8.
And the Guyanese with 10 or so of their fielders also inside the 30-yard circle, trying to restrict the Trinidadians from scoring. And as a result of that, build the pressure on them and have them, probably making mistakes. When the pressure's on, you do things, you improvise, you make shots, and you can lose your wicket. So they continue to work.
Okay, so it is going to be Torrington to continue. He has a slip, two slips. I make it, comes up now and bowls to, that is Francis who drives through where a whitish mid-on would have been. Gets a single, coming around from the orthodox mid-on position. I make it Ned. He does the fielding. And there is only one added to the total. 14 for 1. This is over number 9. 14 it is. And Guyana are trying to defend the 146. Tobago trying to set a foundation so that they can get 147 for victory. Torrington has other ideas. He comes up now to Julian. This one is pitched on the middle stump. A good, well-pitched delivery up to the bat and forcing the batsman into defense, into a defensive stroke. He does so, keeps that one out, and in his follow-through, Torrington was able to knock it down. So returns, that is Torrington. Comes up now and bowls to Francis. Francis gets another good delivery, well pitched up. On about the off stump, and again, having to be very, very, very careful in his stroke play is Francis. Leonardo Julian this time. He's the captain of the Trinidadian team, and he will want to get a good innings behind him today as Trinidad try to offer up a defeat to the Guyanese team. The Guyanese are the defending champions, and they would have lost their title and make it to Barbados, who would have won their game today. It's Torrington coming up now to Julian. This one is pitched outside the off stump, pitched top outside the off stump and driven to the wideish mid-off position. Gets a single. Again, another shy of the stumps. Good backing up by Omro there for coming around from square leg area, and one more to the total. 15 for 1. 15 for 1. Wondering exactly what would have been the position at Cumberland and Andrew, because it didn't seem as if there was much rain around. If there was play at Park Hill, that means around the south Leeward area may not have had so much rain. Probably rain yesterday.
I think they had the situation there, as I said, with the underground drainage. So I believe that was the problem that prevented play at Cumberland. I tried to get an update on that.
Okay, pitching on the leg and turned away neatly there by. I make it. Let's see when the batsman turn around. I make that Francis. He gets a single. It goes down to the man who came off of the fine leg boundary. It's 17. 17? Make it 16 for 1. The scoreboard is pretty quick this afternoon. They probably had lunch. So it's 16 for 1. 16 for 1 in over number 9. As Torrington comes up now and he bowls to Julian. This one is a good pitch delivery. And Julian goes down the wicket looking for a single. And he's sent back by Francis. And he's now asking the batsman, his partner in Francis, what's going on? I didn't hear you clearly. that's probably my call, but I don't think a single was there, Andrew. In all honesty, as he now has a mid wicket conversation with Leonardo Francis.
Well, that was suicidal, Roxelle. I don't know where he was going or who told him or who called him. Probably he got a call from Digicel or Flow, one of the networks, yeah. But he just took off, and there wasn't really a single day at all.
Yes, and Annaba Cricket, this is definitely a beautiful stadium, one of the more picturesque stadiums in the Caribbean. Um, just beautiful with the island of Bequia in the distance, and then we have a number of other Grenadine Islands behind Bequia in the chain down that side as we have Swami beating the Francis outside the off stump again, a delivery pitch outside the off stump and moving away, possibly at a drivable length and line, but beaten once more there is Francis. So it's Swami. Swami comes in now, and this one is pitched on the leg stump, going away and turned away, backward of square is turned away there. It was Francis. He does move on by one and takes the Guyanese score up to 17 for one. 17 for one. I just complimented the scoreboard, and now they're taking a little time to put it up. But it's 17 for one after 9 overs. We're in over number 10. The fielder from I made it make it fine leg fielding there. Swami comes in this time again on the leg stump, and this one is punched really well. And they're gonna get two between the fielder who came who the fielders, one from forward square and the other from the mid, a wideish mid-on position. He got to a good stroke there by Julian. It looks like he likes coming onto the front foot. That he did as he pushed that one between those two fielders. Two more to the total. 19 for one in over number 10. Swami not been on the line he wanted to be in the last two balls. Let's see if he changed that now. He comes in now to Julian. He does. This time he's back on the off stump and moving away from the left-handed batsman, the captain of the team Trinidad, and he was able to now push that one over to the fielder at gully. Swami trying to effect another breakthrough here for Guyana. 19 for one. We're in over number 10. Swami. He comes in now to bowl to Leonardo Julian. This one is wide. I make it, no, not called wide, but it's wide of the off stump. Julian decides he's not going to have anything to do with that one. Leaves it and taken behind by Adrian Hines. So going is quite slow again by Trinidad and Tobago. Guyana attempting to win this last game. Let's see as it gets closer to the end, in the middle of the innings, who would have the upper hand. The Swami comes up now to Francis. This one is pitched outside the off. Someone going wider, slashing at it is Francis. It goes over to forward of point area behind the point, down to where the third man fielder came around. It was however the fielder from point who went back, seeing that one going over his head. He did the fielding, and it's another run to Trinidad. 20 for one after 10 overs. Andrew Bramble, 38 overs remaining. Another 127 runs needed. It could be a little tight coming down to the end, Andrew.
A couple of wickets here, there now. Roxelle can put the cat among the pigeons. The Guyanese pace bowlers are bowling pretty well so far. We have not seen their spinners on in the attack yet, and we know that they have some very good spinners also, Roxelle. So if they can keep the pressure tight here and bowl a few tight overs, and the spinners can get in there, then it could be a struggle to the end.
So it looks like a bowling change. I see The number 45, he has the ball. That's Kevlon Anderson. Looks as if Anderson is going to take over the attack from Torrington, who started the ball for Guyana from the backway end. So we can see the field being put into, the players being put in position. There is a slip. We have a short extra cover, a mid-on, a short mid-on, a mid-off. There's a man on the square leg boundary and a man at fine leg and third man. As Anderson comes up now, this one is short outside the off stump, trying to pull it over to the mid-wicket position. All he succeeded in doing is letting it come off the bottom edge, I make it, and onto his stump, Andrew Bramble. A breakthrough made here, and gone is Leonardo Julian, the captain of the team Trinidad and Tobago, 20 for 2.
And as I said, Roxel, once the bowlers can continue to keep it tight, the pressure is going to build. And that was a shot there, ill-advised at the point in time by the captain. He should have been able to negotiate that better and stick around to try and lead his team on to victory.
So, yep. I make it.
Batsman number 99 is out
Yes,
now. He's
and that's
going on to the wicket.
Nanan, Aaron Nanan.
Aaron Nanan.
Aaron Nanan, number 99 on his back. You remember that famous spin bowler, Ranji Nanan?
Ranji Nanan. Yeah.
Yes. So, not a new name
To
West
cricket
Indies
and Trinidad cricket, yeah.
yes. And yes, Ranji Nanan. Those were the days when I was a little boy. And listening cricket on the radio. We didn't
Yep.
even have the facility of
television and seeing.
or YouTube or
I
television.
was making that point to some youngsters the other day. You know how fortunate and privileged they are. When I told them I went to school, and when I went to school we didn't have computers, they laugh at me. They say, "What kind of Stone Age time you went to school? We didn't have computers, but we were able to study, and we went to the library and we did our research and all of that."
And you had to wake up very late in the night when the games were being played in Australia.
To
and
follow,
until
yes.
early morning.
To listen.
Yes,
To listen.
Yes,
Not even to
yes,
see, to
yes.
listen.
Well, yeah, to
You know?
listen. So,
You have
but
your little
then-
chances to radio and you
Yep.
follow cricket. You go in and you see people walking up and down the streets and they have the little radio by the ears as they go along to follow the cricket.
Definitely. And the coverage has evolved. I don't know if the cricket has evolved as well.
Really, yeah, from bad to worse. Sorry, I don't know.
No, man,
I-
the cricket is quite interesting. You saw Steve Smith yesterday.
Oh,
with an
yeah, I was
awesome,
really impressed.
Awesome 100. And then the Australians came back from takeless position to win the test. So still some good cricket around being played. So we have, what I make it? I make it Anderson. He comes up now. This is a delivery pitched about the middle stump and coming into Nanan. He comes forward and plays it forward of square. There's a single. It's 22 for 2. 22 for 2 in over number 10. 11. 22 for 2 in over number 11. Coming into strike is the opening batsman. He has seen two of his teammates depart. So Leon Bassano. Is it? Am I right? No. It's Francis. Leonardo Francis. He gets a delivery that's wide outside the awesome signal wide as Adrian Hines steps across and comfortably takes that one. Andrew, to be honest, I think the glove work has been pretty good throughout the entire tournament.
From all of the keepers that I've seen, the glove work is
pretty neat, pretty accomplished. Probably need some runs behind their backs as well to support their claims. But this is a better delivery from Anderson just outside the off stump, and and being asked to drive, coming into to that position, driving position behind it there was Francis. He got it as far as the man who came in from short position. Kevlin Anderson must have been bored by that first delivery. Gets another delivery that's shortish and trying to punch it was Francis, getting it not timing it well, and so it bubbled out to the fielder who came in from a conventional cover position. I make it, and the score remains on 23. 23 for 2 in over number 11. Anderson comes up now. Again, this is not another delivery, shortish outside the off stump, and moving away and trying to punch once more was Francis. Could not beat the number 71, I make it. Could be in subject to correction, probably 11. 11 in Garfield Benjamin, and there is no addition to the score. 23 for 2, 11 overs. I think the game could be evenly balanced at this point in time, with probably the Guyanese with a sniff of a better chance so far, Andrew. They have gotten 2 wickets, 2 of the better batsmen in the Trinidadian team, and they are definitely going to be looking to see if they can
press home this advantage.
Yes, for the inroads.
I think the Trinidadians would have other ideas though, and they would want to bat the remaining of the overs. And I think once they bat the remaining overs without too much of a hiccup in terms of wicket loss, they should be home and dry.
Well, it's never over until last ball is bowled, and so we are in a position where we can only speculate. And you can see the remnants of a bit of rain over the last couple of days, Andrew. They just behind us, the brown shade color of the water. That means coming down from the
rivers, yeah.
in the sea there. Yes. But that area is not really a swimming area for us in St. Vincent.
Not at all.
Yep. Behind the Arnesville Sporting Complex there. There's a short break as I see. It seems as if Nanan is getting some work done to his helmet. The emergency fielder comes on there, or the 12th man, 30th man, and he is doing some work to the helmet of Nanan. Not sure what may have precipitated this. But the Guyanese are in a small huddle in the middle of the wicket, as well as the 2 umpires. The umpire in the competition, from your estimation, Andrew?
Pretty much on track. Good. The umpires are very professional. There's not been anything untoward in terms of the decision making. I think they had pretty straightforward decisions, Roxelle.
I think, Andrew, some of our viewers are very, very happy with our quote. It's never over until the fat lady sings. It's just been typed in there. So let's just say it.
It's never over until the fat lady sings.
Yes,
eh?
and Tanti Mole is from
Tanti Mole
Trinidad.
is from Trinidad, and Trinidad is playing, so I guess she's somewhere in the stadium. We'd look around to see if we can identify. We usually quickly identify by a parasol, usually a pink parasol.
Right.
And we'll check around and see if she's anywhere wrong to let her say, probably come up and have a word and say good afternoon to you folks.
And those of you who don't know, it's a parasol. It's also an umbrella. so here we are. If we have Tanti Mole and the fat lady, if we have them both in the stadium, my word, what an evening we could be having here. But taking up the attack from the commentator's booth end is Junior Sinclair. I have him listed as an off-break bowler, so not using the glove today, and he is actually going to be bowling some off breaks for the Guyanese. This is delivery number 2, comes from the commentary boat end. Ball shorts outside the arse. I'm trying to cut that one away. I make it a Nanan couldn't get past the fielder coming in from the point area. 23 for 2. This is over number 12. And trying to put a grip on things here is Guyana. Junior Sinclair comes up, short outside the off stump and trying to cut once more and missing. And another delivery goes without having a run scored off of. It's now Sinclair. He comes up now outside the off stump and getting some bounce there as well. And pitching and bouncing appreciatively for the wicketkeeper. Leaving that one is Nanan and no addition. We have Sinclair. Comes up now to Nanan. He tugs this one outside the off stump. It seems as if it's just about the line of that wide guide for the umpires. And Nanan did not offer a stroke. This one pitching and beating him outside the off stump. This one was a better delivery, a good length, and he tried to drive back away from the body, and it went past the outside edge. End of over number 12. And Andrew, the way things are going, the Trinidadians are on the back foot in terms of scoring.
Yes.
The Guyanese seem to
The
be
runs
getting in their stride in terms of bowling.
The runs have definitely dried up, Roxel, in terms of the early spurt of scoring that we had, and the Guyanese have really tightened things up here. And another wicket or two now, another wicket or two could really see Tantimore waving a parasol.
Yes, Tantimore, Trinidad, Guyana, Battle of the South, Caribbean Islands in the South.
Well,
Chain, so to
Guyana
speak.
is a
Well,
mainland territory.
Caribbean country in the case of Guyana, correct?
Right.
Yes, but still part of West Indies and West Indies cricket. So it's Anderson. He's probably getting another over because of the wicket he took. He comes up now and go, oh, this is a better delivery. Probably one of the best he's bowling is 7 he's offered up. This one pitched on about the off stump, got some lift as well, and having to come behind that one was Francis. He did well, and there is no addition to the score. 23 for 2, over number 13, and I make it. Anderson is getting some very valuable overs here for the Guyanese, and as they also have a number of other spinners. This one is cut backward of point. He gets a single. That is Francis, and the score moves up to 24. 24 for 2, over number 13. So if Anderson can keep it tight, and then we still have a number of other spinners in the Guyanese team. We have Omro, who we've not seen yet. We have Ned, who does some spinning as well. There's Sachin Singh, who does some pace bowling. It could be good. Anderson comes up now. This one is pitching about middle and leg and going down and coming into the batsman Nana, and he comes into his wicket and turns it to the man who came off of the area from short mid-on. He feels no addition to the score.
And Roxel, with the spin at one end and the pace at the other end, it would give the Trinidadians something to think about also.
Good, that's correct. Anderson comes up now to Nana, and this one is pitched on about the leg stump and flicking away. Was on in the air for a bit down to the fielder who came off of the fine leg boundary. He gets a single. It's now 25 for 2, over number 12. 25 for 2. Samlal, we are wondering if you have any family in this Trinidadian team, Samlal, or are you supporting Guyana? You could just clarify that for us. But it's Kevlin Anderson. He comes up now to bowl to I make it Francis. Francis comes behind a short rising delivery. Not a lot of pace in this one, but on about the stumps and probably not wanting to make a false stroke. Is comfortably behind it and keeping it out. There was Leonardo Francis, sorry, Julian is gone. Julian, two Leonardos, as Anderson comes up now to Francis, who drives, doesn't time it well. That one was pitched up outside the off stump. He drove at it, wasn't timing it properly, and that's the end of over number 13, 25 for 2. After 13 overs, Andrew.
Yes, very very slow going by the Trinidadians here. 25 for 2 off 13, just about 2 point something runs on over there. And the Guyanese would like to keep it this way, keep it tight, pick up a wicket here or there, and then press home the advantage coming in the later stages.
So I make it 25 for 2. We still have with the ball Junior Sinclair off a spin ball. He comes up now to Nanan. Nanan in the blue helmet picks that one up in the air, down to the man who came in from the mid-on boundary. It was a sitter to Swami, and he spilled it, Andrew.
Oh, and that's a bomber. And you can see the wind has been knocked out of the sail of the Guyanese fielders. They're all there standing. They could not believe that he dropped that rock sail. It was a sitter, easy catch, lobbed down to him at the mid-on position, and he just spilled it. Can't find any excuse with that. He just spilled it.
Yes, I think it was a very, very good height, appreciative height, and it is now with, I make it Sinclair. He is now coming around the wicket, and so it's Sinclair, Junior Sinclair. He comes in now to bowl to Francis. Francis pitches on the leg stump. That is Anderson pitches on the leg stump, and keeping that one out, driving to the mid-on, short mid-on position was Francis. He leaves this one outside the off stump, and it's a really, really bad miss there. I make it by Swami. He would have been making further inroads into the batting of the Trinidadian team. But it's Anderson. This is a good, well pitched up delivery on the off stump. We've driven neatly to a wide mid-off position. He gets a single. And there is one more to the total. I make it 27 for 2 over number 14. 27 for 2. It's Nanan and Sinclair continuing their battle. Sinclair comes away from us here at the commentator's booth, and this one is angled down the leg side. He does not offer a stroke. Wide signal by umpire Brian, and there is one added to the score. Sinclair again. He is coming into bowl to Nanan. This one is a better delivery on about the off stump. And Nanan comfortably forward, and he keeps that one out. In his follow through fielding there was Sinclair. And Andrew, a bad miss there by Swami.
Very bad miss indeed, and this could come back to haunt them because, I mean, if he had gotten rid of that batsman at the time, is Nanan it is?
Yes.
Yeah, he had gotten rid of Nanan. They would have been making further inroads into the middle order of the Trinidadian batting. A new batsman would have been at the crease, and you know what happens with some of these young batsmen settling in for the first few balls, deliveries of their innings. So that was a very bad miss indeed. It was an easy catch, and he should have taken it.
Yes, definitely. So one more to the total there. I make it 28. 29 for 2. We are in over number 15. Anderson, I make it into his fourth over. Anderson, Kevin Anderson into his third over. He's coming from the backway end, and he is going to be bowling to Nanan. Nanan in the light blue helmet. He gets a delivery on about the off stump, and slightly coming back into him. He gets into position and pushes it back down onto the wicket, onto the strip. He doesn't get he doesn't score, and the score remains on 29 for 2. 29 for 2. Pretty good, pretty slow going here. As Kevin Anderson comes up, Kevin Anderson again outside the off stump. Again, this one doesn't come onto the bat as well as he would like, not timing it as well as he would like, and again, there's no addition to the score as Sinclair came in from his positional point. And we see Anderson turning away from us here in the distance down at the backway end. This time it's pitched on about the leg stump and moving away down further, getting a single to backward of square is Nanan. He moves on to 4, and make it 4, and the Trinidad and Tobago score 30 for 2. 30 for 2. So it seems as if my answer was, well, I got my answer. This one is whipped back with a square. He gets one, looking for a second. It's not there. Coming around from the fine leg boundary is Torrington. He does the fielding. It's 31 for 2. 31 for 2. Andrew, I think we have to look at the preparation of these players for the World Cup next year. I know a lot of work is going to be put into this one. This one is slashing at it outside the off some goes through where a man of probably a gully or a third slip position may have been, and coming around again to do the fielding this time from third man was Torrington, and one more to the total and make it 33, 33, 32, 32 for 2. 32 for 2 after 15 overs.
Scoring at just about 2 runs and over the Trinidadians. Slow going here. The Guyanese are already bowling tight indeed.
All right, so this is second 11. Second 11 episode. Third, okay, beaten outside the off stump with a beauty. This one just held its own, kept this line, and went straight through with the arm. And it seems as if Sinclair is getting into his work here now. He comes up now to bowl to Nanan outside the off stump and spinning back into him slightly. And there is no run. No run to the total. 32 for 2. Over number 16. Tightening their grip. Making it even more difficult for the Trinidadians to score is the Guyanese. This one was pitched up about the middle and off and playing it in the air for a bit was Nanan coming around from the short mid-wicket position. We make it Ned. And there is no addition. Sinclair comes up now to Nanan. This is a good delivery. On about the off stump, not a flatter and push through a little quicker as well. There is, I make it the number 11 in Garfield. Benjamin coming around. I'm doing the fielding. Sinclair, this one is short outside the off stump and coming back into Nanan. Nanan does similar to what he did in the previous delivery by pushing it to the short mid-off position. He gets no run for that. There is going to be a break for refreshments, and until we come back after the break, we're going to take our break as well and go to master control.
Okay, so back here at the Yannisville playing field, we have resumed after the break. And it's Guyana, I'm sorry, Trinidad in pursuit of 147, 32 for 2 after 16 overs. 32 for 2 after 16 overs. That one is played into the mid-wicket gap. The fielder from mid-wicket running around, short mid-wicket running around and picking it up, but not able to stop the single there as we have Nanan on strike now. And he moves on to Nanan is on 5. Comes in and bowls down the leg side, a wide signal by the umpire. And he comes again from this southern end, bowls and swings that one over mid-wicket. That one is running out to the boundary, being chased by the fielder from short mid-wicket. He picks up just inside the boundary and throws a long return right into the keeper. And the batsmen are able to complete a single there.
Okay, so the total moves up to make it
36 for 2.
6 for 2 in over number 17. And we have Kevlon Anderson once again from the Becco end, this time to Nanan. Nanan is whipping that one off the pads down to the fine leg area. I think doing well. Eventually was swarmy. He looked as if he may have misjudged it initially. And finally keeping it in front of him. And so one more run added to the total. It's 37 for 2. 37 for 2 in over number 17. Anderson now comes around the wicket. He's going to be bowling to Francis. This one is pitched again on the pass. Francis attempting to whip that one past square. I think doing well was the fielder there just in front of square number 67. I make it Kelvin Omro. And a good piece of work by him because that one sped off the bat and was rushing past him where he eventually gathered it. It's Kevlon again. Kevlon Anderson. He is going to come into bowl to Francis. He's making sure that the fielders are in the right position. The umpire is having a word as well. So Anderson comes up now. He bowls to Francis. Short, rising, too short. And he pulls that one. I make it through the mid-on position, just past the mid-on fielder. He gets a single, and the score moves on to 38. 38 for 2 over number 17. 38 for 2. And this is going to be a very, very interesting battle as it gets closer to the end. We are almost 20 overs in. And definitely, Andrew, it could be a tussle in the last 10, 15 overs to see who's going to control this game. Leonardo Francis, I have him not out on 14. Yes, Francis is on 14. I make Nanan on 8. And the score is 38 for 2. Gone are Leonardo Julian for 8 and Leon Bassano for 3. So we have...
I'd really like to see a comparison, Roxette, of the scores between when Guyana batted. What were they on at around the same point in time to get a better idea of who sort of would have been ahead in the batting around this time. But I don't have that comparison here for you at this time.
Probably have our scorer try to assist us with that, but it is now, I make it Sinclair once again. He's coming around the wicket this time, and he bowls to Francis. Francis comes forward to delivery that is pitched just about on about the off stump and coming back into him. He is correctly forward and gets it as far as the man at a short mid-off position. This one he drives back to Sinclair, who doesn't feel cleanly initially, doesn't go too far behind him, and he gathers finally, and there is no run. It's Sinclair once again, comes up now to bowl to Leonardo Francis. Francis gets a delivery that's pitched, a good delivery, pitched on the off stump and coming back into him, taking the inner portion of the bat, maybe a little bit more than that, closer to the middle, and goes out to the man at a short mid-on position. This is a shorter delivery, and he goes back and plays it to the man coming in from the pointed position. Omro, we haven't seen him with the ball as yet, and he is pretty good with the ball, pretty handy with the ball as well. Sinclair comes in. This one is over pitched and driving it past the man at the short mid-on position. There was a little hesitation by Nana, and I think he was obscured by the fielder in that short mid-off position, who knocked it down initially for Ned to come around and complete the fielding. But eventually they completed the single. 39 for 2 after 18 overs. 39 for 2. We are the only ones in action here right now, Andrew. Barbados completed their win earlier today, 100. I make it 109 for 5, chasing 106 that was offered to them by the Leewards. There was no action down at Cumberland. But here at Annisvale, Guyana got up to 146, and Trinidad in reply are 39 for 2. This is over number 19. There's a peel from ball and go down the leg side, looking as if it would have missed the leg stump from our vantage point. Leg by signals umpire Williams, and there's one addition to the score. 40 for 2, and we have had 18.1 overs. So, beautiful afternoon. It's turning out to be here at the Annisvale playing field. Small fishing boat. I make it going past the Beckwith area there as Kevlin Anderson this time again on the leg stump and doesn't make contact is Nanan and signal wide by umpire Jacqueline Williams. 41 for 2. 41 for 2. Score here at the Annisvale playing field. Kevlin Anderson comes in now to Nanan. He drives. Initially was not there. I think he may have checked the drive and as he attempted to play that one through the covers area and only got it as far as a short extra cover in the number 69 Alpheus bookie. Anderson comes in now to Nanan. Nanan gets one on the middle stump coming into him. Pushes it to the fielder coming in from short mid-wicket. He does not score. Score remains at 42 for 1. And Andrew, something one of our viewers have brought up, the ability to play the ball into the gaps and get a good delivery and play it into with soft hands or into a small position where the fielder has to move around and get a single. Seem to be lacking in a bit in this game.
Lacking a bit in West Indies cricket, lacking in West Indies cricket, period. We don't seem to be able to rotate the strike. We don't seem to be able to place the ball in the gaps. We go for the big hit. Is a big hit, is either a big hit or a block. So we find ourselves in a situation, Roxelle, where we play a lot of dot balls. So we play in a T20, you know, where you have 120 balls and 50 or 60 of those will be dot balls. But you will still find that we get up to 165 or 168. So it's a big bash, or block or bash.
Okay, so to answer Hero, I believe that, if I could be subject to correction, but I believe those 24 or so would be named this evening at the closing ceremony because I think the other players are due to leave St. Vincent tomorrow. So the 24 will definitely be named tonight so that the other players from the tournament would be leaving St. Vincent tomorrow. Another single there scored. I make it 43, 44, 44 for 2, 44 for 2, and we have completed 19 overs. 44 for 2 after 19 overs. I think it looks, it's getting a little easier now for the batsmen, Andrew, as they seem to have been coming to grips, first of all, more so than the other bowler. I think they're now a little bit more comfortable as they play Anderson, and they're scoring a little freely off of Anderson. And so Guyana may have to start to rethink some bowling changes possibly soon.
Yes, Nanan seems to be set. Nanan and his partner there seems to be set now, and they're looking to rebuild and push on with this partnership.
All right, he's getting a delivery there from Make It Sinclair, pitching shortish and coming into him, spinning into him. There was Anderson to Nanan. He comes up again, Sinclair that is, to Nanan. This one is too short, but on the middle stump, and he's not able to work that one into a gap. He plays it only to the man coming around from the short mid-wicket position. That's Ned. Ned does the fielding. Sinclair comes up again, short outside the off stump, and just bowling flat, really flat here now is Nanan, and also getting some bounce with it. He comes in now is Sinclair to Nanan. Nanan doesn't move his feet whatsoever, swishes at that one outside the off stump, and does not make contact. Getting through his overs very quickly. I make it Sinclair. He comes up with delivery number 4 or 5. I make it up this over. This one is wide, and it's going to be called wide correctly by umpire Brian. And he gives one more to Trindad. 45. 45 for 2 in over number 20. It is Sinclair. Comes up now to bowl to Nanan. This is a better delivery. Again, shortish outside the off stump. And getting some bounce there as well. And Nanan is just getting on top of it and punching it, pushing it to the man coming in from the covers area. It's again Sinclair comes in now. This is a short delivery again, back of the length, and ends it over without a run being scored. And that's well outside the wide. That's the end of over number 20. 20. 45. 45 for 2 after 20 overs. Andrew, Trinidad and Tobago need 102 runs of 28 overs.
Quite gettable, Roxelle, not beyond the realms of possibility. And once they decide to stay there and bat on, the big overs can come as well as the wickets can fall also. But the big overs can come and they can build a partnership. 102 from 20 overs, that's gettable in my estimation.
Yes. But we've just had 20 overs of 45 runs.
Well, I mean, the second half of the equation, Roxelle, I mean, they have the batters in hand and they can step up the pace. We saw Guyana stepping up the pace in the latter part of their innings. And they got quite a few runs in the latter part of their innings also.
Let's see what happens. We have Omro. I make it Omro coming to the attack. I could be subject to correction, but the bowler comes up now and pitches this one outside the off stump. Yes, it is Omro. He's always with these arm bands. And so he's coming from the backway end. Omro, left arm spinner, comes up now to bowl to, I make it Francis. Francis pulls this one from outside the off stump to the fielder coming off the mid-wicket boundary. He gets a single, and it moves on to 46. 46 for 2. The pull sweep that is there from Francis. Omro could be handful for the Trinidadians if he gets his line pretty good. But let's see what is going to happen. He is going to come between the umpire and the stumps now. Making sure his fielders are in the correct position. He comes between the umpire and the stumps, around the wicket this time to bowl to Nanan. This is on the stump, on about the middle stump. Nanan comes forward circumspectly and looking to see what Omro is offering. He comes up again, this time wide of the crease, pitching just about the same area, just about the middle and leg stump, probably coming back into him, spinning back into him, and content and pushing it back down to the bowler. Omro comes up again. This time is outside the off stump or just about the off stump. Not a good delivery. Nanan not looking to be a very attacking player and just pushing that one out to the man at short extra cover. Omro once more to Nanan, and this is on the off stump again and coming back into to Nanan this time. The end of the over. If the Guyanese continue to get in the overs this quickly with as limited runs scored, Andrew, the Trinidadians going to have to go all out in their last 10, 15 overs to try and get this total.
Once they have batters in hand, once they have the batters in hand, then they can afford to do that. But leaving it so late and with the pressure on, anything is possible.
So the captain, Ashwin Nell, he's going to take over the attack from and make it Junior Sinclair. So Nell is going to be spinning. He's listed as a left arm spinner as well. Left arm spin is coming over the wicket to bowl to Francis. This is Ned, and Ned bowls to Francis on about the off stump just outside there. Flighted delivery and a good start from Ned. He gets some sand on his hands to make sure his hands are a little dry. He's pushing his long on onto the boundary. He gets the delivery flighted in the air into the middle wicket area, coming around, just dropping in front of him, making a gallant effort. There was a number 72, but he pulled out in the last minute because he didn't carry as far as he would like. And that Sion Glasgow picks up on the bounce and gets it in. So one more to the total. I make it 47. 47-4-2, over number 22. Ashwin Ned comes in now to Nanan. Comes around the wicket to bowl to Nanan. This one is pitching on the off stump and moving slightly away, spinning slightly away, and Nanan again behind it with not with much aggression at all, as he faces up to Ned once more. Ned gets this one short outside the off stump. He tries to cut this one and punch this one through the cover area. He does not beat I make it Glasgow, and there is no addition to the score. Ned comes up once more. This time he offers a flighted delivery to Nanan, who drives down to long on, gets a single, fielded by Torrington. And the score moves up to 48. 48 for 2. 48 for 2. This is over number 22. Slow going, yes. Slow going by Team Trinidad, but the bowling and the lines and the lengths have not been bad. They could have been working the ball around a little bit more, but not bad bowling, to say the least, by Guyana in the circumstances, as Ned completes his over with a delivery that was pitching on about the off stump and playing it to the forward square position. Was I make it Francis. The end of the over, 22 overs gone, 47 for 2, and we are going to see Omro once again. So it's Omo. He comes up to Nana, and this one is flighted on about the midland leg. He attempts to drive that one, and he gets it only as far as a man as the short mid-arm position. It's Omro once more, comes up to Nana and flighted again on about the midland leg once more, and Nana kept in check. Nanan looking like an individual who can play the delivery short outside the off stump, and the delivery is flighted like that one. Well, he gets this one in the air to the man coming off the mid-wicket boundary. He floors it. Another chance going begging for Guyana, and it is really, really, really not pretty good feeling by the Guyanese coming off of the boundary there once more. And another one spilled, Andrew. Omro getting, I was just saying, and Nanan likes to fly the deliveries at a pitch up to him. He struck that into the mid-wicket area and was dropped coming off of the boundary, the fielder.
Well, Roxelle, you can't expect to win games when you're giving a batsman 3 and 4 chances to bat, and good batsmen take advantage of those opportunities. So if you're going to give Nanan 3 and 4 chances to bat, then he should go on to win the game for his country.
Well, let's see if he does that. As Omro, he is going to come and make it over the wicket now. Left arm spin bowler comes over the wicket to Francis. Francis gets one pitched up outside the off stump, and he drives it backward of point, gets a single, and there is one more. 52 for 2. 52 for 2. We see there's about, I'm seeing about 12 people in the microphone pavilion. There may be a little bit more in the Sophia Vera stand, but beaches are completely devoid of spectators. The Frank Thomas stand is occupied by the workers as it relates to the ground staff. And
The
there's
Whitaker has one spectator with an umbrella there. Seems to be a
that's our
cameraman over
cameraman,
there.
yeah,
That's
our
our cameraman
cameraman,
over there.
one of our cameramen. And I see Julian seemed to have did some damage to his bat, and he was not very happy. You could see him going down on all fours almost, and probably crying for what is his favorite bat. Subject to correction, that's the way we saw it here, because he's back out there now, gets a replacement a piece of equipment as he goes back into the middle. 52, Andrew Bramble.
And the key thing here is that the Trinidadians still have wickets in hand so that they can launch. But how long are they going to wait to launch? And the Guyanese are not giving up; they're not letting up. But they would have to be taking their catches, Roxelle, because if they're going to be spilling catches and giving batsmen 3 or 4 chances to bat, then they're in for some problems later.
Good delivery this time into Nanan's pads and make it, and coming off the leading edge to the fielder who was at the short, extra cover position. There's no addition to the score, and it remains on 52 for 2 after 24. 24 overs gone, Andrew. Halfway stage, 52 runs. 23? Yes, 23. So it's Ned. He is going to come into bowl to Francis. He's been there from the start, Francis. Ned comes in now, pitches one outside the off stump that spins into him. He pushes it to the man at short mid-on, and he cannot score. Ned once again, he's bowling right arm, left arm over the wicket. I make it. Yes, he does. So now this one is pitched on the middle stump and going spinning into him. He plays it back past the fielder at square leg, gets a single, and moves the score onto 53. 53 for 2. $53 for 2. I make it the bowler, the captain Ned. He comes around the wicket this time to Nanan. Short of a good length, shortish delivery again, and into the middle stump area. And Nanan again just content on playing that one out to the fielder at short extra cover. Gets a pitch, a delivery in the air. He's gone with 6. He's gone with it. Now this was in his slot. This was definitely in his slot. He went through the line, over the fielder, cleared them pretty easily. The fielder at mid-on, deep, long on, and it went into the boundary for 6. So Nanan opening up here now, and that was a pretty good offer, Andrew.
And that's what you get when you give a man a second and a third chance to bat.
So what would Ned's response be? He comes in now, and this one is shortish, back of a length again, and spinning back into Nanan. Nanan, as I said earlier, likes the deliveries that are pitched up to him and or short outside the off stump, and he takes advantage of those. But his Ned comes up now. This one is pitched up, a pretty good delivery as well on the pads. Keeps it out to the man at short mid-on. And there's no further addition to the score. 58 for 2, 20 overs gone, halfway stage. Andrew, and Trinidad possibly in the driver's seat in your estimation?
Yes, definitely so, given that they have wickets in hand and Nanan is seeming now to want to move into another gear and step up the tempo. The Guyanese bowlers, their spinners are on, and they would have to try to contain this Trinidad team by bowling good, very good line and lengths and tight bowling. But the fielders would also have to back them up by taking the catches when they do come around.
Okay, so it's could have had a wicket earlier in this opening overs. He comes up now, he's over the wicket left arm, and this one he's pitching outside the off stump, not timing it well there as Francis. As he attempted to drive that one, and he comes to a position where the man from short extra cover came around and did the field. Comes in now, again, this time outside the off stump, better delivery by my estimation. This one to Francis, he comes forward, drops it in front of him, it bobbles out to the man who came in from short mid-wicket. Coming into the circle now is the mid-off, and the Omno comes up now to Francis, pitched outside the off stump. He drives, speeding off the outer part at the end of the bat, so to speak, out to the man at cover, number 72. I'm making Glasgow. He does the fielding. 3 deliveries, no run score. And it seems as if the Guyanese are looking to put some pressure by bringing the field in. He comes in now. It's Omro to Francis. This one again outside the off stump. The driver will length. He does that, but only as far as the short extra cover does the fielding. I make it Benjamin, and it's Omro. With delivery number 5, I make it. This one is a better delivery on about the off stump, pitching and turning as well, and getting it as far as the backward of square position. The keeper went around, that's Adrian Hines, did the gathering. It's Omro once more. This one is a good delivery once more. Pitching and about, it's a wide. Looked as if it came off the park from my estimation. Again, the batsman's back are to us. So that one pitched probably about the middle stump and going further away. So it's Omro comes in again. This one pitching now, a better delivery on about the off stump and spinning into Julian. That is Francis, Leonard Francis. And there is no addition to the score with the exception of the wide. A pretty good over there again by Omro. It's 60 for 2 after 25 overs. Good, so it's Ned. Ned is going to continue. He is coming from our end, commentator's booth end with beautiful sunshine with some birds flying around. As it is with Ned. Ned, left arm around. This time spared into the pads. Not the line you want to bowl. And it's tucked into the forward square position, coming around and doing the fielding there. I make it number, it looks like 44. I don't have it listed. I could be wrong. And as he does the fielding, it's probably 64. There's one more to the total. It's now with Ned. Ned comes in now to bowl to Francis. A short delivery. Goes back on to the back foot and pushes that one back to the bowler. And there is no addition to the score. 61 for 2. Over number 26. Ned comes up now to bowl to Francis. Francis gets a delivery pitched outside the arsenal. Coming back to him. Going back into him. Spinning back into him. He punches it as far as the man who came in from the cover area. Once again, no addition to the score. Not really getting to finding the gaps and dropping it to playing the ball with soft hands. But it's Ned. This time again, a beauty. This one went through with the arm, beating him outside the off stump. And Ned trying to do dislodge another batsman here for Trindad. That was a good delivery as he continued his third over. I make it. He comes in now. It's Ashmid Ned. Left arm over the wicket. Comes up now and bowls this one. Pitched onto the off stump. Pitched up outside on about the off stump. Driven down to middle one. The fielder coming off in a long boundary. He does the fielding. And there is one more. 62 I make it. 62 for 2 after 26 overs. 62 for 2 after 26 overs. And something is going to have to give soon. It's either a couple wickets fall and a greater pressure being put on the batsman, or these batsmen are going to just stroll away with it, Andrew.
Well, the Guyanese are not giving away anything really, Roxelle, and the Trinidadians, even though they're picking up an odd boundary here, they have not really pressed the gas in terms of stepping up, and we see what gives. The Guyanese look like they would be just waiting for something to happen, but they would have to actually make it happen, and they would have to take their catches, they'd have to tighten the fielding and ensure that the Trinidadians are put under pressure. And that one is swung over mid-wicket, down to the man on the deeper mid-wicket boundary, and he picks it up, throws it in, and they get another single, moving on to 69 for 60, 63 for 2. 63 for 2. I'm giving them some extra runs. They'd be very happy to get those free runs, eh?
So it's Omro again. This time he's coming between the umpire and the stump, and he's going to go around the wicket to Nanan. Nanan offers a delivery that is pitched on about the off stump. I think that one was out of the reach. It sped off as he drove. I make it in the air, just in front of the fielder who was in the cover position. I don't think he could have gotten to that one. It ran away to the boundary area and they got 3. So I make it 66 for 2. Over number 27. We are hearing the Trinidadians on the bench a little bit more vocal now, as they probably are of the opinion that they are ahead of the game, or probably a little bit more in control, so to speak. And we see Beckley a little clearer than this morning, Andrew. The water is a little in the sea that is a little calmer as Omro comes up and pitches this one outside the off stump, coming across and playing it to the man at cover is Francis, and there is no addition to the score. Omro again. This one is pitched outside the off stump. He tries to drive, comes off the inner portion of the bat and goes down to the fielder or the wide long position. He gets a single, and it's now 67. 67, and we are in over number 27. Again. This time he's going to be bowling around the wicket between the umpire and the stumps, and a good delivery, pitching about the middle stump and moving, spinning away slightly from the short, diminutive figure of Aaron Nanan. And he just came forward comfortably and pushes it off the onside, offside. This one he's in the air. This time he's going to be caught. This time he is caught. Similar stroke to the one he played early in the over. The one early in the over, I don't think it came off of the middle of the bat and it sped well, just in front of the fielder. This one came off the middle of the bat and with the spin on it, it went further in the air, closer to the man who came off of the cover area, I make it, cover point area. And there goes Nanan. Trinidad has lost their wicket, and I think a wicket loss at possibly a really crucial
time
point.
there, yes, when they're trying to step up. A new batsman is coming in now with the pressure on. You know, anything can happen there.
Yes, so Omro, can I get Omro's figures, please? Omro, I don't think he's conceded 10 runs. Omro, probably 3 point something overs. 3.4 overs. No maidens, 3.4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 8, 1 for 10. So he's considered 10, but has been pretty good so far, as I expected him to be. And now we have coming in to take strike is Mbiki Joseph, the number 17. He is joining. He's going to join Leonardo Francis, who's been there from the start. And just as we were about to say that the Trinidadians may have felt like they were in the ascendancy, they have lost a wicket, Andrew.
Yes, Roxelle, indeed. And that would set them back a bit in that the new batsman will now take some time to settle in. And he would soak up a couple more balls, which would help in raising the run rate that they are required to get. In terms of them scoring and the pressure also. And you can have a situation where because of the pressure, they try to force it and force the game and they end up losing some quick wickets.
Well, that might be the case, or he may come and play innings like Thompson the other day.
Oh, yes, definitely. Exactly. Yes. Definitely so.
So, but that was the end of over number 27. We are now into over number 28, Ashmid Ned. The captain of the team Guyana with 41 on his back. He is moving away from us here at the commentator's booth, and he is going to bowl to Leonardo Francis. Francis has been there from the start of this innings for Trinidad. It's Ned pitching this one on about the off stump and spinning back into him. He did not come down on that one cleanly, and it came off of the inside edge and went, I think, between him and the stumps to the man at back of the square. Ned again comes up now and bowls to Francis. This time he aborts his run, comes back, and he is going to make sure all is set. Turns, sets himself. That's Ned. Comes up now and bowls to Francis. Gets a short delivery outside the off stump. Again, this one seemed to have gone through the arm and beaten Francis outside the off stump. Ned, a little bit more vocal, both dugouts at the players pavilion. It's Ned. This one is short and enough time for Francis to go onto the back foot and punches it to the fielder who comes around from the short mid-on position. It's Ned once more. Ned is coming into Francis. He offers a delivery outside the off stump, checking his stroke there, checking his drive there. Was Francis probably felt that he was not completed at the pitch, and as he checks his drive, he plays it back down to Ned in his follow-through. Ned comes up once again and offers this one. A short delivery coming in to Francis. Francis again goes back and tucks it to the man at short and make it a short mid-on. Ned once more. Let's see what he offers up now to Francis. On about the off side. Coming back in, spinning back in to Francis. He is brought into play a defensive stroke. It's 67. Andrew, I make it 80 required from 20 overs. A run rate of about 4 runs in over, and it could be a little tough if the bowlers continue to do what they're doing here for Guyana, and no bad balls or not many bad balls are offered up.
And given that the top order, the top half of the Trinidad, the top batters for Trinidad struggled, we can expect, we don't expect that the tail would come and do what you expect your top order to. But then sometimes that is not always the case, because we have seen, as in the case with Jamaica against Barbados, the number 8 pair put on a very good and significant partnership.
Yes, that's true. Actually, a 9th wicket partnership of 82. So, still not very easy to call, I think, at this time. But it's Omro coming from the backward end. He's coming, he's making a change. I think he asks a question of umpire Williams. Goes back to his mark now. Comes up now over the wicket. Bowls outside the off stump and coming back in. It's called a wide. It's called a wide, Andrew. Okay.
Strange.
It's we make it up. Comes in now, and this one is pitched on about the off stump, spinning into Mbiki Joseph. He gets off the mark. He gets one as he pushed that one down to where a conventional mid-on would have been, coming off of the long on boundary. There's the fielder, and there's one to score. This one is pitching, pitching outside the off stump, spinning back in. I make it go in between bat and pad, beating the batsman, beating the stumps, beating the keeper. And single, taken a bye being signaled there by umpire Williams, Andrew.
Yes, good delivery there indeed. Beating everything.
Yes.
And everyone.
Omro comes up now, pitching outside the off stump again and coming back in. He seems to be looking and walking at a length, a line and length just outside the off stump and spinning back in and asking the batsman to do either one of two things: drive on the offside or pulling. This one he's pulling down outside the off stump, and definitely is a wide, and called there as the Trinidadian total goes up to 70. 71 for 3, we in over 29. Omro now comes up now. This one is outside the off stump once more. That's where it starts, but spins back in to Mbiki Joseph, and he is able to come forward and keeps it out just in front of him on the strip. Let's see what Omro has to offer now. He comes in. This one to Joseph is pitching on about the off stump, and again spinning into him. Does good work here is Omro. It's a no ball. So transgressing a bit in this over is Omro. What would Joseph do with this delivery? Omro comes up now. He bowls a quicker delivery and going through the line and definitely making beautiful contact there was Mbiki Joseph. He hit that over where a wide mid-on would have been into the grass area behind the boundary line for 6.
Yes, Roxel, good pickup, good hit, maximizing the free hit and picking that one well up and picking that one up nicely and hitting it over the deep mid-wicket boundary for 6.
Right. So, yes, I'm going to agree with Sam Lal. Joseph is batting low in the order. He normally would open. So Sam Lal is offering an idea here that Trindad has batting from 1 to 12.
From 1 to
12.
Let's hope they don't have to reach down there, Sam Lal.
Okay, so here we go. It's 78 for 3. Over number 30. Ned comes in and looking to get another wicket. This one is pitching outside the off stump. Little flatter and went through pick away the arm, and he punched that one to back with a point, straight to the fielder. It's now with Ned. Ned comes in once more, and he offers up a delivery that is pitched outside the off stump in the air to the man on the mid-wicket boundary. He settles under it, and I make it. Francis is gone, and Samlal, I agree. I probably want to agree with you, but we may, if we get down to 11, it may be a matter of nerves and the players or the team that can control their nerves. Another delivery, pitched outside the off stump and pulled into the mid-wicket area. Simple catch for the fielder, Andrew.
And the Guyanese are there celebrating. They're in a huddle there. The batsman is coming off now. And as I said, given what we have seen before, there's nothing to suggest that anything is going to change. The pressure is going to be built here. We see the new batsman coming out now, and the Guyanese would have their tails up, having picked up that wicket, and they would continue to press on. So let's hope for Sam Lal's sake that we don't have to get down to number 12, because number 12 will be unable to bat.
Oh, wow. So here we are on the last afternoon of the West Indies, the Cricket West Indies, the Future Stars on the 19th Cricket Championship here at Yannisville playing field St. Vincent. Remember, Barbados wrapped up the championship earlier today when they defeated the Leeward Islands by, I make it about 5 wickets or so. And the Leewards got 106 and they got 109 for 5. And then the Windwards would have to settle for second position as their game against Jamaica was abandoned without the ball being bowled. So they would have moved on to 16.8 points. And then these two teams here, Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago, they are fighting up here for, I make it, third spot. So it's now with Ned. Captain Ned comes into bowl to the knee. Is that the new batsman? I make that.
No, that's not.
Mbiki Joseph.
Mbiki.
Yes.
And a suggestion, Roxel, probably the West Indies Cricket Board, this is the Future Stars tournament, right? And we noticed that we only had one round of game this time around. I know in previous years we would have had a 3-day competition in conjunction with this, the 50 over. I don't know what is the reason for not having the 3-day, but I would suggest probably that in the years when we don't have a World Cup, when there's no under-19 World Cup, probably the competition could be a 3-day competition or even a 2-day competition to give our batters a better chance at batting for a longer period of time, because that is one of our biggest problems, the batting. And to be restricting them to these short, I understand for now that we are preparing for a World Cup, fine. But in the years when we don't have a World Cup, the off years, they can play probably a 3-day competition in that year.
Yeah, well, one of the issues being mentioned all the time is finances, and we've just found the oil in Guyana, so there should be a lot of money going around. So
the finances are there, Roxel, once you want to utilize them and utilize them well. The finances are spent on other posts, other things, and other teams that really don't perform. So probably we need to look at rebuilding, because we are constantly talking about the senior team and the efforts that they are putting in, and they have a lot of money spending there. So probably need to take some of the money from there and put it in the under-19s to help to build them, so that we can have a better senior team when the time comes.
Well, the Vice President of Cricket West Indies, Dr. Kishore Shallow, did allude to the fact that a little bit more is going to be spent on the youth cricket, because obviously that's the future. We need, if our foundation is weak, then the house is not going to stand up for very long and for very and be competitive in the senior years. So
look what is happening. We are being beaten soundly trashed by India A. We are being soundly trashed by India seniors. You understand? So it would take just not a little bit more, Mr. Vice President. It would take a lot more. And I think we can do that, put a lot more into the development of our youth cricket.
Good. So Umro again in over number 31. I make it 79 for 4. 79 for 4. Scorer, yes. I mean, getting the affirmative head shake there. So it's Umro. He comes up. I make it to Mbiki. Mbiki Joseph. He comes forward with ball to a ball that's pitched down about the middle, and I make it middle and off, and he plays it as far as the fielder behind square, short square leg, I make it. He feels and there is no addition. Omro comes up now to Mbiki Joseph. A good delivery. There's an appeal. A loud appeal. This one pitching on about the off stump. I think it probably took some bat because that one, I don't know. I can't, from my vantage point, possibly would not have been beaten the leg stump. So probably some bat involved, subject to correction. Omro comes up again, this time to Joseph. This one is pitching and going the other way and coming off the outside.
He's asking some serious questions of Joseph
coming
there
off
now.
the outside portion of the bat, and Omro now seems to be getting into his work a little bit more as the fielder from mid-off goes down to long off. It's Omro, comes up now to Joseph. He flies this one outside the off stump, coming off the inside portion of the bat this time, and goes down to mid-on, or where a mid-on would have been, coming off of the long boundary. Fielder down there, and there is one more to the score. 80 for 4. The Trinidadians are loudly. They're very, very loud in their dugout here now. And the Guyanese are seeming to get a little louder as well as they try to push each respective team to the end here. That's the end of over number 31. I make it 80 or 81. 80 for 4, 80 for 4 after 31 overs. Andrew, we have 17 overs to go. There's another 67 runs to get. Again, just over what? 4? Just over 4, I make it? Or just close to 4 runs and over?
So they need you have 102 balls to get that Roxelle.
So it's Nell. He's going to come into both Mbiki Joseph. This one has a good delivery. Pitching really, really good. A good length there. Just about the off stump or just outside the off stump and shaping into him really sharply as well. And it beat him, I think, before it actually got some bat onto it. This time he's comfortably forward and pushing it back down on the onside. Fielded by the fielder there, I make it, it looks like Torrington to me, subject to correction. And it's Ned again, comes up now to Joseph. Joseph gets a short delivery that spins into him. He whips it forward a square, gets a single, the man off of the wicket boundary comes around and gets a single. 81 for 4. Another wicket or two, it could be problems. But according to Sam Lal, one of our ardent followers or viewers, she's of the opinion that Trindad has batting down to 12, so it might need more than 2 wickets in her opinion to swing the tide definitely into the Guyanese channel, Andrew. So it is now with Ned. He comes around the wicket, this time to bowl to the new batsman. I did not get his number. Not sure if our scorer can assist us there. On the taller batsman, he actually looks like James. It is James, okay. Looks like James, the fast bowler from the top end.
Yeah.
So it's Ned. Ned comes in now to bowl to James. This is a good delivery. It a little flatter, a little faster. Okay, went through James. Possibly at the last minute decided to pull away, but a good delivery offered up to Ned here. James, this bat look a little too short for him, Andrew. But it's Ned, comes into James. He comes forward and punches it down to the man on the long off boundary. He gets a single, and it is 82. Andrew, the bat looks short for James.
Well, he's a pretty tall lad, and I guess it looks that way. But I can assure you, I believe he should be able to swing that bat, swing that long handle effectively. The Guyanese bowlers are not giving him any chance to do that at this point in time. And I was saying with the number 17 batsman, Roxelle, the shorter one the batsman who's on the non-strikers. What is his name there again?
What's, Joseph?
Joseph.
MBK Joseph?
Yeah, MBK Joseph. I'm saying if I were the captain of the Guyanese team, when he's batting, I'd bring in a man short because he's not handling the spin well at all.
Okay.
And that would put some added pressure on him and force him probably to do something untoward.
Good delivery to start this, the number 33rd, well, over number 33. And that was Omro. He decides to come between the umpire and the stumps around the wicket to I make it James. James had to come down hard on that one. He comes up now. It's Omro. This one is on the middle stump. James looking quite accomplished so far. And he drives that one down to mid-on. Gets a single. The fielder from the long arm boundary does the fielding. 83. 83? Yes, 83 for 4. Omro comes in now to MBK Joseph. He has struck a good 6 before. He gets a delivery pitched outside the off. Some guys this one past the slip. They're feeling about the second slip position or slip and a half position and gets 2. So 2 more to the total. 85 for 4. Trinidad and Tobago. They look as if they want to push this one home and snatch third position from the Guyanese, who are in third position coming in, who were in third position coming into this round of matches today. It's now with Omro, good delivery, just a shortage of good length, and spinning into Joseph. Joseph is comfortably behind that one, and he plays it back down on the strip, and fielding his follow through is Omro. Kelvin Omro, left arm spinner. He comes over the wicket now to I make it Joseph. Another good full pitch delivery on about the off stump, and Joseph content in playing correctly forward. Omro once more from the backward end comes in now to Joseph. This one is outside the off stump and is beaten again. I think coming back in with the arm and possibly just going in between back and pad and doesn't make contact is Joseph. End of over number 33. End of over number 33. I make it 85 for 4, Andrew.
Yes, Guyana continue to plod away. The Trinidadian batters looking to build and take their team over the line. We play on. So it's Ned. The one is tucked down to short fine leg, and there's a single there, a single to number 25 batsman there. That's Joseph it is. Ned from the northern end. Coming left arm over the wicket and he drives, but straight to the man there at the shortish, wideish mid-off position. No run. Ned again. Left arm over into bowl. He drives this time, finds a gap, but straight down to the man feeling on the long off boundary. He picks up, throws in, and he gets a single. The score moves on to 87 for 4. 87 for 4. As Ned is coming around the wicket now to the right-hander. In boards and on the legs there, he tries to whip it off. It comes off the, looks like the bat and the boot. Let's wait and see. Is it? Or it's a leg by off the pads down to the shortish fine leg position. The man from back with a square runs around and field, and they got a leg by. Ned again, coming left arm over to the left-hander and left arm around to the right-hander. So he comes now, jumps and bowls. Flighty delivery, short of a length there, and the batsman just get on top of that one, pushing it back along the wicket for the bowler himself to field, and there's no run from that one. It's Ned. flighted delivery there. He comes forward and just drops his bat on that one, plays it up to the man at a shortish, wideish mid-off. And that's the end of the over. And it's 88 for 4. 88 for 4. Trinidad in response to the Guyana's 146 made earlier in their innings.
So 59 needed from 14 overs, Andrew. 59.
Quite gettable. 63.
Sorry? So there's an adjustment in the score. There was an adjustment in the score. Okay, so we have to clarify that.
Oh,
sorry?
okay, the lowest, the Duckworth lowest. Remember that rain?
Oh, okay. So we have. Let's just clarify that. We're gonna bring up the details here. I'm being told, or we've been told, that the target is 151.
150.
150. Because of the Duckworth Lewis method calculations. So, a bit of twist, I make it actually. A twist there.
But I saw the 150 there, but I didn't even pay on the scoreboard. I did not even pay attention to that, you know.
It wasn't communicated to us.
Yeah.
Either, so, it's important to get this information out so we can get the correct information to our viewers. So it looks as if the target is 150 viewers.
Okay.
Target is 150. So we have make it the pace bowler coming back in.
You see when he turns.
So it's Torrington. So Kumar Torrington is going to come back for his second spell. He has spelled 5 overs, no maidens, 1 maiden. 5 overs, 1 maiden. Can I get that sorted for you? So my score can help me. 5 overs, 1 maiden, and he took 1 for 12. Didn't get a wicket. Okay, 1 for 12. Right. So it is now Torrington. He bowled pretty well in the opening spell, and it seems as if the Guyanese are going to try to see if he can get back into that kind of mold again. This one is short of a length, back of a length, a little too short, I make it. And Joseph stood up tall and drove that one back. I make it to the fielder coming off from a mid-off position. Doesn't get a run. So it's 63, you said. 63 that is required from 14 overs. This is over number 35. It's now with Torrington. Torrington comes up to bowl this one in the slot and driven to the mid-wicket area. Over mid-wicket, he gets one. Looking for a second, he does that. It looks as if the long handle and the long limbs of James Andrew is coming into play here for the Trinidadian team.
Yes, definitely. So a big, tall lad, and he looks like he can really swing it. And he's looking to step up the pace now.
Torrington is asked by his mid-wicket boundary fielder whether he should go a little further on. He's asked him to stay there. He comes up now to bowl to James. This one, James is hitting back past the bowler, down on the mid-off position. He gets a long off position, gets one, comes back for 2. And I think this is what Joshua James likes, Andrew. He's looked very, very positive to the deliveries offered up to him so far by the pace bowler, and the Guyanese may be wondering whether they should have continued with their spinners. But let's see if Torrington could make the breakthrough that they require. It's Kumar Torrington. He's coming from the backway end. He now has long off on the boundary, long on the boundary, the wicket on the boundary. Comes up now and bowls to James. James gets a delivery. It's a delivery pitched about the middle stump, a little slow delivery there. And he comes forward and plays it out to cover and gets a single. And that is one more to the score. I make it 93 for 4. This is over number 35. And Trinidad actually stepping up, it seems like, the scoring off the space bowler here in Toronto. He's going to come in now to the left-handed Mbiki Joseph. Thornton comes up now and offers the one to Joseph outside the off-up. He drives and it goes through the man at short extra cover, gets a single. Looking for a second, it's not there, sent back by James. And so a little period here where Trinidad they are scoring a little faster than they've done over the last, I make it 8, 10 overs, as they've gotten 6 in this over so far. Yeah, so we have Torrington. Torrington again. He's coming from the backway end. We see some athletes doing their training at the outside of the stadium. And this one is a good delivery. Another slow delivery. I make it. Coming back in to James. And James was getting ready to wind up behind that one, but was having to be contented with pushing it down to mid-off. Gets a single. That's the end of over number 35. It's going to be a refreshment break. And Guyana trying to defend 150, 149 possibly. And the Trinidad team are 95 for 4 after 35 overs, Andrew.
Yes, even Stevens so far, the Guyanese are trying to tighten the screws, but Trinidad and Tobago looking to push on, and they have scored freely some runs freely here since the return of the pace bowler Torrington, I think it is, and they'll be looking to continue in that vein and get up to that 150 required to win this game and take third place in this competition.
Okay, so until the refreshment break is over, we're going to go to master control and take a short break as well. So we're back at the Annisville playing field after that short refreshment break. We've had three deliveries from Anderson and Kevin Anderson, who's been brought back now, this time from the commentator's booth. And wow, he gets one that was pitching outside the off stump and got and rose appreciatively there. Um, and I think James was surprised by the bounce that Anderson got there and was able to push that one into a widish mid-wicket position. This one again, shortish and coming back into James. And James now able to score. So 95 for 4. We are in over number 26. The number on the Duckwood Lewis calculation, Trinidad needs 150. It's now with Anderson. This one is a slow delivery, slow and short outside the off stump. And could not make use of that delivery was James. So the score remains on 95 for 4. We have had 36 overs, 12 overs to go. I make it 55 to get Andrew Gamble getting a little tight.
And the Guyanese continue to plug away, continue to be tight in the field. The dot balls are adding up and the pressure is building.
Yes, it is. So, and he goes now to Joseph and beats Joseph outside the off stump as he attempts to glide this one down to the third man area. Doesn't make contact. And I think we're going to be set up for a little exciting finish, Andrew. One way or the other, the batsmen may have to go, well, they're going to have to go a little more positive than they've been scoring.
Definitely.
Because with the overs getting away from them and they've not been scoring as much as 5 runs and over, this is could be very, very close. As he plays this down to third man, he gets a single. That's Mbeke Joseph, and that's all that's there for to be offered to them. They get one, and the score moves on to 96. 96 for 4 over number 36. 96 for 4 in making. And Torrington turns away down on the far end, closer to the backway end or the backway end. He comes up now and he's going to offer up one to, this is one on the pads. I make it to James. James will pick up the pad down to the final position. Good move done eventually by Swami. He gets one, they come back for 2, and this is a third. It's one shot being one shot being indicated by the umpire, and with that signal, Andrew,
it should be too short.
that's something that came to us the other day. I remember one of our contributors on one of the programs said, how can you get one shot when you're running 2?
Right.
Think about it.
Yeah.
Because if you didn't complete the first one,
right,
you are beginning the second one
short.
So
you should be too short.
So that was quite an interesting contribution made.
It's realistic. It makes quite a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense.
Yes, it does make sense. So here we go. I make it 98. Yes, 98 for 4 over number 37. Torrington, Kumar Torrington, working really, really hard, trying to effect another dismissal here. He comes up to bowl to Mbeke Joseph. This one is on the middle stump. A good delivery, coming forward and keeping that one out is Joseph. Joseph seems to be quite stocky, quite competent, and not really trying anything out of the ordinary. But he has taken advantage of some of the bad deliveries that he had. Few and far between. Yes.
Do they maybe?
Yes, for sure. We have it's Torrington comes up now to Joseph. This is outside the off stump. Drives, peels off to the man coming from back with a point, and he does not score. End of over number 37. I make it 98 for 4 after 37 overs.
And Roxanne, another issue that that created quite a stir, and I remember many years ago, from since that time, he has been arguing this point. If a ball is thrown in and it hits the stump or hits a batsman, and it goes for overthrow, it should immediately be called a dead ball. I remember Stump Oliver was famous for that. He argued that point over and over. He said, what is the aim of throwing at the stump? Not to try and run the batsman out. So you're being penalized for doing what you're supposed to do, for doing something right. You throw it in to hit the stump. It hits the stumps and deflects, and the batsman gets overthrown. He's saying that should have been called a dead ball. And we see a lot of discussion on that, given what happened in the World Cup this year.
Yes, another delivery here now. It's Nick Anderson beginning the 38th over, just outside the off stump, and fade away down to my area again. This time by James. He gets one more. I make James 12. James is on 12, and Beaky Joseph on 15, and 99 for 4. Over number 38, 99 for 4. And we have from the commentator's booth end, Kevlon Anderson. Make sure his fielders are in the right position. He comes up now to bowl to Joseph. He does so outside the off stump and cut away, doing some good work there in the cover area. Is the fielder there? I'll get his number for you as soon as he comes up. It looks like Swami possibly, or Omo in this case, I believe. Yes, he keeps the scoring down there for Trindad. He comes up now. Good delivery, pitch on about the middle line off stump once more is Anderson, and this one getting a bit of height off the surface as well, and getting behind it is Mbiki Joseph. Kevlon Anderson got a 40 odd earlier today. This time he pitches this one up and goes to the line. There is Joseph and tugs it down to the man at on, gets a single, and there is one more. 99, and that's one is 100. So the 100 is up for Trinidad and Tobago 100, and I make it 38.3 overs, about 38.4 overs. And so the run rate required from here was just over 4 runs and over as Anderson comes in. This one again outside the off stump and coming down hard on it, Andrew. It's Joshua James. He gets it as far as the man extra cover. And there is Anderson, 45 on his back, runs away from us into James. This one is again out the off side. He takes it from that area and plays it down onto the onside to the man coming off of the mid-on boundary. Gets a single. That was Ned doing the fielding. It's 101 for 4, 38 overs completed. The target now is 49 in 10 overs.
Quite gettable.
50 in 10 overs.
5 runs and over. It's gettable, but it's going to be an uphill task.
Could possibly be the case.
You have not been scoring at that run rate for the entire game.
Okay.
5 and over. And the Guyanese bowlers are not letting up. They're bowling good. They've been bowling pretty well for the afternoon. The Trinidadian batters, they have batsmen in hand, so if they should launch an attack and try to push on, they would have batters in hand, but Guyana would have other ideas.
So to make sure that you're clear, the Guyanese target was adjusted from 146 to 150 based on the Duckworth-Lewis method, and so Trinidad and Tobago are in pursuit of 151 off of 48 overs.
I really don't understand this Duckworth and Lewis method, because you can't tell me that I made 146 and you're going to give me the same overs as you to bat and you're going to ask me to make more than you. I do understand that one at all, Roxelle. I've been questioning it for the longest while, but they say it's the safest thing we have and the only method we have right now that we can use. I don't know.
The idea of probability, probably what you would have scored if you had 50 overs, and probably and all that kind of probabilities, you know what I mean? But probably Kumar Torrington could take another wicket. Probably James will hit him out of the ground. He comes up again. It's Kumar into James. James gets a delivery. A good delivery. This is a loud appeal. He goes up and he's going to be out. This looks like a good shout there by Kumar and Kumar Torrington. Just about the off stump, holding his own. I don't think it came through with as much pace as he expected. He was coming forward, but I think it got onto him in a little bit more uncomfortable position than he normally in. He was not out there, and I think that's a very good call from our vantage point as it relates to Jacqueline Williams, the umpire. Trinidad has lost their fifth wicket. It's 103 for 5. And once again, Andrew, at a very crucial point when a partnership was building, Trinidad loses another wicket. Guyana could probably be sniffing here and seeing what would happen.
Well, the Guyanese have been tight, and I think Joseph it is. Joseph didn't come. No.
James.
James didn't come forward enough, and he was struck in front, plumb in front, and the umpire had no hesitation in upholding the appeal of the Guyanese bowler and fielders, and James is on his way back to the pavilion.
So there we have it, fifth wicket down. We were seeing it all along. It could be a close finish.
Could that be the cat let loose among the pigeons?
Well, our viewers are of the opinion, and there have another few have joined, indicating that they are very confident in the batsmen that they still have in the hut.
Okay.
So let's see what is offered. Well, we now have a smaller figure in terms of stature and size in Avinash Mahabir Singh. Mahabir Singh is going to take strike from Kumar Torrington. He comes from the backward end. Offers up now to Mahabir Singh. This is on about the leg stump, and he gets it back with a square and make it. The fielder goes around and gets a single. Trinidad 104 for 5. 104 for 5. We are in over 39. 104 for 5. Probably the longest evening, one of the longer evenings, Andrew.
Yes.
As we come to the end of the tournament.
Well, we would have had a long one in Cumberland.
Yes.
When the Windwards played the Leewards.
I think it was second day.
That went on after 6, yes. I think it was. And the sun was up bright and shining still at that time. So this is another long one because this is going to go right down to the wire, Roxelle.
Possibly, definitely can be the case. As Torrington, Kumar Torrington again, he's now coming to bowl to Mbeke Joseph. He's been there a little while, and he gets a delivery on about the middle stump and turns it into a forward of square position. Gets a single. The man coming around from wideish mid wicket, short mid wicket position, if you want to put it that way. He feels, and there's one more to the total, 106, 105 for 5, over number 39 in progress. We have 9 overs to go after this, and I make it 46, 45 runs to get. As Torrington comes in, this one comes off the pad, it's going to go into the boundary for 4. It goes into the final boundary for 4. I thought it came off the pad, but it was whipped off the pad by Mahabir Singh. Whipped off the pad down to the vacant fine leg position. There was it goes into the boundary for 4, and good boundary, a roady boundary, probably a more so handy boundary for the Trinidadians at this time, Andrew.
And Torrington has lost his line. He's bowled the last 3 or 4 balls on or about leg stump, moving forward away. You'd have to try to get it back on track because Mahabir Singh looks like he likes it on that side there.
I agree. Okay. And he drives a wide delivery outside the off stump. it looks pretty good, Andrew. Looks pretty good. That's Mahabir saying. This one went straight to the fielder at the cover position, came off his boot, and the fielder from point had to clean up the fielding. So it's 110, 110 for 5. The target now is 41. I make it 41 from 9 overs. Okay, so just under 4.5 runs and over, Andrew.
Yes. Power play being signaled.
So we're into the last power play. Last power play. We're into the last power play, and so number 5 on his back, it's Mahabir Singh. He has looked pretty good since he came to the wicket. So let's see what and how we continue. So it's been quite positive and has played some very, very good strokes so far. It's now Kevlon Anderson with other thoughts. He comes in now to Mahabir Singh. This is pitch outside the off stump. He drives it to point. He's looking for a single, but they decide against it. Coming in there, it looks as if it's Swami, yes. Swami in the point position. He fails, and there is no addition to the total. Kevlon Anderson. We're looking to pick up another wicket. Comes in now to make this Mahabir Singh. A slow delivery as well. On about the middle and off. And get his wicket pushed it to the fielder. He was at a very, very short mid-wicket position. Fields, and there is no addition to the total. Coming in now again is Anderson. This one is pitch outside the Austin. Coming back in to Mahabir Singh. The fielders are on their toes now for Guyana. They are moving in very quickly. And I want to advise them that they really definitely have to hope that there's not a very bad delivery, because of the speed they're coming in. Anything over their heads, they're definitely going to the boundary. But Anderson has different thoughts. He's been bowling pretty well on a line here now, just about this time, on or about outside the off stump. He feels in his follow through. And Andrew, the total seems to be small, but cricket at this level with a little pressure, you know you don't want to make an error. With one little error you make and you're back in the hut, or you're giving away a 4 or 6 or something like that effect.
And given the fact that places are up for grabs for the West Indies child squad, and having not had a full tournament, persons would be extra cautious, batsmen would be extra cautious not to give away their wicket. So the pressure is even on more there.
Yep, so that one was played to the third man position. Getting a single there was a Mahabir Singh. It moves on to 111. 111. We are in over number 40. 8 to come after this, and they are make it from my position 40 runs to get. It's Kevlon Anderson. Kevlon Anderson. He is going to come to bowl to Mbiki Joseph. He comes up now, passes up by Brian. This one is pitched on about the middle stump. He whips it off the backward of square, looks for one. They're looking for a second. A bit good work done by the fielder coming from the short third man position. Restricts them to only one. It's 12, 112 that is. 112 for 5. 40 overs are completed, 8 overs to go, and I make it 39 runs to get. 39 from 8 should be simple.
From 48?
Should be simple.
39 from 48. A tight over here there, Roxell. And we can see, I should say, another tight 2 or 3 overs, and Trindad could find himself having some work to do in the latter part of the innings.
Well, I was about to say that I would like to see what the spinners may offer in these couple, 2 to 4 overs of these 8. And as so said, so done, it looks as if we have Sinclair is going to come back. It was Ned. There's a discussion. It looks like a high-level discussion between 3 of them there now. To make sure that the right decision is made. And so we have Sinclair, who's had a spell from the commentator's booth, and he's going to come from the Becker end now. What does he have? He have he has a fielder on the wide long off boundary, wide long on boundary as well. He has a deep mid wicket, a deep square leg. He has a man behind square short. He has a short third man I make it. He has a point. He has a cover and an extra cover. So let's see what Sinclair
Somebody,
offers.
one is
Well,
going out to
right,
sleep.
the man from cover goes out now to the sweeper position on the boundary. It's now with Sinclair. He comes up to Mbeke Joseph. This one he whips. And Mbeke Joseph plays with a lot of wrist injury.
Yes,
yes, a
I
wristy
was,
player. And so it's pretty easy for him to, when they're short of a good length, for him to whip them
into
onto
the
the
onside.
onside. Yes. And he's been doing quite well in that instant. So there's one more to the total, 113 for 5. Over number 41, 113 for 5. Trinidad needing to just continue to turn over the strike here, pick up the ones and twos, while Guyana would definitely need to bowl some dot balls and pick up some wickets. It's with Sinclair. Sinclair now to I make this a beating Sinclair in his follow through. That is Mahabir Singh as he went back and drove that one past the bowler on the offside down to where the fielder from long off came in and did the fielding. 115, 115 for 5. Sinclair, 14, 114. Sinclair comes up now to Joseph. This is a good delivery. Best of the over so far. Pitched on the off stump and seemed to have come in slightly, and it had a little pace on it. It was a quicker delivery. As he comes up now with Sinclair, this one he pulls it down, is short outside the off stump and driving it to the man at short. Third man is Joseph, gets a single. This time the score moves on to 115. 115 for 5. Over 41 in progress. It's Sinclair. He's gonna try to position his field as well. He comes up now to the Mahabir Singh, who has looked untroubled, Andrew. He's looked very untroubled and has been getting the balls into the gaps very, very easily. Yes, very easy. Look quite competent and accomplished. And there's another single there as he continues to rotate the strike as we would have liked to see probably with some of the earlier batsmen. It's 116 for 5. It's now with Sinclair, who offers one up to Joseph outside the off stump. He drives it only as far as the short extra cover. That's the end of over number 41. 7 overs to go. I make it 35 to get. Yes, so 5 runs and over required from this point onwards for Trinidad. So it looks like Ned is going to take up the attack. I believe Omro may have another couple overs to go as well, so it may be interesting to see what will happen with there. But it's Ned. He is going to take up the attack here from the commentator's booth, and he comes in now to bowl to Mahabir Singh outside the off stump and spinning away from him. He goes back and plays it to the man coming in from the short extra position. There is no run. 116 you make it, 116 for 5. It's Ned. This time again, they're along the same area, but a little further up in terms of where it's pitched and driven this comfortably down to the man coming off the long off boundary. He'll get a single, 117. 117 for 5. $117 for 5. It's Ned. He has 5 fielders on the boundary. Yes, I'll give you that in a bit. So we have a deep mid wicket. A man on the corner boundary on Gigando. You have a man on the long on boundary, a man on the long off boundary, and a sweep on the boundary. Some work to be done if this ball is on the middle and leg to restrict them from actually still getting singles or twos because there's a
There are
big,
lots of
big
wide
gap.
open spaces.
Yes, so it's Ned coming in now, and he bowls a good delivery. This one beating Joseph outside the off stump, and that's probably where he has to go with the feel that he has.
Yes,
if he
definitely.
wants to get the batsman taking a chance into the leg side and those short fielders he has on the offside. He comes in now, about the same position. This time a little further away, but comfortably behind it and competently behind it is MBK Joseph. He does not score, and he is now going to face up again once more to Ned. Ned comes in to Joseph. This one is outside the off. Some cutting is Joseph. And I think he's moving the right line. The length could be a little better sometimes, but the line is correct from Ned, Andrew.
Yes, definitely so.
And Ned comes in now to Joseph. This is a better delivery again, but I think a little too close to him, given the opportunity to drive it, and he did take it from outside the off and pulled it down or drove it down to the man coming off of the long on boundary. 118. 118. The end of the over, that is the end of over number 42, 118 for 5. We are now looking at another 33 runs required from 6 overs, Andrew Bambo. Another discussion among 4 players. I know the captain is there. I see Sinclair is there. I see Adrian is there. And I also see Kevin Anderson there. They're now disposing.
Security Council meeting.
They're now disposing to their fielding positions as the Guyanese try to make the right decisions as we go into the
33 from 36, Roxelle. 33 from 36.
yes, as the Guyanese get into their
33
right
runs from
position.
36 balls.
33 from 36 deliveries. It is Sinclair, comes in now, pitched outside the outside,
shot.
played, past the slip area, down past the short third man fielder. He gets one, coming back for 2. They're looking for a third. It's not there. And I really like the wrist work of MBK Joseph. And this one now was played outside the awesome, guided really well past the short third hand position. We now have a change. The fielder coming around from I make it backward of square. He's into a conventional short third man position, so to speak. And it's now a short delivery, and too short it was, and outside the awesome, using that wrist once more is Joseph. He gets a single down to long on, and the score moves on to 121 for 5. 121 for 5. It is now with Sinclair. He comes in now and goes and driven really, really well. Off the back foot, past the field at short extra cover. He gets one, looking for 2, and that's all they're going to be content with. Joseph is probably a little tired, and yes, I don't know. Mahabir Singh makes batting look so easy, Andrew. He always gets into line and he places it into the gap with relative ease. And been probably the more positive and smooth fluent of the batsmen that we've seen from the Trinidadian innings, in the Trinidadian innings so far. Sinclair comes up to him this time. He tries to, this time I feel he was trying to hit it a little too hard and not timing it as well as he's done so far through his innings. Came off the inner portion of the bat, I make it, and the man at short mid-wicket did the fielding. No further addition to the score. Sinclair into Mahabir Singh, drives outside the off stump and misses. Tries the square drive, that one, misses, and goes through to the wicketkeeper, Adrian Hines. 123 for 5. We are in over number 43. Sinclair sends the cover fielder on, well, a little further back. He comes up now into, I make it Mahabir Singh, who's again getting one on the pads and plays it forward of square, could not score. End of over number 43. We have 5 overs to go.
30 runs to get.
30, no, 28?
28?
28 runs.
28 runs to
Yes.
get, okay.
5 overs to go, 5 or 6 are 30.
Yeah.
28 from 30 delivery. Andrew?
Tight, very tight indeed. But the important thing is that the Trinidadian team have 5 batsmen in hand, 5 batters in hand. I don't know what is the status of their lower and middle, the lower to the middle to lower order batting, but we'll wait and see.
Well, again, I remind you that Sam Lal said that they have batting from 1 to 12. So, she's still on, she hasn't gone. And a few other individuals who have joined us since. So, it's Ned. He's going to bowl the 44th over. He comes in now to Joseph. Joseph gets one just outside the off stump, coming back into him. He comes comfortably forward and compactly forward and plays that one in front of him. Behind from behind the stumps. Comes around and he feels it's now with Ned again. This time to Joseph. Outside the off stump, peeling off the edge. The outside edge goes past the short third man. They get one. And they come back for a second. So the fortune is favoring Trinidad and Tobago in the latter stages of this game, Andrew.
And they'd be very happy for every run that they can get, you know. They don't matter how they come once they're legitimate and legal runs, they're happy for them.
Okay, so it is now with Ned again. Comes into bowl to Mbiki Joseph. He comes back to accompany with something. And so he changes his mind. He is now getting ready. So now and comes into bowl to Joseph. Joseph gets a delivery on about the offset and goes comes it to where with it goes and would have been good running and make it good running by the 2, getting 2 quick runs. Again, like we did say earlier that any ball played to that area where we have the 3 fielders patrolling the boundaries. There would have been some work for the fielders close enough, even those coming off of the boundary, to restrict them from 2, and they got 2. Remember, we are on a very, I make a good sized field here. Yes. Very, very big area for cricket, so to speak. So the score is 127. 127 in pursuit of 151, I make it. So there's another 24 runs required. It's Ned. Once again aborted his run. And he comes up now to bowl to Joseph. Joseph is getting one who that is pitched and make it just outside the offside, goes into his wicket and comes across and tries to play that one past the bowler. Ned does well in his follow through. It prevents him from scoring. So it seems as if both teams are up for the challenge here. Ned comes up and he is going to bowl to Joseph. Joseph gets another delivery on the outside, goes inside of it again and works it down to where a wide-ish mid-wicket would have been. Gets a single and it's 128. 128 for 5. After this over, we get some commercial break, as we have Ned sorting things out. Comes up now and he bowls to, that's a good delivery. Pitching and spinning away from the right-handed Mahabir Singh. Best delivery in my estimation in the over. And that is the end of over number 44. I make it 23 required from 24 deliveries. 23 from 24, Andrew Bramble.
Our wicket now, Roxell, can see things changing drastically, but the batsman there is able to play the ball easily, risky player, playing the ball into the gaps quite easily. and he is picking up these singles and so pushing on for his team. It's 120, 28, 128 for 5. 128 for 5. As we see the captain there, the wicketkeeper there, setting his field and making sure that his players are in the correct position. We'll have we have a change of bowling at the southern end. Omri is coming back from the southern end. And he's going to be bowling to Mbiki Joseph as Omri comes in now, right arm spin. He plays that one to the man down on the coming off the middle, the long on boundary, and he picks up an easy single there. 129 for 5. As we see Omri coming between the umpire and his stumps, balls and shot is short, and the batsman there trying to punch it through the cover region, but the not able to penetrate the fielder there at extra cover. Into him again, he cuts again, and fielder at backward point, able to sub that one, so not able to get away as he's looking. Coming between the umpire and the stump again, as this one is a shot and hits him in the air high, and it's down to the man. Oh, and he's gone. Hits him high in the air. The man from on the deep long on boundary running around quite easily and taking the catch, and another one bites the dust, Roxel.
Yes, and possibly one of the very few, and I probably, when I say few, I make it 2 4-strokes, and if that had gone the distance, we wouldn't have been calling it a 4-stroke,
Exactly,
right?
exactly.
But if from what we've seen from Mahabir Singh, one of the 2 4-strokes he played in innings, which was pretty fluent. I I was happy with what I've seen. I think he looked very, very, very comfortable in the middle. And obviously now with the pressure, I think he should have stayed with what he's been doing, punching it in the gaps. He could have played on
the ground and gotten too easily.
And come back and still be there. But I am happy with what I've seen from him. I think he took Trindad from a precarious position in terms of what they were scoring. They weren't scoring as quickly as they were when he was at the wicket. Made it a little easier, although they still have some runs to get.
Yep.
Made it a little easier now for number 63, who has joined Mbika Joseph. That's Rivaldo Ramlogan. So Ramlogan has joined Joseph, but it's a 4-over wicket, and at this time, young cricketers, these things sometimes
play on their minds.
Yeah, play on
the
their
pressure
minds.
is built.
Yep. So we're in over number 45, I make it. The score is 129, so we need 22 from 20 balls, 22 from 20 deliveries. 22 from 20 deliveries. It's Omro bowling, is it? Yes.
Yeah.
Omro back on the attack, so probably a good change. He comes up now and he's going to bowl to Joseph. Omro from the back way and over the wicket, left arm over the wicket, bowling to Joseph. Joseph gets another good delivery, plays it out to the man at the short extra cover position. He returns it to Omro. Omro once more comes in now to Joseph. Pitched outside the off, someone coming into Joseph. He likes it there, where he can whip it with that wristy play of his. He does that well. takes it down to the position, the man coming off of the mid-wicket position, I make it, gets a single. And that's the end of the over. Yes, that's the end of over number 45. 45 overs gone. I make it 130. 130. 3 overs to come, Andrew. 21 runs to get. And
7
21
runs and over.
21 runs from
18 balls.
18 balls.
Tight.
Yes, and why we want to say
And I
it's
said it
tight.
would have gotten right down to the wire.
Yes, why we want to say it's tight because of the trend of the game.
Yeah.
I don't think we've had many overs where you've had more than 6 runs scored in the over, even though you may have had a 6. And where we had a 6, there were not many other singles added
Right,
to that.
yeah.
So this is the reason why we're saying it may be close, and given the trend of the play, so to speak, it's going to be something out of the ordinary.
Yep.
If we go down to needing 10 or 9 runs in over, out of the ordinary as it has been for this game today. Sinclair is back on the ball. I make it from the commentator's booth end. He comes up now to Joseph. Joseph is getting one that's pitched outside the off stump. He slashes as it. He gets the outer portion of the bat, the end of the bat. I make it and gets 2. Andrew, he may have gotten 1 on an extra ball. If he didn't go at that one.
Exactly.
Yep.
Because it would have been called a wide, definitely.
Yes, and he may have had an extra ball
An
where
extra
he could have
ball.
scored a little bit more than the 2 here. But he got 2. And the runs on the board is runs on the board. It is now 132. 132. For 6, Trinidad and Tobago, looking to get 150. Again, Duckwood Lewis revised total. This one is punched, trying to get it past cover. They were looking for 1. The batsman in his follow-through after the shot then stood in the middle of the wicket. He actually had to commit to the run eventually. They got 1, and the overthrow allowed them to get a second. Pressure on now, Andrew Bramble,
Yes,
on
definitely.
both teams.
On both teams. A better throw there and he would have been stranded. And the bowler trying to flick it onto the stump, no one backing up, and they got an extra run.
Yes, and this one is too short and pulled. I make it a short arm pull down to the long on position. Gets a single, that's Joseph. The score moves on to 135. 135 for 6. Again, Duckwood Lewis adjusted score 150 for Guyana. The required target 151 for Trinidad and Tobago. They have 2 overs and 3 balls. I make it 2 overs and 3 balls to get the required runs left. That is, they get 1. This one is punched into the widest mid-wicket position. Getting a single there is Ram Logan, and he is carrying the Trinidadians total to 136.
So I batted first, Roxel, and I made 146. And my score is revised, and the other team the other team is asked to get 150, and I'm bowled out for 147.
You lose. You have lost the game. So another 2 there. This has been a productive over for Guy.
Very productive
for
indeed.
We just said that it was not a norm to get 6, 7, 8 in the over, and I think they've gotten 9? Subject to correction. They have already gotten 8 in this over. So, and with a ball to spare, 1 more to come. Yes, so this is going to be an important delivery. This one, he punches it in front of point. Back to the point, I make it. Gets 1, gets 2, goes close to the boundary. Good piece of work done finally by the fielder. They're going to come back for the 3rd, and they complete the 3rd. Does it? No,
yes,
he's
run out.
He's run out.
He
He does not complete the 3rd. Trying to put the dive in. You can see umpire I make it. Williams.
Jacqueline Williams.
Jacqueline Williams. She was just getting ready. She's positioning herself, looking to take the ball. Run out is Ram Logan. 2 runs. It's going to get tighter. They do now need, I make it 11 from 2 overs. 12 balls, 11 runs. They got 2, so they should have gone up to 140, Andrew. We will get the official scorers to confirm that in a bit. But I make it that they completed 2. They lost their wicket that run out.
Going to the
with
third
7
one.
wicket looking for the third.
Yeah.
Oh my word. 140. I see the scorers putting it up here now. 140. And it should have been the end of the 46th over. So 11 runs from 12 balls, Andrew.
Tight. Have you seen Tanti Mola or the fat lady anywhere wrong?
The fat lady messaged me and said she was in the park since 1:30, and that's why I was getting so tight, Andrew.
Okay.
So,
Well, I saw a flash of pink somewhere wrong. I don't know if it was a pink parasol, but I guess Tanti Mola is somewhere wrong also.
well, I saw a young lady in a pink tank top, and some of the spectators have gotten off of their seats and they're standing on the fences. Now, we don't have many spectators, so let's just clarify that. But they're standing now, probably understanding the position of the game. And you know, there are a number of Trinidadians in, I know for sure, Andrew, who journeyed up with.
Yes, with the team, yeah.
Yep. So I make it 140. Is Omro going to bowl the last over? Ned has decided to take Omro out of the attack, and he is coming back into the attack. What do you think about this move, Andrew?
Well, I think he's probably looking for him to bowl the last over.
Well, let's see. So it is now with Ned. Ned, I make that. I don't think he spun that one. I think that looked like a medium pace delivery because he's actually listed also as an individual who could do a little bit of medium pacing. But that one was a little too quickly, bowled a little too quickly for my liking at this point of the game.
At this point of the game, yeah.
Yes, and it was easy pickings for Joseph. Who's been there a while.
Could it be that he allowed Joseph to get the single to get him off of strike early in the over so he would get 5 balls at the new batsman?
Well, let's see. Let's see how it works. It's Ned. He is going to come up to the new batsman. I make it the number 29, Nicholas Ali. Ali facing up to Ned. Ned comes up now. He comes around the wicket to Ali. Ali tries to back away. And oh my word, was that a good idea to try and run out the fielder there?
But he saw his partner backing up there, and
he was very close.
And Joseph was a little bit out of his crease.
Right. Ali did not get that one past the fielder who was coming around from the extra cover. Ned is now pushing his mid-off back a little further. He comes up now to bowl to Ali. Ali does the same thing, backs away and tries to punch this one through the cover area. Once again, number 45, I make it Kevlin Anderson coming around from the short short extra cover position fields, and there is no addition. Ned comes in again. This one is in the air. High, goes into the boundary for 6. A good hit! And we can hear the Trinidadians downstairs, Andrew.
Yes.
He backed away. This one was a little too quick through the air and a little too close to him. And he backed himself and went straight back over the border for 6. And that might be enough for this over, Andrew. 147 you make it? 147. They now need 4 with an over and probably 2 balls to spare. Ned comes in now. This time bowled him. Another delivery similar to the one previous to what was hit for 6, but it wasn't as close to the batsman, so he didn't get under it. The 8th wicket falling. I don't hear the crowd. But Andrew, 4 runs to get. I make it 7 balls. 1 ball left in the over. Oh my. Well, if that did ball, well, can't say if anymore because it went for 6. He did. I think he did pretty well to pull that back. So I see the number 9, another long, strong, tall individual in Jaden Seals. He's going to come in at number 10 for Trinidad and Tobago. And Andrew Bramble, I would, from a cricketing standpoint, I would like to see this go into the final over.
I certainly would also, if you can bowl a dot ball here and 4 runs from the last over, anything is possible. But once Joseph is there, Mbiki Joseph, I think the Trinidadians have a chance,
So that 6 was applauded with some boisterous applause and support. And then the next delivery, every single delivery offered up to Ali, Nicholas Ali, he backs away, Andrew.
Yes,
He backs
yes.
away. And this one was a little quick through the air as well, a little short as he couldn't get under it. And let's see what Ned did. I have one delivery over, one delivery coming. Okay, so we have Ned. He comes in now to Seals. Seals got a delivery on the stump and drives it to the man
Yes,
at
1-over-1.
short mid wicket. No, short extra cover. Let's just make that correct. We have a left and right hander in here, so this position switched around. We have what we've asked for: 6 deliveries, 4 runs to get. Andrew Bramble
Mbiki
and
Joseph on strike.
Mbiki Joseph on strike.
And I think
Does he have the game in his hand? The Ned has chosen to go back to his medium pace bowler, Anderson. What's your call on this one?
I think that's the right move because Mbiki Joseph, I think he's gonna if the spinners were on, if he had kept on the spinner, Mbiki could have finished it in one shot. Can finish it still with one shot with the pacers, but I think it'd be a little bit more difficult for him. Once he's there, though, the Trinidadians are in with a very good chance. He's batting well, and he's a very risky player. And let's see what field they're going to set for him, because if they're giving him room on the onside, he can easily work it through the gaps there and pick up the ones and the twos quite easily. But should Mbiki go on the first ball of the over, Roxelle, I can tell you. Tantimol would suddenly appear. She's somewhere down in the stand,
So we have a short third man, a short fine leg. We have Anderson comes in now to Joseph. This is short outside the off stump. We're hitting it to the point. He's into the stump. He's
run out. He's run out, Roxelle.
Excellent.
He is run out.
Look, this was hit to the cover area. The cover fielder came in. He did a good piece of work getting it off the bounce into Anderson, who got back to the stump very quickly, and Andrew under his legs
because he was in front of the stump,
stump.
And he was able to run him out.
I think good
thinking. Good vision and
But
thinking.
listen, I did not have the time
To turn around. Had he turned around, he would have made it. So he just passed it through the leg and ran him out.
Didn't have the time to turn around, and sometimes, Andrew, this is the kind of thinking we want to see from our senior players in the senior West Indies team. And he was definitely on top of the game in terms of his mental processing there, Andrew.
And Roxelle, I said, what will happen if Joseph is out of the first ball of the over? And he was out of the first ball of the over.
Oh, my word. Oh, my word.
So 5 balls to get 4 runs.
4 runs.
1 wicket.
1 wicket.
Tantimol is definitely in appearance, Roxelle.
Yes.
You can see the pink parasol down there now.
And some orange ones.
Over there in the tall stand.
So, Andrew, a fitting end to a tournament that has been marred by a bit of rain.
Yes.
But here we have Anderson comes in now. I make it to, this is going to be a run out.
He misses.
He misses. But an excellent piece of fielding behind the keeper, Andrew, to prevent that from going overthrow.
Yes, definitely so.
Oh,
How did he miss?
God.
I think he could have taken a step or two more and just take the bail off. He threw at the stumps. The batsman was nowhere inside, Roxelle. He could have taken 2 more steps and still ran him out. But I think in the enthusiasm and the adrenaline flowing, he tried to throw at the stump and he missed. But a good bit of feeling by the fielder coming in from shortish fine leg, I think it is.
Yes, number 40. I keep seeing 44, so I'm wondering if there's an emergency fielder on for someone, Andrew. But that was a good piece of work to prevent an extra run.
Yeah.
So we need now 3 from 4 deliveries, I make it. 3 from 4 deliveries. What do we have? The field is pretty similar. A short third man, a short fine leg, a man at point, an extra cover, a deepish. As Anderson comes away from us, he is coming into bowl. I make it to Samir Ali. Samir Ali, the last batter. Is that correct? And he is beaten outside the off stump as he tries to play that one. I make it through the vacant slip position. 3 balls, 3 once again. And it is definitely a wonderful end to a tournament that has its ups and downs in terms of the weather and probably in terms of the batting aspect of it. It's Samir Ali. He is facing up from Anderson, that make it Kevlon Anderson. Anderson is bringing the cover into a conventional position now. He is thinking, listen, there is no way that Samir could hit me through that area. He comes up now to bowl to Samir Ali, short outside the off stump. He balls, he's appeal.
He's out. Guyana won the game.
Guyana has pulled off the impossible, I believe, Andrew Brambo. 4 runs needed in the last over, 2 wickets to get. 1 run out. That run out, you said, that may have changed the game if Joseph
Had stayed there.
Go in the first ball. He did get out, run out again from some excellent work from Anderson. Now this one was short of a good length, outside the awesome. He tried to cut. All he could have done was getting an edge.
And the wicketkeeper did the rest.
To Hines, who did the rest.
A wonderful game indeed. A wonderful, wonderful game indeed, Roxelle.
Guyana has won by 2 runs on the Duckwood Lewis method, Andrew. So, this is where we're going to end. Ladies and gentlemen, the end of the Cricket West Indies on the 19th tournament. Future Stars here in St. Vincent and Grenadines. Guyana has secured position number 3. I make it Barbados the new champions. Yes. The Windward Islands are placed in second. And Guyana, after a slow start, finishing quite well, they have completed and they will end in position number 3. We know the staff from ITFX, they're going to have to move some equipment to get over to the presentation ceremony this evening for about 7:30. So we're not going to prolong them this evening. Just to say thank you for supporting us. Thank you for following us here during our coverage. Tune in. I believe there is going to be it's going to be brought live on YouTube, this evening, the presentation ceremony. So continue to tune in. Look for the Cricket West Indies Future Stars closing ceremony portion being advertised on YouTube. And you can also get it on the SVG Cricket Association website.
Yes.
Andrew, once again, we've had 2 good games. Thank you for being here.
Yes, Roxelle, no problem. Thanks, and thanks to our viewers for following.
Have a good evening all.